Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Othello World Championships 2023 here in Rome. At the moment I'm alone in the studio. I will be joined by some others later, but we had the joys of Roman city life last night, experiencing good pizza and pasta, and it seems that other people are not yet here, although I've seen them around, so they will be joining me. Today is the day that the rubber really hits the road, that those people who are playing on the top tables are playing people that are competing with them for the top positions, for the semi-final positions. So in some ways, we'd call it in England double points. If you beat your opponent, you're not just getting a point for yourself, you're taking one off one of your nearest competitors in the race for the semi-finals. The table that we will be watching today, I think will be a really, really exciting game. It's the Japanese player Kurita, who is at the top of the ratings at the moment, in the standings, unbeaten in the first day with 7 points. And he will be playing the ex-world champion, Michele Barassi. Yesterday we showed you a game where Barassi played an X square at move 19 that took everybody by surprise, not in least his opponent. And he's a very exciting player who really has vision from the middle of the game right to the end of the game. He has a plan. So that's going to be a really exciting game. Just to give you a rundown on where we are in the standings at the moment, Kurita is on top with 7 out of 7. We have Suakuni, who is the Japanese player playing for the Netherlands this year, on 6. He's joined by Anchali of Thailand, Nagano of Japan, Barassi of Switzerland. He's an Italian playing for the Swiss team this year. 5.5 points, just half a point behind them. There's Tetsu Satani, who's from Japan, and Oscar Eklund from Sweden. Then there's a whole bunch of players on 5. The top junior is Calvin Coe, who had a fantastic day yesterday, reaching the top board in round 5. And an amazing attitude in the... there's the board set up for the first game, but Calvin Coe had an amazing attitude in the interview afterwards, accepting his loss as a learning opportunity. So I'm going to stop talking whilst we start playing, but I am going to say that I've been joined by Luke and by Murakami, and so they will come and chat to you a bit whilst I'm catching up on the board. Morning, Luke.
Good morning.
How did you sleep?
Very well.
That doesn't explain why you're 2 minutes late.
My stylist hadn't finished.
Okay, fashionably late, as we like to say.
I'm looking fashionable, let's say.
I also have Murakami on my right now, who is much more adept at me at catching up on what's actually on the board. And he's successfully done it.
I haven't done so much opening research recently, so I'm not sure if I can say anything very detailed things about this opening. Well, what I can say is that it is an even position for both colors. And Krita is under great pressure because, of course, he has always been a contender to be world champion, but he has never won it. And Michele Bassi has won it at least once. I don't remember if it was twice or not. So Michele has psychological advantage over Krita. It is very hard for a Japanese player to come to the World Championship. So Krita may not have another good chance to be here.
Right, so that's something that's generally true in Japan and not true in most other countries, that the number of strong players is so high that you can be one of the best players in the world, in the top 10 in the world, and still find it really difficult to qualify for the World Championships because there's only a limited number of places for each country.
Mm. I think it is a big problem, but
it's a nice problem. It's a good problem. It would be good if every country was in the same situation.
I remember Kento Arano last year saying he got very emotional when he won the championships because he thought it was kind of his only chance to.
Yeah.
It was his first World Championships last year, and it's nice to see him again this year.
So are they both still in book, do you think, at the moment? Because Michele's thinking. Kurita seems like he's just playing his moves. Hasn't used a minute yet.
Apparently, Michele had anticipated G5 instead of this G3, and he's not sure how to respond.
Okay.
And that's Kurita's intention, to put Michele out of his book.
With something that he's actually prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a weird thing that happens in the first round and in the first round of the second day, and that is on the first day, your pairings are done the night before. So you can actually prepare for a specific opponent. You can go and look at your opponent's games, you can analyse them, you can see where they're likely to play in the game against you. If they're playing an important game, then they'll defer to one or two openings that they use and trust a lot. And then in round two, you only get your pairing minutes before the game starts, and you're not allowed to go and, for example, check a phone or a computer after the pairings are up. So you can't prepare for your specific opponent in rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And then before round 8 starts, we have you don't have the pairings the night before, but the Swiss system is somewhat predictable. So you can anticipate who you might be playing on the first game of the next morning. And that means you can go and prepare for them again. And so it's likely that both of these players anticipated playing each other in this round and did some preparation last night, possibly.
Well, Black's A4 was an obvious response to White's E1. Now Black has two discs on the diagonals, C4 and D3, And white cannot go to b5. b5 is a nice place for white to go, but Michele does not have any access there.
Mm. And yeah, it's difficult for him to get access there without playing a move that gives more advantage to black than to white. So, for example, h3 gets access to there, but probably loses it again immediately with e2 and has taken a long poisonous wall. Or g6, which just opens up lots of nice moves for black as well. So it's difficult for white to get on that mini diagonal. Okay.
No crazy x squares so far.
No crazy x squares so far. What move are we at?
What move are we at?
1, 2.
Looks about 19.
Now white has access to b5 and Greta is thinking about it. Is there any good way to poison it? Is there any way to deny the access?
And there's the interesting position on the top edge. If black plays f1, like he's doing, white doesn't have access to d1, which would be the natural move. So it is really asking the question of Barassi, Michele, what are you going to do here? Are you going to take the edge? Are you going to let me take the edge? But not having access to the move that he would like to have. And it's still denied b5 as well. Because if white doesn't take g1, black can take b1 and force it again, force the decision again, if white doesn't do something to get access to d1. Okay, so white is taking the edge. Which this kind of edges are really important because when they're played out, they define the strategy that you need for the rest of the game in many ways. And so with the edge on the top, it was a quiet move. I think it possibly needed to be done to avoid black getting a number of tempo on the top edge, possibly. But also now the top edge, the white, poisons some of the moves down the right edge. It does get access to b5, and because b1 is not yet played, there's different ways that black might choose to attack that 3 sticking out at the top as a sacrifice in the top left corner. Possibly a stoner trap could arise. Unlikely. Not quite so unlikely now. But when you take edges, you need to think about not just what you're getting immediately, but how they're going to affect the game later on.
Now Michele has a nice move to h3. Greta is of course thinking about it.
And this is a game of mini diagonals because that's a nice move because black has now got e2, which white has just flipped. And so when white plays h3, the mini diagonal from e2 to f3 is all white, and black doesn't get the natural move of g4 after h3. And no obvious way to get it back. So a few moves ago I'd have said white was winning, but actually I'm struggling. I mean, no, I'd have said black was winning, but now I'm struggling to see that white isn't. But still a lot of things happening.
In other news, the YouTube channel, the World Othello YouTube channel, has gone past 1,700 subscribers. Saw quite a big increase yesterday. So if you're watching and you haven't subscribed, make sure you do. And if you know anyone that hasn't subscribed, make sure you force them to.
Force them to.
Blackmail them. Yeah, I put a poll up in the chat asking who people thought would win. With 12 votes, the majority actually voted for Barassi here, with 50% of the votes. Kurita got 42% of the votes, and 8% voted for a tie. So whether that's what people actually think will happen, or whether that's what they want to happen.
Whether it's based on the position or just...
True.
Yeah.
And Santiago Ras will force all their family to subscribe. That's the way to do it. And then get them to force their further family to subscribe too.
And then in 6 generations we'll have covered the whole world?
Yes,
Something
take
like
over
that.
the world. We'll overtake chess.
Mikere is considering a few nice looking options here, h3, h3 and g4, and perhaps g6. White's g6 here is a strange move for... Oh, but he went to h3.
And Michele is known for his ability to play parity as white from a very, very long way out. He forms a strategy and looks at lines that he's able to count and wins 33-31 from a long way out, knowing, not necessarily 33-31, but the point is when he's white, he's formidable at keeping parity and making it work.
He's actually Italian, isn't he?
He's actually Italian.
That would have been a poor one to get wrong. But that might mean that this tournament means more to him as well. He might have put more preparation into it, even though for the purpose of this tournament he's Swiss, as is shown by his Swiss cheese-coloured jumper.
With the holes in it.
Well,
There's no holes, He's very well dressed. That was a joke.
Well dressed. All Othello players are well dressed.
This is actually looking very difficult for black. It's black's move. He's going to have to take b1 at some point just because he's struggling with moves elsewhere. All his moves give nice responses to black.
Can't he... Is there no stoner trap there if he plays b2?
No, because f2 is black.
f2. Oh, yeah.
So, do you want to show that on the board? At the moment, if black plays... Can we... Yeah, thank you. At the moment, if black plays b2... No, b2. This is just an educational point. It's black's move. Okay, yeah, we need to play... okay, yeah, so if black plays b2, then the black disc at f2 means that all of the two row is flipped. But can we edit the board so that we make it white? Do you know how to make this one white?
You can, but it's very
Go game
it's not
set
worth
up.
it. The point is...
If the f2 disc was not black, then when black goes to b2, it would not flip the two row. And white doesn't have immediate access to a1, leaving two spaces on the top. So it would go black-white if black played there again. Okay, here we go. So if that f2 disc is white, when black goes to b2 now, he flips the diagonal. White can't go to a1 immediately, so has to play elsewhere. Black can play another move on the top edge, which threatens to take the h1 corner, and the only way white can stop it from taking the h1 corner is by playing b1, which loses even more. And that's called a stoner trap.
And it's one of the more advanced tactics because both sides win a corner and some pieces along that edge. So it doesn't always work as a winning tactic, whereas often, in most cases, sacrificing to get a wedge along an edge does work.
Yeah, and
this is much more.
And the other thing about stoner traps is sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, and you get lots of variations within a theme, and some of them are difficult to spot. And if you can spot them early, then you can get an advantage. We've actually had a move on the board, which is b1.
And white doesn't have access to d1, as pointed out by someone in the comments. Does that affect the game at all?
Could we go back to the board, just the players as well, please?
Now, Kurita is thinking hard about d6. White now has access to d6. Does black have to go there himself, or does he just let white go there?
Well, if white goes to d6, doesn't black then go to g4, which is quite a nice move, and then that gives black access to d1 as well?
Well, black has access to d1.
Oh, yes. Oh, no, it's white then.
White doesn't have access to d1.
This is true.
But if... Is it white's move now?
Yeah. Point is, they don't flip in that direction.
Right, but if white plays g4, then the natural response for black is g5, and that gives white access to d1.
You're just looking a move ahead. And then I am.
Well, if white goes to g4 now, I think black will not go to g4.
No, exactly, but then black has to place down in the left-hand side, and that gives white nice moves as well.
Mm-hmm.
So in some ways, white can play this, and it's almost a free move because black doesn't want to go to g5. But the bottom left-hand corner is looking nicer for white. I mean, white's now got access to d6, and black will can't.
I think black just has to go to d6 now.
Right.
Why not just g5? Because g5 looks very...
Because it flips d2. So that access that was commented on in YouTube, it means that white gets to choose to sacrifice the top edge rather than black.
Right, I see. So will black go to b2 at some point? Or like try and sacrifice for that?
Quite possibly. But has to be a bit careful. Because it's not impossible for that white might get into the a1 corner whilst denying black access to d1. That's something that black would need to be careful of if he chose to sacrifice at b2.
In the result prediction for this game, now at double the votes, Kurita actually has 54% of the votes now, with Barassi having 38%. So people were clearly outraged at the previous standings there.
Was it a new vote or was it a build on the old vote?
New votes.
Okay.
New people voting.
It's like live Betfair, isn't it?
Krita will go to B2, I think.
Yeah. Which was Luke's suggestion. I mean, it's just a matter of if black is playing in that bottom left-hand corner, he's just eating the white discs, and white just responds with quiet moves. So he's going to have to play at B2 at some point anyway. And so he might as well do it without eating up the white discs in the bottom left corner first. Okay. So the natural move response to A5 is A6.
Sorry?
The natural response to A5 is A6. Just
or A2.
Okay.
A2 is nice because it gives white an attack to G2. Now white cannot go to G2 because white will have no access to D1 after H1.
Right.
Black H1. But after A2, white has an access to D1, so white can go to G2.
And that was something that someone was asking on YouTube. They were saying, is it a problem that white doesn't have access to D1? And it is. That's the reason that black has not been playing G5. But Murakami's suggestion is that by going to A2, you flip the A3 disc. The A3 disc gives access to D1. Okay, see, that's also seems perfectly reasonable.
B2 now.
And the A2 move is still there for white.
That's why black must go to B2 now.
Right. And in the last move as well, in your opinion?
The last two moves may have been small mistakes. It seems vital that black go to B2 before white go to A2.
Right. And the idea of black going to B2 is, one, white doesn't have immediate access to the corner anyway, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is that if white does take the corner, then black gets the wedge at D1.
And also that white will never have an access to D1. So white won't have a G2 attack, which is very important.
Yeah.
So, time for which colour would you rather be?
Black. No, white, I mean. Duh.
And why?
Just because black, it feels as though black is being forced into sacrifices that he would otherwise think about. And doesn't seem to have good ways of playing out the bottom left corner.
Oh,
I think we might have to ask some players to get their hair cut so that when they lean over the board we don't lose the bottom row.
Well, believe it or not, people still have a head under their hair, so would still block the board.
No, it's only people with bigger hair.
True. Has there ever been an Othello player with a big afro?
Not that I know of. I would assume that someone somewhere with a big afro has played Othello.
If anyone watching has a big afro, please come play here next year.
So we have a new problem to solve.
Black actually has about 80% of the votes so far. 80% of people would rather be black.
We have had people playing in hats.
Yes.
And that also causes the same problem.
If I think of anyone that plays in a hat, it's Ben Pridmore.
Ben Pridmore,
I've never
famous for his hat.
Don't know.
And his zoomy t-shirt.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him without that hat, or without a hat. So someone in the chat had a big afro in their youth, but that was before they started Othello. So we can conclude that Othello makes you lose afros.
But not hats.
But not hats. Or red jumpers.
Actually, probably a bigger sample space as people start playing Othello and start losing hair over many years.
Yes.
So where would you go now, Murakami?
Although the amount of young Othello players that grow facial hair might cancel that out somewhat.
True, but they don't tend to put their facial hair in the way of the board.
They could.
What were you asking me?
Sorry, the game. We're looking at the game. Where would you go now?
Well, B2 is the obvious choice for black, but he's still a little behind after B2 now. And if black goes somewhere else, I think white will just go to A2 and white will be comfortably ahead.
Although, having said that, from what you said previously, the same reasoning was true before. Black needs to go to B2 before white goes to A2, was true before, and Kurita chose not to go to B2. And Barassi chose not to go to A2.
Right.
So maybe they're not thinking that. So if black playing to B2 is still slightly behind, and Kurita has knowledge that Michele is not necessarily going to go to A2 if he doesn't go to B2, because he already hasn't, he might try to find something better in the bottom left before going to B2, but that is very much playing your opponent and reading what your opponent's done and what he's thinking than it is playing the board. And it's a dangerous way of playing. But if you're losing, if you think you're going to lose by doing your best move, then you might try to find something different. But it's almost just by virtue of the fact that he doesn't seem to have any good moves elsewhere, as well as wanting to stop white from going to A2. A lot of the other moves seem to have their problems as well anyway. So, for example, as we said before, G5 flips D2, don't really want that. A6 is available for white if black doesn't play there, but that flips the 3 discs along the bottom and gives white choice of how to play out the bottom, and still has A1. So Kurita's thinking long and hard about this, and probably he's looking at A2, a B2, and trying to actually see if he can find, because if he can play B2 and find a line that's good afterwards and makes a really good game of this, then it's a no-brainer. He doesn't even have to, sorry, that may be a phrase you don't know. A no-brainer in English, it's quite a slang term. but it means you don't even have to use your brain to think about it. It's just do it. And in your mind, I think that B2 is a no-brainer now. It's like, just do it, just do it. But if it's losing, you might want to think about it first.
Right.
But if he can look at the move and find a line that's really good after playing B2, then your reasons for playing B2 and the line after it make it an absolute no-brainer. Just do it. You've learnt some English today.
And also, Krita may be thinking that he will not go to B2 and he will let Michele go to A2, and that's not so badly losing for black. If the situation is so made that he will have a slightly better chance of winning after black somewhere here and then white A2, then of course black will choose that move. So Krita is not sure if going B2 is better than going somewhere else and let Michele go to A2. It's very hard to judge.
Okay, so he has played B2 with a good 6 or 7 minutes thinking. So my guess is that he's had a good think about what's happening after this.
But white can go to A3 now and not flip the X square piece as well, right?
Cam?
Is that something that looks viable?
Well, black will go to A2 after white A3.
Oh yeah, I suppose so.
A3 and A2. Oh, okay.
And that was a very quiet move. As Jan de Graaf would describe it, it was a pretty move where you only flip one disc, but that disc that you flip is completely surrounded by other pieces.
So you're talking about the A6 white move?
The A6 white move, the move I was talking about before Kurita interrupted me by playing his move.
So inconsiderate?
But that's considered good almost always in Othello because it acts as kind of a passing move, so it doesn't affect the board and the position too much.
Forces your opponent to play again?
Yeah.
White seems to be a little ahead, but it is not obvious how to get that victory.
Yes, agreed.
So Michele has a good chance of making mistakes.
And back on the quiet moves, G5 looks really nice and quiet. All the pieces flipped are almost all surrounded. So it looks quite pretty. But black needs to be really careful that if white takes the A1 corner, that he can still play to D1 and get the wedge.
Yeah.
It's unlikely because they're both top players, but if one of them messes up and finds they don't have access to that square, when that's kind of the basis of the plan of playing B2, that could be a game-losing mistake.
But even with top players, it's unlikely to happen as a mistake. It's unlikely that black will play g5. Certainly can't now. But even with top players, you can use the knowledge that if that disc flips to put pressure on your opponent to play elsewhere.
Why can't black just play g6 now? Because that's very...
That's the good move, yes.
Yeah.
Kurita will play to g6 here.
Or
What about
D7
D7,
as well.
D7.
Well, d7 and f7.
And then g6.
Maybe.
I'm not saying it's better, I'm saying it's another possible.
It looks a little inferior to going to g6 right now.
Okay, because I want to learn your subtle, like, the ways in which you say things differently to me, I can learn from, so I'm going to ask you questions every time you say things like this. So what's the reason that you feel that for black now, g6 is a little better than d7?
Okay, that's because black will have a d7 move later if he goes to g6 now. If black uses d7 now, white will go to f7, and black will have to go somewhere to the right side. And black will no longer have his move to d7. It has already been used, and it seems a little inferior. Well, in my hunch, I don't know if it's reasoning.
Okay, so intuition over looking ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Your intuition is that g6.
Yes, my intuition tells me that I should leave d7 for later use.
Okay.
And in the poll, in the live chat, asking which colour you'd rather be, I think you're able to change your answers. If you're not able to change your answer, let me know in the chat. Otherwise, feel free to update your opinion as the game goes on. We can use it as kind of a live prediction.
Of course, Kurita went there. It's a natural move. Now black still has d7 move for later use, and if white goes there, black will get some nice quiet moves like f7. So Michele has to think about a lot of things here. Should he go to d7, or should he go to f7, or should he do something else like h6? h6 can be the move here, but it's hard to say. White has lots of options. Maybe e8 or maybe f8. These things are totally feasible for white.
That's 26 moves.
And of course it was Kurita's intention to make Michele think, to make Michele consider many possible moves.
But this is the kind of position that I was talking about when I was talking about Michele playing parity very well. Mm-hmm. It's quite a complicated position, but he's white, and I just feel that he's very good in these positions at kind of using the knowledge of parity and the threat of parity to find the win.
E8 seems a good move. Well, for intermediate players, D7 may look very appealing, but after black D7, white will go to H6, and that position is not promising for black. Here black goes to D7 and white responds to H6, and black doesn't seem to have any good response. So E8 first, and if white goes to H6, black has some options like D7 or G7. Let me point out that black won't have access to E8 if white went to H6. So if Krita wants to go to E8, now is the timing to do it.
Will white try and force his way to be able to sacrifice on the other side of that uneven edge?
At the top?
I know it's not his turn, yeah, but if he played something in the future like A3, it would give him access to the D.
Okay, so that was kind of what the battle of the D2 disc is. The reason that black doesn't want to flip D2 is because it makes a sacrifice for white, much nicer in the top edge.
Whereas if white goes to A3, it just gives black A2, and that's just a nice...
Well, yeah, but then white could sacrifice in the top right-hand corner, and if black takes H1, then white takes D1, and still has A1 available.
Yep.
So, yeah, it is quite possible that white will sacrifice the top right-hand corner at some point.
Yes.
But he'd like D1. I mean, D1 won't go black. If D1's going to go black and black loses access to D1, then black, before doing that, will play D1 himself. But he will just try and avoid flipping D2. And that way, if white wants to sacrifice the top right-hand corner, he has to get access to D1 first by playing A3.
Yep.
Krita went to D7, but what will he do if white goes to H6 now? Is there any good response? Well, maybe he's thinking about G2.
Yeah.
So now white goes to H6 and black will go to G2.
Yeah.
That's possible. Krita must have something in mind to go to D7.
And that seems pretty reasonable as well. And in fact, it's so much so that I think it would be wrong for white to take H6, to take H6 now, because I think G2 is strong. So maybe F8. Or D8. I think f8 just feels more comfortable.
So there are two people in the live chat called Armut, which apparently is Turkish for pair, and they both have pairs as profile pictures, and they are having the battle of the pairs. I didn't know that Armut was, because I think it's German for poverty, but Turkish for pair, so there we go. They're getting quite excited. I'm not sure why pears as opposed to apples.
It does look like this one's going to go down to the wire time-wise. I can't see exactly, but is it 6 minutes 50 on Kurita? And Michaela's just gone under 6 minutes. And it's still quite a complicated position where you feel that one wrong move could swing it from a win to a loss. A small win to a small loss could happen very easily. So just before the game started, I was giving you an update on the youth championship, and Calvin Coe at the moment is on 5 out of 7. Constantin de Vivon is on 5 out of 7 as well. So if we have a game between those two at some point, we might bring that to you. And Osuke Kawazoe is on 4, just 1 point behind. In the female category, we've got Katie Pilajapuro from Finland, who last year's semi-finalist, on 4 points. Hisako Kinoshita on 4 points from Japan. And Veronica Stenberg from Sweden on 4 points.
Some interesting statistics for this tournament. The 98 players this year. The average rating of players here this year is 1,908.04444444, and the average age is 34. So lots of 4s, and fairly young. 34 is quite young for an FLA player. It tends to vary. That doesn't seem to be set.
I mean, there's a much bigger variance than there used to be, because some of the players who were young when they started playing in the 70s and 80s are still playing.
Yep.
So they're now older, but there's a lot of youth and younger players coming through. So I think it's quite a big variance, and the average age doesn't tell us much.
Fair enough.
It's like there's lots of people of all ages, which is beautiful. And on the board, we have actually had a couple of moves. Michaela did play h6, and I think that was possibly a mistake.
It is.
Because g2 is actually a very strong move for black. It's a decent sacrifice. So.
And white has no good way of cutting the diagonal. He can try d8 here, but then g8.
But interestingly, if we go back a few moves in our heads, when you were saying g6 is, I still think d7 was good before, because of the sacrifice.
But Michele had a better move.
Yeah, okay, sure. And the game's moved on again. But nevertheless, you were saying if white plays h6, then what does black do? And I think that black sacrifice is actually really good. But we've got Michaela with a3 on the board.
D1 now, and black is winning.
Yeah.
comfortably.
So I think this has probably turned around with that H6 G2 combination, the pair. I think it was really close before that, and I think black is now comfortable.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, moves like D1 are very
Yes,
like
D1.
forcing for white. White doesn't really have any choice in what to play if black plays there.
Yeah.
So black has quite a lot of control over the position, I think.
And if he can leave that A2 space for parity.
Yes, so there's A2 is an odd region with only one square, and it's surrounded by white discs, so white can't play in there. So if it's left alone, then white will miss a go. Black will get 2 goes in a row and so get the last move of the game and parity, which is pretty good. Good thing to have.
And an update on the team ranking. Japan are on 18.5, Netherlands on 16, Switzerland on 16, and Great Britain on 15, and Italy on 15, with Sweden on 14.5, Singapore 13.5, Finland and France on 12.5. So that's actually a really close competition at the moment as well.
Is there any way black could mess this up? Is there any obvious looking move that's actually bad?
No.
Well, it's white's move now, isn't it?
Right.
And
It's white's move.
I can't see any way that black will mess this up. I'm sure there's a way that he could if he tried, but he won't be trying to mess it up.
Yeah. So white's just trying to pull out discs now, take lots of pieces.
I'm guessing that Michaela's feeling quite despondent at the moment because when we call him in for the interview, I think he might say, "I knew it was a mistake after I played it."
Right.
The H6 move, but he's only got 1 minute 40 left on the clock. It wasn't a lot of time to think through what was quite a complicated position. But possibly he did rush it a bit. And if he comes in and says, "Luke, I only did it to make it exciting for you,"
You have to appreciate that.
you have to
That's
appreciate
a win in
that,
my
yeah.
eyes. So black just essentially playing parity now, just leaving odd regions apart from A2. He'll get the last move in each of them.
Yeah.
And if you get the last move in a region...
This really does demonstrate the power of parity. Because white would be getting the last move in all of these regions, but by leaving the A2 space, black has made it so he is getting the last move in all of these regions. Okay, and what a beautiful feed. That's cool. I like that.
So here black gets 2 goes in a row because white can't play here. So
Yeah.
this is the parity we were talking about.
Well, it wasn't quite simple parity because.
Yeah, but
But yeah, I mean.
still has a way to get it.
But the important thing about parity is not just the last move of the game, it's the last move in all the regions on the board.
Yeah.
That you are afforded by gaining the last move of the game and not allowing your opponent to play it.
So Garita is having a very, very strong tournament. He's on 8 out of 8 now.
Yeah.
I think Kento won all his games last year, didn't he? If I remember correctly.
I can't remember. You were tracking his progress more than I was. Fanboy.
Yes. I believe that's the case. Someone correct me if it's not. I think he was the first player to win the World Othello Championships by winning all his games for a good number of years.
Okay.
So whether that can be 2 years in a row now.
Well, he's on. Okay, what you mean? Someone winning?
Yeah, someone
all their
winning
games.
All their games.
Okay, we've gone across to board 3 here.
Because that's another difficult opponent for Garita out of the way now.
Yeah. But obviously, finals are a different beast altogether.
Yes.
We have Makoto Sukuni and Oscar Eklund playing on board 3. And I don't know if they've changed the camera angle, but I can see a little bit more clearly today. Maybe my eyes are less tired, I don't know. But it looks like that is going to be a black win. Whose move is it? 1, 2, 3. So black's move.
Right. I am going to try and start a Q&A. So, we do have Garita and Barassi here in the studio. I have started a Q&A in the live chat, so hopefully there'll be some questions there. But, without further ado, I will get into it myself. Obviously, it seemed like a very close game the whole way through. But wasn't as close by the end. Where did it go wrong?
I think on the position that it's shown here, which is more.
Can we see the digital board?
So where is the board? Okay. Yes, I think here. Yeah. This is where everything fell apart.
And when that happened, what were your thoughts? Did you know immediately? Or?
So when I thought about the move, I thought, well, if h6, g2, then I cut in the 8 and I get the top edge, more or less. I get enough discs, so I will probably win. I didn't realize that after the 8, Seiya could cut in h5. And I think that was it, basically. Because, of course, now that I think just about that move, it's obvious. But if I thought, so during the game, there are so many other options that, that it's quite difficult to see.
Let me ask him.
Yep.
栗田さんにまずおめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。でこの試合は中盤の終わりぐらいまで非常に接戦だったように思います。それが終盤はあんなに大差になっちゃったんですが、どこで白がミケーレがミスをしたんでしょうか。
そうですね。今バーチャルボードで出ていた局面ですね。そうですね。ここでH6 実戦 H6 だったんですけど。
H6 here was a mistake in my opinion.
そうですね。黒 G2 でラインが通って一見白 D8 とかで切れそうなんですけど、黒 G8 で通り直してキープできるので、はい。
Okay, now here white chose H6 and went to G2, and then white cannot cut the diagonal because even if white tries D8, I will get G8 and recut the diagonal. So white will never have access to H1. I thought I was ahead in this position.
Right. Can you show that on the board? Right. Can you show that on the board? Because that's kind of an interesting and educationally type thing. So white plays H6. Okay, and then black plays G2. And Michaela, is this the thing that you were saying you overlooked?
Yeah.
Yeah, so white plays D8 to cut the diagonal, and then black plays G8 to get the diagonal back again.
Oh, okay. Can you go back one move? I was thinking H5.
H5.
Yeah.
Yes, H5.
H5 also cuts it back.
That's the one I thought.
Yes.
Okay, right. So,
H5 is better.
which demonstrates just how complicated the position still was, and how easy it is to recognise things with hindsight.
So, for Michele, a question from the live chat. Do you think if you had more time on the clock, your clock was running fairly low at that point, do you think you would have spotted the right move?
I don't even know what was the right move, actually. I probably, so I was in doubt between H6 and F7 and Day1. So maybe, I think you can't really look at all the lines. So at some point you have to make a decision. I don't know if 10 minutes more would have helped here.
Yeah.
Michaela, I was thinking about A1 and black D1 and white G2.
Yes, yeah, this was one of the options.
I think according to our analysis board, there was only one move that was
it was the
winning.
C1.
But it was only +2, so still very.
So wait,
very
what
close.
else was C1, A5? Because I didn't like C1. In this board F8, because after F8, H4, I wouldn't know what to do.
I thought the E8 is one option for white. If black plays to D8, flip the E7 to G5.
That's some crazy depth that these top players can see. We're lucky to be able to interview them. For Kurita, I've been told in the chat, I thought last year Kento won all his games, but he finished unbeaten, so he drew one game, I think on
昨年の
12.
パリ大会で浦野健人さんが12勝1引き分けと無敗の状態で予選を通過いたしましたね。
Yep, so he finished on 12.5 out of 13. You're currently on 8 out of 8 points. Are you going to win all your games?
で今日はその記録を抜くという感じ、そういう意気込みでしょうか。
そうですね、特にそんなに記録みたいなことは意識してなくてまだ予選の通過も確定してないので、まずそこが目標になるかなっていうふうに思ってます。
Well, of course, I'm not thinking about the record of winning all the 13 games because my advance to the third day has not been decided yet. So that is my goal now. I will concentrate to be among the top 4 players today.
Well, you seem to be doing all right so far. Thank you both for being here, and good luck for future rounds.
今日はどうもありがとうございました。こちらに来ていただいて。
We will be back for round 9 in a bit, so see you then.
じゃあ第9試合で幸運を祈ります。頑張ってください。
And congratulations.
Hello, and welcome back for round 9 of the World Othello Championships. We have a mega match this round for you. We have Nagano versus Kurita. Kurita, we watched last round. He's currently on 8 out of 8 points. We can see them both here. Nagato is on 6.5. Nagano is just spelt wrong there. Nagano, not Nagato, as it says there. So they've kicked off. this is a question of whether Kurita will be able to further solidify his lead, or whether Nagano will be able to pull some back for everyone else in the tournament and for himself.
Yeah, so after you put all the pressure on Kurita in the interview, are you going to go unbeaten the whole tournament? And he batted you away, as he should. It's probably playing on his mind now.
Yeah, but you have to get them,
Worked up.
It's exciting to be on 8 out of 8 anyway.
Okay.
And he might have batted it away, but I think deep down he's like, yes, I can do this.
This move, I saw for the first time. Sorry, thank you. Nagano has put a lot of time preparing for tournaments using full use of AI players. And this move to E7 must be his new move, especially prepared for this tournament, or maybe for against Kurita. Obviously, Kurita is out of his book now, and he will have to cope with this new move.
Right, and looking at it, there's an obvious response, which is D6. But the fact that Nagato has played E7 will immediately put you in doubt about whether it's obviously not an obvious move for Nagato to have prepared E7.
Yes. That can be Nagano's trap for Kurita.
Or even it likely is still probably the best move, but it will also be true that Kurita will be out of book and Nagano in book. Mm-hmm. And so the moves after it, Kurita will now have to be very careful because, he doesn't want to do something that Nagano has prepared for.
One thing is clear. For Nagano, D6 is the response for white to make, and Nagano is well prepared for that move. So even if C6 for white is the best move here, in terms of AI evaluations, it may be wiser to avoid it and find something else. That's what Kurita is thinking. Should I go into the prepared path of Nagano? Oh, he did. Very quick response.
And they're already on move, 21? And to get there that quickly shows that they both knew it very well.
Well,
to the point where,
yeah.
Nagano played that move.
E7. So what are the characteristics of this position? There's that shape in the top left corner for black,
yes,
where black doesn't. Black has the mini diagonal. Okay, we'll stick with the board.
So white can't go to E2 nor B5, and so black has the diagonal control of the C4 and the D3 diagonal. So black has that control.
Which means that although black's sticking out quite a lot at the top, there's no real good way for white to attack it. If white tries going to A5 or E3, it's quite a nice edge for black to take. If he tries going to C1 or A3, then that's probably quite a nice edge to take as well because of that mini diagonal. And so white is having to find ways of making black play elsewhere. So Nagano played that very quickly. He's still in book, as far as I can tell.
Oh, he may be.
But I mean, he barely thought about that, and
It's an obvious move. I mean,
Okay.
C7.
But-
Even I was thinking.
but he
about-
didn't even seem to check it.
That's right.
And it does leave now B4, which
B4 is 6. An important thing for
B5, sorry, for white.
that's right. And A6. But black will have two nice quiet moves to F8 and F7. That's why black made a large wall
Right.
on the left side, just to get these two nice quiet moves. And of course, white doesn't have any nice way to break through the wall.
And now Nagano is thinking.
Oh.
But I'm still thinking he's in book. He's just trying to. He's got to the point of the book where he's having to confirm in his head that he's making the right move.
Yes.
Wow.
Because his thinking there was looking inside himself, not at the board.
There did seem to be some excitement at that move. Why is this move exciting?
Exciting, don't know. What was it, excitement?
It seemed to.
Well,
There
it
a
was
definite-
exciting because obvious choice was F8 and then F7 for black. Instead, he made a rather loud move to the right hand of the board, where white had no good, where white had no illegal move at all. So why does black go there and give white some moves? That's because Nagano has prepared this
Yes.
opening, and he knows that black is ahead in this position.
Still in book.
Yes.
I do wonder, maybe in the interview we can ask him whether it was prepared specifically for this game.
There is an Othello club at Tokyo University, probably the most prestigious university in Japan, and both of these players are members. I mean, Nagano was a member, and Kurita is a member now of this Othello club. This kind of move will take a long consideration to make, but he made it
Yeah.
so quick. Obviously, it is in his prepared line. Wow.
Yeah, and often when you think of players preparing openings for people, the purpose is usually just to get them out of book, but here we see like a whole sequence of prepared moves. It's not just one move that is made to surprise them. He's prepared a whole line to surprise Kurita.
Well, if you've prepared it far enough, then even if you're still a little bit behind, if it's a really complicated position that you know that your opponent doesn't, it almost doesn't matter about the surprise. It's just you get into a position where it's close and it's complicated and you have looked at it and they haven't, and you therefore have an advantage even if you're a little bit behind. Because obviously players cannot play perfectly.
And I was speaking to Matthias Berg before the tournament started about these two Japanese players. And he basically said obviously they're both very good at opening preparation and they both have a lovely style, but Kurita's strength tends to be his style of play and playing beautifully, whereas Nagano, his big strength comes from his opening preparation. and that appears to be apparent here.
Yeah, both of those things appear apparent.
Yeah.
Because Nagano seems still in book, and Kurita is playing moves. He's not getting behind. I mean, it's a close, complicated game. So even though he's out of book, he's still playing solid.
Let me point out that Nagano is also very, very strong when he's in front of a new position. I have lost many games against him in new positions that he didn't know, and he found very, very nice moves.
I would like to point out that I haven't actually ever lost to either of these players in an official tournament, so I'm probably one of the best players here.
But better record than Murakami.
Oh yeah, that's all that matters. If I were to play either of them, I might lose.
You might.
Might be able to scrape a draw. If they're playing blindfolded or...
But psychologically as well, for Kurita, Nagano has not yet used 2 minutes. And so for him to be responding so quickly is communicating to Kurita that he is still in book. And whether the position is even, complicated, good, bad for one player or another, to know that your opponent is still in book this deep in the game and still happy is quite terrifying in some ways.
And Kurita seems to have done very well not to play the wrong move to any of these unknown positions. As in, it's still pretty close. He hasn't done anything drastic.
Yeah, but I don't think it was a trappy opening preparation. I don't think there were temptations to play wrong moves. It's just to get into a long game where Nagano knows where he is. Although he's probably going to think for like 25 minutes now. Nope.
That's still very quick. Although...
Well, but okay, so even if you prepare an opening a long way, once you are out of book, which I think he may well be now, some of the principles of the opening and the way in which the endgame tends to play out will still apply with variations.
Yeah.
So even if you're out of book, you start to recognise the way in which the game will play out. And it's probably the case that Nagano is now in that situation.
And I wonder if part of it, like if you play quickly, but are not in book, your opponent might still think that you're in book. It's all about the mind games.
I don't think either player would be thinking like that.
You never know, you never know.
Okay, so now we've actually got some thinking on the board.
A7 or not?
Yeah, so yes, so now we can ask the question, and this is much later than normal. Who would you rather be in this position? Starting with Murakami-san. Who would you rather be?
I can't say. This is too complex for me.
Okay.
But what I can say is that Kurita has made the movie already. Oh, okay. Oh. So it's Black's turn. Black's turn.
Tanita, who would you like to be in this position?
Yes, actually this is very complicated, obviously. And but I feel I would take white because it's complicated.
Right.
Is that a good reason?
No, that's an excellent reason. It's complicated, it's approaching the end game, and therefore white starts to get more advantage.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right.
I would just like to point out that in the chat, Ivan Chan has has said that Nagano plays faster than Luke Plowman. And I would tend to disagree there. I think I can probably play faster than this.
Just not quite as well.
Yeah, nowhere near as well.
Joseph?
Yes. Well, yeah, it is a very complicated position. I forgot to mention that this opening sequence was also seen in back in Prague in 2018 with a match again between Keisuke Fukuchi and Piana Anjali, and this was in the semifinals, I believe. So it is a one of the common openings where Black has the diagonal control of the D3 and C4 discs that I was mentioning before. And so, but the fact that White made the F7 move and flipped the C4 disc allows White to now go to E2. So White has access there. And Black has made a wing on the left edge, so I think White can utilize that by, for example, going to B8, and then Black takes A8, and then A7 for White, so White can go in there, and then eventually taking the left edge. So I'm leaning towards playing White for this position, but let's see what happens.
Yeah. So I don't put as much thought in, but I always blindly choose one colour or the other on instinct, and I think I would go for White.
And if it's getting quite late in the game, and if it's fairly close, you tend to choose White anyway.
Which was, yeah, that was Taneda's reason for choosing White.
Yeah, I see.
And that looks close because the Black player is Nagano. Otherwise, I think many people will judge that the position is winning for White.
Yeah, in the live chat, 74% of players or viewers would rather be White, 16% would rather be Black, and 11% selected playing too fast for me to keep up. So.
Just a quick update on the team tournament. The ranking is Japan first with 21, Switzerland second with 18, Great Britain third with 7.5, which is an impressive performance by them.
That's what I'd expect, honestly.
Netherlands is on 17, Italy 15.5, Sweden on 15.5.
I think this happened last year where Japan started the first few rounds not in first place, then kind of moved into first place, and then gradually pulled away.
Yeah, but I mean, 18 to 21 is only one round.
Yes, true.
If they all played each other,
yes,
for example.
And all of one team won.
Yeah. But there's still lots of rounds to go.
Yes. Japan are quite strong at Othello.
In depth, that's the thing.
Yes.
Yes, and all the Japanese players are under big pressure to win as team, also as individual.
Right.
Because the record of winning the team championship for 16 years in a row, it has become, in a sense, a burden for Japanese representatives.
Right.
They cannot lose the team championship.
Well, they're doing all right this year, so. Just to go to the Fantasy Othello standings. Obviously, this is the ninth round, so the standings are starting to become kind of solidified a little bit. In first place at the moment is Julian Richens with the disc flippers. He's selected Kurita, Jan de Graaf, David Hand, Kashawabara, and Gunther Bayer, and is on 28.5 points. No one else is on 28.5 points, so he is in first place. I would also like to point out that, oh goodness, I was going to say where my team was, but I'm scrolling and can't find it. This is not good. 89, 90, 94. No way. Surely I've missed it. 132. Okay, I'm at the bottom. Let me start again. Right. Oh, there we go. Oh, 25th. I'm in 25th place. That's all right. I got worried there. Yeah, not bad.
There's a whole new level of interference with the camera by putting your hand on your head and leaning forwards.
How old are these two players?
Nagano has started working, so I think he's 26 or 27. Kurita is still learning at the university, but maybe in the graduate school. So 22, 23, something like that. So they are both in mid-20s.
Both below the average age of 34 at this tournament, though.
And Nagano majors in mathematics. I once asked him how many possible combinations, how many possible how many possible games there is in the game of Othello, and he told me
That taking two wings pointing out from each other is never good.
it's never.
Good. So G8.
I doubt it.
G8 has its good points, for example, extracting C4 and taking away the E2 move, but having 2 5 edges where white gets the choice of how to sacrifice is often too powerful for white.
Often.
Yeah.
And
Often.
not
So
always.
when he said never, he was obviously exaggerating, but it made a point.
Yeah, very old Othello book in Japan. It is called Gyakuten no Hakken, written by Hiroshi Inoue, the first world champion. And he wrote that book. And in that book, double wing is the worst shape. Yeah, it's the bottom line of the book, and I agree with that to some extent. But there is an exception sometimes.
Of course, there's always an exception.
Yes.
It would be boring if rules didn't have exceptions.
Just to go to the youth championship, it's actually quite interesting because I think going into this we all had the Japanese youth, Suki, Calvin Ko and Daniel Dufour kind of on our radar. But there's the Israeli youth who is on 5 points.
The Japanese youth is Kawazoe.
What do you mean?
That's the Japanese youth. You said something different.
Yeah, Suki. That's
Oh, okay, that's his first name. Okay, right, gotcha.
Osuke. I'm trying my best. But point is, the Israeli youth is actually in first place at the moment.
Yeah, on tiebreak over Calvin.
Konstantin Dvivon, and hopefully that's pronounced correctly. He's on 5 points out of 8. Obviously, it depends on who they've had to play. So if one's had easier games than the other, it doesn't mean the other person won't catch up. But there seems to be strong competition from the youth this year.
Yeah.
Which is very exciting to watch, especially kind of someone that we hadn't expected to be at the top.
I don't know. The Israeli youth have been quite strong in recent years, and they're only getting stronger.
In terms of fantasy Othello picks for teams, the youth player tended to be Oski or Daniel
Dufour.
Yeah.
From Belgium.
And Calvin.
Okay, so on the board, black played E2 just to stop white from playing it, and white took the slightly less good F2. He would have preferred to play e2, but f2 worked pretty well.
F1 is a good move.
Okay.
Fast.
He did it fast.
Yes, he played it fast.
So why is f1 a good move? Because it's quite an ugly edge.
Because good option for white now seems e1, and then black will go to g8, and making the diagonal all black. It's a scary move, but it can work.
Okay, so, I mean, just in terms of a quick glance at the board, I think it would be right to say that most of us would intuit that white is ahead. But what you're saying is black is finding lines that complicate things and take white off major diagonals that make it scary for white.
Scary and losing, perhaps.
And maybe even losing.
Yeah, in terms of time, Kurita is down to 7 minutes, whereas Nagano hasn't even gone under 23 minutes. We can't even see the seconds on his clock yet.
You won't for another quarter of an hour. Nearly 13 minutes.
No.
It goes down at 10, doesn't it?
20 minutes.
Is it under 20?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, okay.
So he hasn't even used 10 minutes yet. So if he needs to, they're at the kind of position, as you can see now, where they're able to count better. So he has a lot of time to be able to find more lines, play through the game in his head from different positions.
Oh, his hand's shaking a bit. So he's played the e2, the natural move, and now Murakami's g8 we think is coming.
Very dangerous for white, I would say.
Could this be the exception where the double wing is good?
Yeah,
Because of the diagonal?
right, yes. For example, after g8, white can try b8. Then black won't take the pawn. Black will go to c7, and black will have a free move to b7.
Right, so there we go. That disc there.
This is why Othello is so beautiful, because Guy Plowman knows everything.
What?
So if he says something, it's always true. But in Othello, double wing, here we go. This makes it very exciting.
Anyway, I tend to quote other people, so I can blame them if I'm wrong.
I do want to mention that Brian Rose is my father, so I will let him know your objecting thoughts on the double wing.
And
Yes.
I would also like to mention that Guy is my father, so don't start anything.
So if there's a double wing, there is always a question which one white to take first, b8 or a7. What do you think in this case? Takeshi?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that question was a7 or b8, and the answer was a7.
Yes,
for-
because
yeah.
b8 doesn't work.
Yeah, because black has d7, right?
And the top left is going to play out well for white if black doesn't take it.
Yeah.
So black has to take a8.
Now g7? Oh. But then g7, what will white do?
They're playing very quickly, so they seem to have counted it out a bit, calculated.
Looked a long way ahead rather than calculated
I don't know. I saw
numbers.
Kurita count.
Yeah, but so that hand movement, I mean, if you watch the two players, and I think Japanese kind of exemplify this, you get the really calm ones who sit there almost motionless as they're playing, except when they're moving. And then you get other Japanese players who you can see the pain in their face as they're trying to work something out, and you've got that. Like, it's demonstrable here. Nagano is barely moving, and Kurita is quite animated.
It's got some, It's also worth mentioning that when we've talked about parity in the past, having the last move in a region, here you might think that not G2, B7 looks really good for black because it's the last move in that region, but white actually can't go in that region at the moment, which, well, to me at least wasn't immediately obvious. So black's able to play elsewhere and kind of save that for later if he needs. Yeah,
which is why Murakami said, what happens after G8? There's another odd region down there that black can go black, white, black, and white still won't have access into B7. But my point is, with the animation, yes, he's probably counting, but he's probably not counting accurately to the end of the game yet. He could be. I could be wrong.
I don't know. These Japanese people do it from the beginning of the game.
From the beginning of the game. We have it on record. But some people use that gesturing to show that they are looking ahead. They're going black, white, not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
If that was the case, he was doing it extremely quickly in a way that looked a lot like counting pieces.
Is it black's turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Nagano is checking that G7 doesn't work. Black G7 here, white B1, black B7, and white B2. It looks like a loss for black, doesn't it? I'll say it again. Black G7 here, and white B1, black B7, and white B2.
Yeah. And so that is essentially playing parity. At the moment, white doesn't have access to B7, and if he doesn't get access to B7, then black will get all the last moves in all of the other regions, possibly with the exception of the top left. But if white plays B1, then he flips E4, and by flipping E4, he forces black to play B7 immediately, which means that parity is fully in favour of white till the end of the game.
Could you give me an imaginary board on the screen?
Could we have the digital board up, please? Thank you.
Yes. What Takeshi was saying that black B7 may not work because white may react to B1, and that makes E4 white, and black needs to go to B7 and white B2. And at this position, if black take this corner, white may take this, and black cannot go to H7.
Okay, that's even better than just the parity move.
Yeah, so this position, maybe white is winning. That's Takeshi's opinion.
The ability to see that there is...
So black G7, if the black G7 does not work, what are the other options?
Yes, that's the
B7
question.
now?
And H8.
H8.
Yes. And G2 or G1, but I think both are losing.
Yeah. I think...
I agree.
I think keeping white off the top right to bottom left diagonal was black's only chance. And I don't think he can keep white off. The only chance, but it's not going to happen because of the quality of the players, is to play G7 and hope that the corner is played out immediately. That
someone has suggested H7. What about H7?
But for black, so black, white, black, playing out the bottom corner. Yeah, it may be the best move.
Which move?
H7.
H7 now?
Yep.
H7.
Oh.
G7. Which one?
So back.
Back a bit.
So the suggestion is back again, back again. So is that as the board is? No, okay, the B7 still needs to be taken back as well. Okay, so the YouTube suggestion is H7.
Okay.
So it's trying to play out the bottom region first, getting the last move there.
H7.
H7, H8.
Yeah, and then G7.
And B1.
Right, which
Yeah.
it's quite similar to G7, and it probably suffers from the same.
Yeah.
What is winning?
Yeah,
here?
that's reasonable.
But it means that the swindle is avoided. Murakami's swindle in the bottom corner, bottom right corner is avoided. I think that would be the point of looking at that.
So is this game a case of where Nagano, had a prepared line?
Okay, stop now. Stop.
Okay.
Can we just go back to the board, please?
Prepared.
Otherwise, you look to the end of the game and it...
Yeah.
So, yes, Nagano had a prepared opening for Kurita, but Kurita seems to have dealt with it extremely well.
Yeah.
And played
solidly all
Yeah.
the way through, yeah.
So often these prepared openings put you a little bit behind, but give you the advantage in that you know the position better. But if your opponent's able to take advantage of that slight better position, then it can come back to bite you. And it seems like that might be the case here.
I wouldn't say necessarily come back to bite you, but broadly I think that's true, yeah.
Well,
but I think it was close enough that it's not really. I think that both players had to think hard in a complicated position, even if Nagano had played that line slightly more or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think he thought that it was going to get him into a winning position, and I don't think he thought that.
Well, I'm sure he did think it was going to get him into a winning position, because you don't play an opening to get into a losing position.
Okay, sure. No, he played it with the hope that. I mean, if he knew that he was, say, a couple of discs behind or so, but he knew his position, so he was confident. There's still hope because you're relying on your opponent.
Sure. Can we go back to the usual board, the player view?
Where did Nagano go wrong, I wonder? This seems to be a losing position for black.
Yeah.
But Nagano was so confident he used little time.
Could we go back to the player view, please? Oh, black's wiped white out. On my right screen there.
Wipe out. Can we go back to the player view? Leave it for a second.
We do currently have about 80 people watching. That's
80 people?
80 people.
Oh, that's
yeah,
many.
it's quite a lot of people. If you imagine that number of people in a room with you, for the introverts out there, that's not a nice thought. So it's nice to have everyone watching, kind of taking part in this viewing experience with us.
And I believe that the multiple world champion Takanashi is also streaming in Japan.
Yes, so lots of people watching all around the world. Could we go back to the player view, please? I must be getting a coffee or something.
Which reminds me, we have some snacks in the studio.
You do, but all Italian snacks, I've noticed, have a lot of sugar. A lot of sweet things in them.
Would anybody like to try one?
Yes. I would.
Okay, we've got some pink sugar-coated ball things. Some biscuits. Some pastries. Supplied wonderfully by the organisers of the tournament.
This is more indecisive than making a move on Othello.
Yeah, we'd like to say thank you to the Italian Federation for organising this World Championships, especially their snacks.
Yeah.
Although,
And the food as well.
Yeah, the food has been magnificent.
yes, we ate at a nice Italian restaurant yesterday, and there was no pizza with pineapple anywhere on the menu. It was astounding. So I think it's all very nice, very good, apart from the lack of pineapple on pizza, which is also funny because their juice that they have to drink, they always have pineapple juice.
Right, because pineapple makes a good juice,
And makes
but
good
doesn't
pizza.
make a good pizza
It makes
topping.
excellent
I think that we should listen to the authority of the Italians on pizza toppings.
You know what? I'm going to ask the live
You're-
chat.
We're going to have a vote on pineapple toppings on pizza. So yeah, on this board, we think that the B1 move for white, when it comes, just simplifies the game and probably leads to a white win.
Yes.
Vote in the chat, please. Do you have pineapple on your pizza?
I found a nice little biscuit. Looks like it might have some tiny chocolate flakes in it.
That is the one thing about Italy so far, is that in England, if you see a chocolate chip cookie, there's always the chance it might be like a raisin cookie. And those are evil, so
Yeah,
I haven't seen
it needs explaining that Luke loves chocolate and hates raisins.
I don't think that needed explaining, to be fair, from that. Raisins are bad, pineapple on pizza is good. Although, a number of votes coming through now, and unfortunately 70% of people don't like pineapple on pizza. So we know who could be banned from future Othello tournaments, and it's all anonymous.
You need to do that against a control of asking people how many people like anchovies, how many people like otherwise. I'm not saying you do that, but it doesn't mean that much on its own, because maybe a higher percentage of people don't like other toppings.
Yeah, I don't know.
So even if it's not counting accurately, I'm pretty sure that both players will be looking all the way to the end of the game now. And possibly counting accurately. Especially Nagano has lots of time.
Yes, and it has been interesting to see his time management. He played so quickly, but now we'll be able to use all that time to count and look thoughtful.
And spending a lot of time at this point means it can help the others to count, to give time to count as well.
Thank you. There is some support for for pineapple on pizza coming through, so that's what we like to see.
From the heathens. From the heathens.
From the wisdomous.
You just made that word up.
I'm very wisdomous. Pineapple on pizza is the only best pizza, period, in the chat. That's what we like to see.
Nagano knows that he's losing this game. I feel sorry for him.
How much time has Nagano got left now? Is it 18 minutes?
Like 7.5 minutes.
7.5. So he played 60% of the game in 2 minutes. And then is desperate to try and find something here, but is struggling to do so. But because he can look to the end of the game and count to the end of the game, he left enough time to work out that he's losing.
You wonder if this was his big plan for playing Kurita, if they come up against each other in the semi-finals or the finals, what he'll do differently. We won't make the mistake of asking that because it will all be very prepared and probably quite secret. But what he did in this game, assuming they both play perfectly, doesn't seem to have worked. So will he change that? Will he play more politely?
No idea. I'm not the sort of player who plans for a tournament and then differently for finals, because I don't expect to get there.
I was at Mito World Championship in 2016, and there was a similar situation. Nagano and Anshuli Pianat, the Thailand player, played the semifinals on the third day. And Nagano was black, Pianat had white. Both players played very quickly. And when Nagano started thinking he was in a losing position, he spent a lot of time to realize and to reconfirm that he was losing. I wonder why the same thing happened here. Where did he go wrong in this game?
On a different note, if people watching haven't voted in the poll, if you can vote for Pineapple here, I will. As soon as Pineapple gets more yeses than nos, I will end the poll so we have a conclusive, correct result. So if we can just move that over to yes, that would be good. Thank you.
Anyway, Nagano has chosen to play B7.
Mm-hmm.
So does White just play parity now?
Yeah, to A6, A8. A8 is the obvious parity move.
H8.
Sorry, H8, yes. And black doesn't seem to have anything against it.
So, if Kurita wins this game, that will mean he's on 9 out of 9 and continues his dominant fashion at this tournament so far, which is exciting. Pineapple is catching up. So this is hopeful. 35 votes and 84 people watching, so I see you slacking out there.
Okay. So White takes the H8 corner. Black plays G2 just because he's got the diagonal for the moment. But it's unlikely to... It cannot be protected.
I do want to point out the E7 disc being white. The fact that it's white, black wasn't able to make a swindle of the G7 H7 combo. So the fact that it's white is a really good position for Kurita, and Nagano was not able to make this window.
So, I mean, looking back in the game, it's quite possible that the F8 move, which was probably originally played to give access to D2 at the time, took a disc which has proved crucial later in the game. But yeah, so if what Joe was saying is before the G2 move was played, if the E7 disc was black, then black would play G7, only flipping F6, and white would have had no access to H7, and that would have been probably game-winning, but it wasn't there.
So we will have them in the studio after this game to ask them some questions, as always. I've put a Q&A into the live chat, so make sure to get your questions in that, please. Yes, and we'll try and ask them.
White will get all the last moves in the 3 empty regions now. And that will be enough for White to get the winning discs, the winning number of discs.
Which do you think better, A1 or H2 for Black?
H2 probably, instinctively, just because there's at least one region where Black will get the last move.
Yeah.
Well, but A1 will get the right hand edge to Black, don't you think? Black A1, White H1, Black H2, and later Black H7, and Black will at least get the right hand edge.
Yes.
So it is not so obvious that H2 is the best move here.
Yeah, starting with H2, H1, G1, it is puzzling in the northwest region because White cannot play C1, and White need to play B1 because the C1, B1 is going to be a swindle.
Yep. But it's easily avoided.
Yeah, that's right. So White should start with B1 after putting northeast edge fully occupied. But White B1, Black C1, White A1. Afterwards, Black may move to H7 and take many discs diagonally.
It's interesting now as well.
Yeah, so it is very puzzling, and these two players were counting these two different lines well in advance, maybe 5 or 6 moves before this.
And it's interesting now because we see Kurita kind of starting to be the calmly sat one, whereas Nagano is clearly more uncomfortable in this position. You can very much tell who kind of feels they have control of the game.
Yeah.
And it has shifted.
Nagano is the animated one now.
Nagano kind of had control in the opening and mid-game because it was his line in a way that Black often does. But Kurita did very well to play against it.
Yeah.
And
he navigated it very well.
yeah, and now as the end game, it kind of shifts towards White when it's close, or when it's otherwise close.
Okay, so we have a White win. Kurita maintains his 100% record in the tournament so far.
Yeah.
And Nagano slips, he stays on 5.5, I think he's on.
6.5.
6.5. Yep, okay, so he remains on 6.5 out of 9. There's quite a big batch of players around that level at the moment. So it looks like Kurita is heading for the semi-finals. It would be difficult to see him not winning enough games from here to get to the semi-finals. But the rest of the places are by no means shaping up fully yet. There's a list of maybe 20 players that can still get to the semi-finals as well. Can we just see the other boards quickly before we get the players in for an interview? Can we see board 2, please? No, board 2. The other cameras, please. Okay, so this was Oscar Eklund versus Satani. And Satani was white, and it looks like a white win there. So Satani will be going up to 7.5, still just half a point behind. No, he'll be 1.5 points behind after his loss to Kurita yesterday. We have our guests here. Table 3 was a win for Anjali versus David Hand. We're just going to get our guests in.
Cool. Hello. So we have Kurita and Nagano here in the studio. Nagano, I'm going to start with you. You seemed to come into that, your opening was very fast. You seemed to know it very well. Was that something that you'd prepared? And given that you ended up losing the game, is that something that, what did Kurita do well against it?
長野選手、お疲れ様でした。まずお聞きしたいのが、序盤に、自分がこうしていた定石だと、そう展開を進めていったと思いますが、それは事前に準備していたのかと、どこで栗田さんにこうなんでしょう、有利栗田さんの方が有利と感じましたか？
はい、準備をしていました。
Yes, it was a prepared,
実のところですね、終盤に、自分が長考した局面まで栗田さんはすべて最善を打っていて、
Kurita was playing the best moves until the very end position where I was thinking for a long time.
で、自分もそれを、知っていて、
And I knew it. I knew that it was the best sequence for white.
なんでちょっとその長考のタイミングでもほぼ、負けていることは分かっていて、でちょっとその最善も知っていたんですけど、そうですね、最善はちょっと白も間違えようがないので、長考したタイミングはその負けてるのは知ってたんですけど、なんか間違えてくれそうな手順がないかなと思って、考えていたんですけれども、そうですね、実戦もおそらくは栗田さんが最善というか、正しく打ち切って勝たれてしまったというような感じで、栗田さんのパーフェクトなゲームだったんじゃないかというふうに思っています。
どうしますか？ Well, when I thought for a long time, I knew which was the best move. I also knew that I was losing, and I also knew that Kurita will find the best move. So I avoided the best move. I was thinking hard to just complicate the situation, however hard it was. And I made a move which was not the best move that I knew. And I hoped that Kurita will make a mistake. But of course he didn't make a mistake and I lost.
That's very, very interesting. Kurita, when that opening was played, when that line was played, did that catch you by surprise? And if it caught you by surprise, how did you deal with that? What was your response?
栗田選手にお聞きしたいのが、定石で展開こう局面が進んでいくにつれて、定石は、にこう驚きましたか？それで、どういった、考え方でなん 長野選手の、手に、応えましたか？
そうですね、序盤の定石長野さんの得意定石だっていうのは知っていて、でそうですね、得意定石であることがあまりにもちょっと有名なので、長野さんがこの手を打ってくるとは思っていなかったので、逆に研究をあまりしてなくて、でちょっと早めに研究がちょっと切れてしまって、ちょっとそうですね、
いつ頃消えたんですか？いつ頃消えたんですか今日？
いや結構早めになんですか、記憶がおぼろげな感じだったので、ちょっと考えて確認しながら行ったんですけど。
Well, okay. The opening was my favorite one, and I knew that it is good for white, and it was a famous opening, and I did not expect Nagano to use that, so I was surprised, and I was not sure what to do, and I think I ran out of my booking knowledge in the early stage of the game, so afterwards I had to think on my own.
Again, really interesting. I've got 2 more questions. Both of them are for both of you. The first question is, who out of the players that you haven't played yet scare you? Are there any games that you haven't played yet that you're worried about?
お二人にお聞きしたいのが、まだ対戦していない選手、当たっていない選手の中で、まだ、緩めてはいけない、ちょっと心配だなって思う選手はどなたですか？
そうですね、数えきれないほどいるんですけど。
In my case, there are so many players that I'm scared about.
同じ日本から来ている、サタニさん、浦野さん。
Satani and Urano of Japan are the 2 players that I am afraid of.
あとミケーレ・ボラシさん。
ミケーレ・ボラシ from Switzerland.
先ほど末國さんを倒していた、オスカーとかも。
Eric Oscar from Norway who has just beaten Suekuni.
非常に注目している選手です。他にも本当にたくさんいるんですけど。
And there are also many other players.
I'm not playing this year, but I assume I'd be one of them normally. What about you?
そうですね。末國さん。
Suekuni.
あとは、そうですね、末國さん。あとさっき中野さんも挙げてましたけど、末國さんを倒したオスカー選手。
オスカー。
あとそうですね、上に上がってきた場合、浦野さん。
And Urano.
そうですね、はい。
Fair enough. Last question then. This is again for both of you. On your pizza, do you like pineapple?
ここで自分自身ちょっと興味深い、質問をしますが、ピザにパイナップルを乗っけるのはありかなしかどうですか？
非常に難しいコンテクストの質問なんですけど僕はありだと思ってます。
I think it's a yes.
そうですね、僕結構ピザが大好きでよく食べるんですけど、そうですね、ちょっと難しいですけど僕はあんまりちょっとパイナップルっていうとデザートっぽいイメージがあるので、ちょっとデザートと食べ物が混ざっちゃうっていうのがちょっとあるので、あんまり乗せない方が。
So I actually love pizzas, but when it comes to putting pineapples onto the pizzas, well, I actually really have a really strong image of pineapples being represented in desserts. And when it's on pizzas, that is a very hard question, and I would say no.
Okay, that's okay. You're doing quite well in the tournament, so I'll allow it. Oh, absolutely. Pizza is correct. We ran the poll during this game. 57% of people said no. Which is sad, but you can't all be right, I guess.
Good game.
Yes. Cool. Well, there we have it. It's inconclusive. Thank you both for being here and providing such an entertaining game. We'll be back in a little bit for round 10. So see you soon.
どうもありがとうございました、本日は。
Hello, and welcome to round 10. There are 2 more rounds after this, so we're nearing the end of the competition as I whack my microphone. This round we will be watching Suakuni versus Kurita. Kurita is currently on 9 points out of 9. Suakuni is in currently 4th place with 7 out of 9. However, they're both extremely strong Japanese players, though one of them is Dutch for the purpose of this. So it will be interesting to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, and it was also interesting to hear Kurita say in his interview that one of the players that he was fearful of was Makoto. So that is this game.
Almost seems deliberate, which it's not, but...
So there's actually 3 rounds after this one.
3.
This is 10, there's 11, 12 and 13.
Not 12. Yep, no, I thought there were 12. And we do see Suakuni wearing a red jumper again, so that is 100% of the time.
And the orange t-shirt underneath.
The orange t-shirt underneath the shirt. I wonder if the shirt's slightly more unbuttoned than yesterday to show off the hint of orange. That's my favourite first move.
Okay.
A good second move.
It's surprising, well maybe it's not surprising, the number of top players who play Tiger. Other openings are available. But there are so many variations of Tiger that it's a game in itself. Okay, so they both know this position really, really well. Why is Black stopping and thinking here?
He has many options to choose from, and Black has the right to choose which path to take. And usually the Tiger opening, the 7th move is the dividing factor, the deciding line of which path to take. So Suakuni is thinking of his options.
And he's gone for mainline.
I believe there is a line of the Tiger called the Plowman Tiger.
No, there's one move at move 12 in one database called the move 12 of which carries the name Plowman, but it's never, ever, ever, ever played for a reason.
You never know. Could be the one they go with.
This is the opening by which Makoto beat Nagano, and I don't remember his name. Did he beat David Sherman? Or I don't know. I don't remember well. But anyway, this is the move. I mean, this is the opening Makoto has previously played in this World Championship. So Makoto knows that Kurita is also prepared. He's already prepared for this opening. Kurita must have considered this opening. So Makoto is using his time to judge if it is a wise path to take where Kurita must be well prepared.
And yeah, we've already seen in the last game the situation where one player knows the opening deeper than the other, but against someone of Kurita's standard, he navigated it well, even though he was only slightly ahead. And
just to give feedback on the actual computer scores for the moves, the line that Nagano played in the last game was -4 for him. So the computer thought that if they both played perfectly, he would end up losing by 4 discs. But Kurita played perfectly from then, keeping it at +4. And at the point where Nagano had to stop and think, he knew he was -4. He had thought that Kurita would play the wrong move at some point and would bring the advantage back to him, but he hadn't. So he played a -12 move, knowing it was -12, but wanting to complicate the situation. He did so unsuccessfully in the end, but they both played it perfectly from that line.
And I'm surprised to know that that position was only +4 for white, because that position looked much better for white. Well, anyway, back into the present game. This is the sequence that Nagano and Soikuni played in their game. It's exactly the same one. And Soikuni chose D2 here. D2 for black. Will he do the same thing here? Maybe. But certainly Kurita is prepared for E2.
Right, so would Kurita have looked at the game between Makoto and was it Satani or Nagano?
No, yes. Nagano. Yes, he did. So this is his favorite move.
Okay, but Makoto will be aware that Kurita would have looked at the game that was identical to this the other day.
Right. Mm. And Soikuni also knows that this position is slightly behind for black in terms of AI evaluation. But of course, Soikuni is confident that his experience and his ability to complicate the things and his ability to come out correctly and victoriously from that slightly losing position will work in this game against Kurita.
Right. So is this a variation, or is this still the same now?
No, Kurita deviated.
On this move?
Yes. I think Nagano went to E1
okay.
instead of this move. So it's a new terrain for Makoto, but I'm sure Makoto has experienced this response by white in the past.
Yeah, almost definitely. Update on the team ranking. Japan has moved up to 23, so got 2 points in the last round. And obviously, the point that was lost was in a Japan versus Japan game. The Netherlands are up to 20 and Switzerland are up to 20, so they both picked up 2 points as well. Britain on 17.5, so I don't think they moved much during that round.
And to answer a question in the chat, Suakuni is Japanese, but has been living in the Netherlands for long enough to be able to represent the Netherlands at this championship. Which, as you'll notice when he moves his hand, he is wearing a bright orange Netherlands team shirt under a jumper and smart shirt. So, there we go.
Well, he likes orange anyway. So if the team t-shirt of Netherlands were not orange, maybe Makoto would not have worn it today. I don't know.
It's quite possible that it's the only reason that he moved to the Netherlands was to wear the team t-shirt. He likes orange that much.
Okay.
I've noticed this in this style of Makoto, actually. He does spread his moves out around the edges of the discs. And tries to get the play through his wall. Wow.
Yeah, I have same impression about Makoto. And spreading out once said that those moves are not good for a long time, but after the development of the software shows us some of those moves are not that bad, and even the best sometimes.
Do you know if Suakuni speaks Dutch? How well does he?
I don't know.
Dutch?
Does he?
I don't know.
Well, he speaks fluent English, so maybe that's the language by which he communicates with Dutch people.
Save that question for the
interview,
afterwards. Ask it then, and we will ask them.
And your challenge, Luke, is to ask the question in Dutch.
Easy.
Google is your friend.
Like I'm sat here at a laptop and don't know Dutch. Dutch is pretty much just German, but...
Okay, so unlike the previous game, this is moving at a reasonable pace for both players. And the reason for that is probably that the choice of moves is actually fairly limited in both cases. So the number of moves that they're having to look at before deciding is actually relatively low. But I remember, yeah, it was the same with the other game, which I can't remember who Makoto was playing that we watched yesterday. I think, but he lost but he was spread out on the north and the east and the south edges, and ended up not being able to deal with the block in the middle when he had to play through on the left. This doesn't seem as bad as that position, because he's only really spread out on two edges, and the block is a lot more... He's got different options of where he plays on the board. So this looks fairly even to me. Who would you rather be at this pause in the game?
White.
White.
3 whites.
I take back my comment that it looks fairly even. We have three confident whites there.
Yes, white must take care if the lower edge are taken by black by moving to the H8. So there are 3 empty squares left in the southeast. It may be advantageous for white, black. So that's the thing white need to be careful.
And there is a poll up in the live chat asking who you would rather be, so make sure to vote for that.
And I think at the moment there isn't really a good way for black to make decent sacrifices on the bottom edge. So the question is, can he keep white moving forwards up the board to give him other moves? Because if he runs out of moves at the top of the board, then the bottom's just not going to play out well for him, unless he manages to get a decent sacrifice against the wing at the bottom, which doesn't look easy.
I think Krita is considering F2 and G3. Both are good moves.
F3 and G3.
Yes, F3 and G3. Which is better?
I think. Okay, so F3 obviously takes more discs, but it does take away access to C2. G3 takes one disc and leaves F2 to be played afterwards, but black does have C2 in the meantime. I would probably go for G3 just on the basis that even if I take away access to C2 now, it might come back again. Whereas if I force black to play C2, then that move has gone. But the compromise is that the right-hand side doesn't seem to play out quite as nicely with G3 in place. So
would white be thinking about anything to stop G3, where is it? B6 for black?
It can't be helped. Black can move b6 earlier than white does. So,
right, there is no way to prevent black from going to b6.
No, but A4 is an unpoisoned edged move at the moment.
Something like A5 or A6.
So yeah, okay. Yeah. So but both G3 and F2 would have poisoned the move that's just been played had he done them first. So if there were any white pieces along that 4 row, white would have flipped. And so by doing this, I mean, even if black plays C2 now, well, first of all, Luke's point, B6 is worse than it would have been if black had played it without white playing here first. But also, the right-hand side still plays out pretty much the same as we were thinking about just a second ago anyway.
Well, C2 looks good. C2 for black. Second he's thinking about it. C2.
Yeah, there may be no complaints about C2.
Sorry?
There's no complaints about C2.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit boring.
Yeah.
You could play more exciting moves.
But it's consistent with Makoto's style that we were talking about, trying to keep getting white to play forward so that he gets extra little moves here and there, so that eventually he gets to maybe sacrifice on the bottom edge.
What about something that would allow him to play G4? Such as, obviously he can't sacrifice yet, I think. But something like H6.
That's also a nice move.
Actually, yeah, what about B7? Is B7 really bad? And
B7.
B7.
Oh no, because they can just, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe later.
So H6 is definitely possible as well. Because, as you said, Luke, it gives access to G4.
Yes.
And it makes white make a decision about whether to take the edge or not. The one disadvantage about H6 is that if black at some point in the game does get to sacrifice on the bottom wing, then he can gain parity in that bottom right-hand corner probably by playing H7 before taking H8. And white, no matter how he responds, so whether he responds with H6 or G7, when black takes a corner, white doesn't have access to the other one, and yeah, so
He's gone for the safe option.
the consistent option, let's call
Safe.
it. Consistent.
All I'm saying is, what would Barassi do? Barassi would not have played that.
G3 now. G3.
G1, 2, 3.
That's the
Right.
obvious option.
And that,
So-
that doesn't look very good to a beginner because it's not compact with the rest of the discs.
Which one?
G3. But it would keep the whole of the F row from F8 to F4 white, which means that black wouldn't be able to play in F3.
Yeah.
And that's why it's nice, because it doesn't give black that many more options.
Black would probably respond. So at the moment, if white plays G3, the F column is all white, so black doesn't get the natural move to F3. It does open up the black move, which is also relatively natural, to G4.
Then H3.
Then H3 would be Murakami's suggestion after that, still leaving F2 for white later. And the black disc on E7 means that if he goes to H4 and the gap on the edge, then he's actually opening up the bottom right-hand corner.
And because white has that uneven edge on the bottom row, he'll be wanting to play towards the longer side of it. So it's sticking out to the right, so he'll want to be playing on the right-hand side of the board.
Yeah,
so
he doesn't want to give black a good sacrifice on the bottom left-hand corner. He would much rather have stuff happen on the right-hand side than the bottom and right.
So now I think black is thinking about where white would want to go next. And the move that's obvious is F3. After black moves in this turn, white would most likely go to F3. So in order to avoid or prevent that move or do something about it, I believe right now black should go to G4 so that if white responds to F3, he would flip the G4 disc as well, making a huge wall on the right side, and it's going to be hard for white to make a move on the right side. So that's what Suekuni might be thinking.
Yeah.
And I think white is ahead in this position. Black is in big trouble. Big trouble.
I have a question. So if white in the future goes to, for example, A3, so we've had a move to G4. My question was, if white goes to A3 and gets rid of flips the E7 disc, there's a wing at the bottom, and that is a special wing. Do we call that the pure wing or the perfect wing?
The pure... pure.
I just call it a 5-on-4.
5-on-4 as well.
The old-fashioned boring name.
Sounds good.
The 5-on-4 tends to not be so perfect anyway, because it's a very nice edge to sacrifice against. Because if white would then take the corner, white will not be able to play in the wedge square, so black can take that whenever they want.
Right, which is where Joe was going. But I don't think the word pure or perfect is being used in the sense of good, in that sense.
Yes, but still...
Right.
No, I'm not...
So Murakami's line has actually been played on the board. Yeah, so Joe's point was, if A3 is played by white, then E7 flips, and then the sacrifice becomes possible for black in the bottom left corner.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't flip along the 7 row anymore. So if white takes the corner, black can take B8 at his leisure.
Well, white will just take the edge to A7 now.
And looking at Makoto's facial expressions, it doesn't seem like he's very confident in this position.
It's just, I think, playing out that left just because it's a black, white, black, and then white to move. But white's got F2.
F3.
F3, sorry. Yeah, I made your mistake just later.
Yes. B6 and then F3.
And black's going to have to play on the right-hand side and open up.
Maybe black is thinking about G2 after F3. F3 and G2.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Soikuni is thinking about.
But how about A3 now for white? What do you think?
Oh, right, okay, so the perfect wing,
Yes.
that disc at E7, whilst it was a liability, because getting that 5-on-4, that perfect wing on the bottom edge meant that black could sacrifice without flipping along the 7 column, making it a very safe sacrifice. After playing out the 3 on the left, the 3 combination on the left, means that when white plays A3, just as has happened, black no longer has access to the sacrifice at B7 anymore.
Yes. And that's one of the problems about this position, these positions for black, is that the C6 disc is black, so black has no access to B7, so he can't utilize the white's wing at the bottom edge, and black looks like he's in trouble.
I think Kurita has just made a mistake by going to A3. Now white's move to F3 is no longer quiet.
Yeah.
And white's liability of 5 empty squares to the southeast edge is a huge liability.
But what if white goes to B2 now?
Ooh.
The X square?
B2.
Now that would be exciting. I would
Yes.
be for that.
But A2 looks quite sensible as well, because although F2 at the moment is a really bad move, you don't want to flip the B3 disc by playing F2 now and lose a move effectively. By going to A2, black has to move, white still has F2, and it's not as bad once the A2 disc has been, once A2 has been played by white, white can play F2 again after one black move, and then black has to make another move as well. And the 2 row is all black, which will make the sacrifices difficult at the top as well.
But I believe the advantage of playing B2 right now instead of A2 is that white gets the diagonal control first before black does.
Okay.
So we've seen in a couple of the games that we've seen in this live Othello streaming, where there's a race between the 2 players and a race of who gets the diagonal control first. So by going to B2 right now for white would have the advantage of having the diagonal control from B2 to F6. And it's going to be hard for black to cut that line and take the A1 corner.
Well, black will not go to A1. Black will just go to A2. White B2, black A2, white A1, and black B1. And I think white is in a big trouble. Don't you think? White B2, black A2, white A1, black B1. Will white survive?
Does A2 not work?
I think that's what's being considered. So A2, I think opens up F2 as a possibility again.
And because it kind of forces black to play in the bottom or on the right hand side, right?
Yeah.
There's not much else black can do in response.
So Murakami, what would you do after A2?
Oh, A2, yeah, A2 is a good move. Yes, A2 is a good move because if black goes to B2 with the same idea, Why
Do you want to show it on
have
the
a B1
board
and A1?
as well? There we go.
I'll say it again. If white goes to A2 now, and if black tries the same idea of going to B2, then white will get the B1 and A1 swindle.
Right. So what would black do?
Yeah, that's the question.
And that's why I think A2 is good, because, as Luke said, it opens up the play on the right-hand side. Maybe even just grab the diagonal, but then the 7 row makes it difficult for black to make a second move in there.
Well, H4.
H4.
H4 now.
And then F2, 3.
G2.
G2.
Yeah. And this position will probably force white to go to B7 later, which will give black A8, white B8, and then nice position for black in the right, under right corner. So this looks bad for white.
Okay, so going back. Okay, so does that make A2 bad, or have we missed something afterwards? So H4.
H4, yes, H4.
Oh, what about G2?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Ooh, Luke will like that.
Yeah.
I do like that, and I think, someone suggested that in the chat, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Suggested it twice, because we missed it the previous time, so...
Who is it? They deserve credit.
The spook.
The spook?
Yes.
Oh, I know who that is.
Name yourself.
Name yourself. Yes, we know who you are. I know who. Yeah.
And take credit.
He's French.
B2?
That is very, very pretty.
B2 here, and white will go to B1, and then black will go to G7.
Right.
G7. And
Why wouldn't black go to F3 there? Oh, because he's got to take the diagonal.
how?
Oh, that's messy, isn't it?
But very cool.
But very cool.
Oh, okay, by H5, H6. Yeah, H6 is winning. Oh, no, black has a move to F3.
Yeah, but then...
Rather complicated.
it is
I'm
complicated.
confused now.
H1,
It looks white,
H1.
just through massive discs.
And it's important to remember that in complicated situations like this, we have this board to look at it on. They don't.
Yeah, they're having to do this
They have
look
to
in their
picture
head.
this in their head. So we don't want to go too into depth.
Okay, so A2 has been played.
Yeah, slightly less exciting than B2,
No, well, yes.
but if it leads to these shenanigans that we've just suggested, it's
And suggested by the spook before us.
the big spook. It's weird that it's spook, but book, spook, spook. It's just
Yeah, English is weird.
English is stupid.
Well, maybe black should go to B2 now. And give us
That's just a big white win, isn't it, though?
and give a swindle for white. Don't you think? Black B2.
Yeah, what else does black do?
White B1.
Yeah, okay. Well,
White B1.
and it doesn't make it an easy white win, that's my point.
White B1 and black F3. White A1 and black C1. C1, yeah, this can be a winning position for black.
Can't see it, but I trust you.
Thank you.
See, but I'm a bit skeptical.
I think I would rather try my arm with what we were looking at previously and hope that white doesn't play g2. But
I think
right, no using it to look ahead from here though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can only use the board, the digital board, to show moves that you've seen in your head.
Yeah. What about this? At some point in the future, white may take b7 and b column as well. That means maybe low 7 are likely to be white at the end. So there are 3 A column, B column, and 7 more plus alpha on the upper edge may take white to may lead white to win. That right, and that's what I predict. So that's why I'm a bit skeptical.
But the reason that Murakami has hope for this is because the right-hand side is yet to be played out, and it looks like black might get several moves in a row at the end of the game. Can we go back to the players, see?
Well, I think certainly will go to B2.
Yeah,
B2.
obviously he's obviously considering B2 and make sure what will be at the end.
Any hand gestures by Kurita there are not intentional.
Very nice game.
Because you get some games between top players that are just consistent and good, and then you get some that are really quite beautiful to watch. And it was often the case with Yan Song, who's not here this year, but he plays the most outrageously beautiful moves. And yeah, really good stuff to watch. And this game has been kind of one of those exciting to watch games.
Yeah.
I think. Also, some games by Guy Plowman have been pretty intense. So,
Luke, you're embarrassing me.
well, if anyone wants to go back to the British Championship final game this year, it was good.
Was it between your father and
Imre Leader?
And who emerged victorious?
Well, Dad, Guy was.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh.
So even if B2 is a good move here, is there any advantage of playing H4 G2 first? Or is there something outrageously wrong with H?
But if black takes H4, white may go to B2.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So black G7 will prevent white to play B2.
Okay, so B2 for white is really powerful because it's really difficult for black to cut the diagonal without giving away B8, without playing B8, and B8 is just hugely losing.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, okay, so that almost makes B2 a necessity rather than just a good move.
Will black be looking at the diagonal control here? Is
G7?
G7 any good? Or will it be any good in the future?
G7 here will be met by H6 white.
Would it? But even if white doesn't play H6, I can't see a good way for black to play out the bottom corner after G7. So even if white, well, I don't know.
Going to G7 would allow them to play B7 as well, wouldn't it? If they can hold on to the diagonal.
Sorry, say that again?
If they play G7, and I might be like talking nonsense here, but it gives them access to B7 as well.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know, that's the musings of a very mediocre player, but...
Well, it is true that black can go to both X squares, but probably it will lose by white's move to D1. D1 will give white both corner moves to A8 and H8, so that will give white two stable edges on the east and on the south.
After the Italian snacks in the last round, we've got some Japanese snacks today. So I'm going to try what looks like a chocolate stick. It's
a sushi chocolate
a small one.
Sushi flavoured.
Yeah, it's a wafer.
Do you like
a
it?
nice chocolate wafer. Yes, it's nice.
I'd rather take a bit salty one. It's called Happy Turn.
Happy turn.
Happy Turn.
Oh, that's
Even
very
if the
salty.
position is not happy.
It's good.
So
We're spoiled.
Indeed. In answer to the question in the chat, yes, Kento is playing this year. He's currently in 8th, joint 8th, on 6.5 points. So he's doing well. Arguably not as well as he did last year, but last year he did outstandingly. So.
And if you want to watch or look through any of the games from this year's World Championships, you can go across to liveothello.com.
Top 12 boards. I think Live Othello.
Okay, yeah. So on the website, which is 2023.worldothello.org, you can find, I think, links to all games from the previous rounds.
So Suekuni has 7 minutes left on his clock, and he's trying to just think ahead and just confirm. I believe that he's trying to confirm the B2 move, if that's the best move in this position.
What about, from the chat, H4, B2, H6?
H4, B2.
It's H6.
B7, G7 then.
There we go, G7 then. I don't have much to say further than that. Where can you look at the standings? I will get you the link for that and pin that, because that's a good... So the pinned comment, or most recent comment, I will try and pin it. I'm a computer pro. Is where you can see the standings. You can see the standings of the Fantasy Othello. A good site to be keeping track of. See the results. There we go.
So Makoto's coming up to being on 5 minutes.
Interestingly, only 48% of people at the moment would rather be white in this position. 36% have picked black, and 17% have voted for pineapple on pizza. So that's good.
So he did make the
This-
move to G7, which
Yeah.
was the other option that we were talking about.
This probably means I'm about as good as.
But what will black do if white goes to f3 now?
F3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I'm sure he's got a plan for it. But as I said before, because this 7 row is white, black wouldn't know. Like, when there's 3 spaces there or 4 spaces there, what black would like to do is play one of them. White can't take the corner immediately. Black would like to play another of them, then let white take the corner and take a wedge. But because the 7 row is all white at the moment, if white does get access to the corner and black has played, for example, h6, when white takes the corner, black won't have access to h7. So it's difficult for black to play out that corner.
Right. White
What-
will go to...
Yeah, he would have to go to h7 as the second move in the corner rather than h6, and that's just not as good. And the other annoying thing for black in this situation is when he plays h6, he opens up access to h4 for white as well, so he doesn't really gain the move that he needs to try and gain.
So what is interesting now, though, is that now there's a disc on the 7th row for black. So G7 is black. So, for example, after white goes to F3, black could possibly go to B7 and play out that odd region on the left bottom. And, well, before he couldn't do that because there was no black disc on the 7th row, but
Yeah.
now the G7 disc is black, so that could be a possible sequence that Makoto was thinking about.
Right, and that was what Luke was suggesting as well. I can say that because Luke's nipped out to the loo, so he's not here to boast.
Well, I think G7 was a mistake by Suekuni. He knows it. He should have gone to B2 instead.
Oh, even more chocolate. Yeah, yes, good.
So Luke, were you here when G7 was played?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were out of the room, we were discussing your line of B7.
B7.
To follow it as a black follow-up. Because the bottom right doesn't play out nicely on its own.
And if white goes to B7 now, that's bad, so it gives black. White will want to cut that diagonal before black can go to B7, right?
Sorry, what do you mean?
So black took the diagonal from A1 to H8, took control of it. They're now threatening B7, which is nice for them. So white will want to cut the diagonal from A1 to H8 before black can play there. Because if black plays there now, white can just take the H8 corner. That's
Right. So white's going to save both of those two edges and black's going to get one disc in the last move.
oh my. It's a cake.
You've gone for the pink one.
I have to say, that food did not look like a cake, but it is.
I think white is winning with H8, don't you think?
I agree.
H8, and black will go to H4, white will go to A8, black will go to B8, white will go to F1, black will go to E1, and white will go to G2, and white will win up. It's a long sequence to see, so maybe we can go.
Do you want to show Murakami's sequence on the board? Can we see the digital board, please? But the principle behind it is he's saving the left edge, he's saving the bottom edge, and he still has parity. Yeah, the principle behind it is that he'll be saving the bottom edge, saving the left edge, and still be white with parity, and still with that hole at F3 that black may not be able to play in, which means white might be able to do something clever in the top corner to get extra discs as well.
Okay, white can leave H8 for future use.
But the principle's the same.
We've had a question about what brand of chocolate are we eating. So, well, we've been eating some Lindt chocolate, which are very nice. The 70%.
Kindly supplied by Tanida.
Yeah. Excellently done. The most recent addition is Lotte. It looks Italian. Crunky Crunch chocolate. I believe it's nutty. So, yeah, and then the Japanese snacks.
Well, the crunky ones are Japanese as well.
Oh, are they? No, they're not. Are they?
Yes.
Yes. Right, so all of this is... But the point is, these Japanese snacks that we were eating earlier, the wafers and salty things, are... I don't know, the brand name's written in Japanese and could say anything to me.
So white played F1 after black B7.
If you're ever in Japan and you see crunky chocolate, would recommend. It's very good.
Yes, but it's very addicting, so be careful. So
the trouble for black is that white will have a G2 move after black's E1. That's the big trouble for Makoto.
So Makoto's under 3 minutes.
F3 is a nice little hole for white just to leave and get 2 moves.
Mm-hmm. Now G2 or now H8, both will win the game.
H8 is probably slightly more straightforward.
Well,
but
maybe not.
I mean, it's easier to read.
Mm-hmm.
That's.
What's interesting is after white goes to H8, black has a move like H4, and he flips the G5 disc, and he gets the diagonal control from D2 to G5. So white won't be able to immediately respond to H6 or C1. So that's what Suekuni might be thinking. And but now it's Kurita's turn, so he might also be thinking about that, and he might be thinking about ways to avoid that sequence.
But G2 is always there for white.
Yes.
In terms of the
It's even more
commentators,
exciting.
in terms of the commentators here, we haven't announced that for a while, so I'll start. I'm Luke Plowman from the UK.
I'm Guy Plowman from the UK.
Oh, I'm Takeshi Murakami from Japan.
Kunihiko Tanida from Japan.
And I'm Joe from Japan.
Yeah, someone else has mentioned Kurita's extreme level of accuracy in games today, and that being extremely impressive.
Yeah.
It is.
We'll try and get.
So when people try and get him out of book with a -2 opening, he's being
just doesn't
incredibly
miss
accurate
his
afterwards.
So we'll try and get some stats on his average discs lost or something.
I remember yesterday Takeshi mentioned a bit about a long time in the past good old days that Makoto was a little kid. And I saw him crying out loud after losing a game. So maybe he feels the same way now.
Well, he hasn't lost yet, so
Maybe we can tease him about crying when he
Yeah.
comes in. Joke, don't do it.
So I
So he's gone for the H8
Yes.
option.
Oh,
B1.
Magician.
yes.
Yeah, magician comes along.
just quickly, what history do each of us have in World Championship tournaments? It's been asked in the chat. I played in Japan 2019. I think I finished on 4 points. Not very good, but not useless. Someone else, Guy.
Right. I played, first of all, my first World Championship was 1996, when I came 5th. There were a lot less players in those days in the World Championships, and the structure was different. But that was my best performance, and I gradually got worse after that, playing in 1998 in Barcelona.
You also won the team championships that.
We did win the
96, so-
team championship in 1996. Barcelona in 1998, USA in 2001, USA in 2011, Japan in 2016.
Let's not list every single one because we're going to. Be
So
here
I
forever.
can't remember. I played in 5 or 6, I think.
Yeah,
Something is happening on the board.
Yeah.
Kurita may have made some mistakes.
Do you think white C1 not a good move?
It may no, it may not. I don't know. Now, is white winning?
Yeah, they're both very low on time as well. Kurita only has 50 seconds, so
Makoto only has 1 minute 40.
50 seconds.
yes.
Yeah.
So at this stage in the
My
game,
God.
it actually gets quite exciting because all the counting and calculating is restricted by that time.
Yeah, you tend to calculate but not check. And credit to Makoto for the B1 move, I think, which complicated things nicely.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when your opponent's short on time, complicating things can be very powerful. Because it's easy to make a significant mistake.
Yeah.
Which
Well, I think black is winning now. So white's move to H8 was a mistake. He should have gone to G2 instead. Well, anyway, black will go to H1, I think. H1.
Black H1.
Oh, did I say black is winning? Oh, okay. Maybe I made a mistake.
Yeah, I
Not
think,
that positive. Yeah.
yeah. So this move, but I think white goes to h4, and I think white would still have parity,
Right.
Yes.
but
Here we
black
Wow.
has that diagonal, so
But not enough. Oh.
here we see the exceptional speed at flipping discs as well.
yes.
Look at that time management, like from both players here.
Yeah, yeah.
Fantastic
Half an hour
match.
Down to 17 and 28 seconds.
A very good game.
So Kurita continues his streak. Just whilst the players are being collected to come up for the interview, could we have a look to see what happened? I'm assuming because this game is so slow, I say slow, like it used all of the time that all the other games have been completed. So board 2 looks like a black win. Does it? Oh, they're starting to pick the discs up. And that would have been Anjali beating Satani. Board 3, black win, which was Jan de Graaf versus Michela Borassi. Okay, that would be an upset, and Jan de Graaf is having a fantastic tournament.
Which is
And board 4 is a white win, so that was Kento Urano against Arthur Junior.
yeah. So those two players, Sokuni and Kurita, will be in the studio soon. We'll ask them some questions. I have opened the Q&A in the live chat for them, so make sure. And I know you have questions this round because some were asked. Get them in there, and we will try and ask them. Hello again. I am joined here now by Surakuni and Kurita. and we're going to ask them some questions. Again, if you have any questions, make sure to get them into the live chat, and we will try and ask them. We did have a question for you during the game. We've noticed your orange T-shirt.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yep. And obviously you're playing for the Netherlands this year.
Yeah.
How much Dutch do you speak?
Oh, you mean my vocabulary in Dutch?
Or speaking it? Or
Oh, I cannot speak the Dutch the language, but
So
just
that's the
say
answer.
dank wel. Dank wel is thank you, but my vocabulary is very limited. Because
yeah.
Dutch people basically speak very good English, so that I'm not much forced to speak in Dutch. So.
Fair enough. You speak more Dutch than I do, if you can say please and thank you, though. So
Yeah.
that's good. Karita, you're on 10 out of 10 now.
Yes.
Are you aiming to get a perfect score in this tournament, in the Swiss section of the tournament now, or is that still something you're not thinking about?
全勝は欲しいですか？
いや、そうですね。そんなに全勝とかは意識してなくて、目の前の対局に、集中したいです。
I'm not really focusing on having a perfect win, but rather I would like to focus on every match.
Fair enough. Suakuni,
Oh, yes.
in that game, it was a very exciting game to watch. Was there a point at which you thought you had lost, and when was it?
I was thinking to survive using the parity for black as the white has the wall, but I managed to break. Of course, the Kurita is trying to avoid the parity or avoid the black's parity. However, I was just thinking to manage something, but finally I couldn't find out anything. I think that some of the consideration on the mid game can be. I think we are thinking the same way. Like if black plays here, then white may respond. Then white can could avoid the black's trap. So that. But I was thinking a little bit chance on the final the end game as white play to from this viewpoint f8. Yeah, but it's still losing position, Mr. Kurita-san. Then
Yeah, so I think before that, could we get the analysis board up? Just to show the position we're looking at here. So
Maybe
Karita,
rotate yours.
yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it's
今
rotated.
僕動かしてるんですけど。
Okay, could you go back some moves? The point here would be, I guess that Murakami-san pointed out, black should have moved to B2 at this moment. And originally I was thinking so. However, if white plays, yes, F1 is very good move. This was, I think, both of us insight to avoid the black trap or the making leading the position to the black parity for black. But this F1 is very powerful because which makes white enable to play to B1 and A1. Such a gaining is quite huge, and the position seems very easy win for white.
Yeah.
So I was thinking originally to B2, but I declined this.
So if we go forward a few moves,
then white may not mind to pay some cost in the northeast, then can get H8 and A1, and white may play to B7 in the last.
yeah. So I think in the game, basically going into the end game, Karita, you were up plus 18, and and then you played a move that was +2. And that was a very exciting point in the game. I think you played there.
そうなんだ。はいはいはい。
So it made it much closer towards the end. Had you played moves into that to try and make it complicated so that he would play a move like that? Or were you...
For myself, I don't have the alternative choices.
Right.
Yeah.
But when he played that move, did you know it was worse than his other moves? Were you excited?
Yeah, because to utilize the kind of a little bit heavy the portion, maybe in the screen on the edge on the right, I was thinking to how I could attack.
Yeah. Yeah, it was exciting to watch. We do have a quick question from the chat, which we've already asked you. But
okay.
Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
Oh, not bad. But I like maybe prosciutto, the pizza.
Okay. Fair enough.
Cool. Oh, it's so casual question. It's very apart from Othello, but it's okay for me. Yes.
Good. Correct answer. Cool. Well, thank you for.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for such an exciting game. Arigato gozaimasu. They understood.
Yes.
Cool. We'll see you in the next round. Thank you. Thank you for watching again.
Thank
We'll
you.
be back shortly.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the World Othello Championships 2023 in Rome. We are just preparing for our next game, and for me it's an interesting game because we've got Jan de Graaf versus Nagano. Now Nagano is a Japanese player who is one of the favourites for the tournament and will be playing. Jan is someone who has played in multiple World Championships in the past and had varying results, but has never been this high, this far in the tournament. I talked to him just before coming up here and he used the word surreal. But he is a very dangerous player, even against the top players. So he wouldn't necessarily expect to win as many as he would lose against the top players, but he would expect to make multiple upsets, and that's what's gone well for him in this tournament. He's upset a lot of players. So there we are with Jan on the left from the Netherlands and Nagano on the right from Japan. Just whilst they're playing through the opening, which is again another tiger variant. Well, we're going to see what sort of tiger it is in the next move.
Okay, every time I see a tiger moves at move 7, Black takes a little time to think about the next ones. Yeah,
but that's. I mean, it is the move that Jan played there.
Yeah.
Is the F5 move is played, but it's not one of the more common ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
But Nagano seems quite happy that he still seems in book.
Nagano should never underestimate Jan. I played with Jan several times, and always he had a good game until the end of the middle game. He made some minor mistakes in the end game, and I won, but he has the potential to beat very good players. Wow.
I don't think I've ever lost to Jan in tournaments.
Sorry?
I think in maybe 2 or 3 games I've not lost to Jan.
Is this White's turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So the one thing about Jan is his preparation is very, very good. So he will often be in excellent positions in the late mid-game, but then he might make small mistakes thereafter. I think the reason I've got a good record against him is because my openings he's not prepared for. So I get him into the mid-game much sooner. But I expect we'll ask Jan when he comes up, but I think that he's better prepared for this tournament than he has been in the past.
And for Nagano is thinking about the next move, no? Oh?
Yeah.
Okay. Obvious response to White is C6, flipping 2 interior discs, but Nagano is using a lot of time because he does not underestimate Jan, which is good.
Yes, and especially when you're still playing through Jan's opening. Or is it Jan thinking now? Whose move is it?
I think it's Black's move.
Black's move? Okay, so it is Jan who is actually thinking now.
It's Black's turn. I see.
Which would suggest that Nagano has played something that Jan wasn't expecting. So C6 looks
very nice.
Really nice now. It's a quiet move on its own, only flipping internal discs. And one of those internal discs is that second one there, D5, which also gives white access to b3, which would be another marvellously quiet move.
Yes. That's the reason why Yang will probably go to b3 himself.
Probably go to b3 himself just to prevent white from playing there.
Mm-hmm. Nagano cannot lose this game to go to the third day. Can he?
I'm just checking their scores. So at the top of the standings at the moment, after 10 rounds, we have Kurita still on 100%, 10 out of 10. We have Anchali on 8.5.
Wow.
We have Jan de Graaf on 8. We have Nagano on 7.5. So, yes, if he loses this game, Kurita will be out of sight and Jan will be... Jan's half a point ahead of him at the moment, so will be 1.5 points ahead of him. If Anchali also wins, then that would be he would be on 9.5 and 2 points ahead of him. So it would make it very difficult for him because there is also a host of players on 7. Mm-hmm. There's the top 16 players are 7 and above.
Oh, okay.
So there's still a lot to play for in the semi-final places.
Mm. Nagano has just made an interesting move to g4. Ooh.
Just a quick update on the team tournament as well. Japan have now moved a round ahead. They have 25 points. The Netherlands are next, and Switzerland both on 21. So it's looking good for Japan. They don't often lose 3 points in one round, so it's looking good for them in the team championship. Great Britain is up to 4th on 19.5. In the youth category, Calvin Coe is up to 7 points, clear of Daniel Dufour from the Netherlands, who is on 6. So there's 1 point between them. And then 1 point further back is Constantine Vivon and Osuke Kawazoe, both on 5. So, this is a big pause. Who would you rather be? It looks incredibly close to me.
Yes, I agree. And looking back 1 or 2 moves before, black h4 and was to make an access to black d2, and white response g3 takes that move away. So this time black again move to h5, flip the d5 disk to black and make a d2 access again.
Right, and actually getting the f3 disk for black also gives a nicer move to h3
That's right.
as well.
That's right.
F7 now. F7 for white.
7.
F7 for white.
F7 for white, yes. F7. And black will probably go to F6.
Yes.
Then H6 for white.
Uh-huh.
And if black takes the edge, white will go to E6, E7.
Yes. It's one of the possibilities. Okay. And another option for black after white F7 is black D2, then white F6. Oh, yeah. It sounds good to white as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
So F7, go for it.
What about white H6?
Oh, H6. Yeah, that's also a good move. H6.
H6, H3, F6, or H6, F6, H3.
Well, black will go to H3. So here H6, H3, and F6. And what?
There's lots of possible moves and lots of possible responses, making it very difficult to... Yeah. So even if you decide on what you think is your best move, it's difficult to then see what your opponent may choose in response. So it's difficult to look more than 3 or 4 moves ahead because your opponent has lots of choices as well as you.
It's a good thing that Nagano is using a lot of time. I think it's bad for him to use little time, depending too much on his preparation. That's what happened in the game against Kurita in the last round. Of course, Nagano is famous for his preparation, and he is good at winning from a prepared line, but he's also an expert of winning games from new lines. He can always find a very good move for many positions. I think he shouldn't rely too much on his preparation.
Because the downside of good preparation is that you become slightly more predictable as well.
Yeah, that's true, yes. And problem is, if you are always almost ahead using these preparated lines, you will be less trained for playing well in positions that you don't know.
Yeah.
And that's not a good thing for a player.
Jan seems almost disinterested. Does that mean he can't still be in book?
Yeah, from that point of view, Jan already and successfully chose the one that is not familiar with, and that Nagano is not familiar with.
Yes.
And taking a look at his shirts, orange shirts, Team Netherlands.
Yep.
That's the one Makoto wears as an underwear.
Yes, as underwear. Yes.
I see.
In the women's tournament at the moment, we have Nalinporn Sapraset from Thailand, who is on 5.5 points. Followed up half a point behind, there's Hisako Konoshita and Katie Pilajupuro from Finland. They're both on 5 points. And then Veronica Stenberg is on 5 points as well. So that's all really close. That's yeah. Oh, and there's also Naranchuy Erdenbad, who's from Mongolia, is also on 5 points. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women who are within half a point of each other.
Guy, look at the position. The one that I like, the one that you don't like, the upper edge.
Oh, yes. No, I'm... Okay, so I didn't used to like it, but listening to the Japanese players talking about that position and having a little bit of help with translation from Joe, I will be trying it a lot more. I will be seeing what happens when I take that position now. I've been trying to avoid it and possibly playing bad moves to avoid it. So...
Well, of course, in this position, the natural and good move for black is f6. But Jan is
f6 seems good.
Yes, Jan is verifying if there are any better moves or not.
Yeah, and black also has a free move at h3, and a free move means that, well, white doesn't have access to h3, so at any given point in time in the game, when black sort of runs out of moves or doesn't have any other options to choose from, h3 is a quiet, fine move. So do you think if black goes to f6 right now, white would respond to a6? H6 or a6?
E6 looks better. I mean, after f6, e7. Black f6 and white e7 looks nice for white.
I do like e7 because normally black after moves like these, black's natural response would be to go to f7. And the good thing about f7 is that the diagonal from g4 to e6 is all black. So white can't immediately go to d7 as a response. However, in this position, when black goes to f7, the g6 disk also flips. And so that is going to be a little bit of a damage for black because he's not going to be able to go to h6 afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Black has nice two moves to h3 and h6, but in either case, if black goes to h3, white has a nice move to h6, and if black goes to h6, white has a nice move to h3. So Jan is thinking about something else maybe.
Something else could be G1.
Well, yeah, G1 is an option, but after white's H3, black won't have access to B1, which is rather bad.
It doesn't sound good, so yeah, this is better.
Okay, H6. Well, both players are thinking about a sequence like h7, black will take the edge, and then f7, white will go to the f7, and then black will go to g7, and will white be able to cope with that diagonal cut without giving much disks to the opponent?
Okay, so the right edge is settled, but it's black's turn.
Right. I think black will go to either g7 or d7.
Yeah.
Which is better? That's the question.
I would take d7.
Yes.
Yeah, d7 is a nice move.
d7 for me is something for the future.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So normally when you make moves on the outer side, external moves, such as d7, the move that was just made, normally you wouldn't want to flip in 3 directions. However, in this case, the e7 and f7 disks are already filled. So it's not that black is giving more moves to white, but rather it's also good because the diagonal from h3 to d7 is all black. So white isn't able to make moves like c8, and black also has now a little bit more control in the center. So I think that's why Jan came to the conclusion of initiating the D7 move.
B2 or A4, in my opinion.
B2 is interesting.
Yeah. A4 is more conservative.
Yeah, and the reason for those two moves would be simply because the D4 disc flips and it turns white, so that denies black's access to B6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Of course, playing to b6 for white also stops black from playing b6.
Yes.
That's right. Yes, I think Nagano will play to one of these three moves that the commenters have mentioned. B2, A4 or B6. Okay, B6, the most conservative move. Taking any immediate risk. I mean, not taking any immediate risk. Now black will go to C7 and what? A tough position to look ahead.
Yes.
Is there anything wrong with just playing c7 for black? Is there anything wrong with just playing c7?
No. C7 is the. Yeah, okay. You made that move.
I think that's one of the tactics that Jan has. He's very straightforward and he makes moves that are really simple, and he just responds and in a way that makes the position difficult for the opponent.
Yeah, and I think his opening preparation feeds into his mid-game strategy. If he can get into positions where he has natural moves after all of his opponent's moves, then it actually simplifies things a lot for him.
Two moves before, when white went to b6, there were other options like a4 or b2. Nagano considered these two moves as taking too much risk, but coming to this position, maybe it is a risk to face this position and have to decide on the move to make here. It's very hard to... Oh, okay. A6.
So black may go to a4.
Yeah.
Is there anything wrong with that? A4?
A4 looks natural.
Yeah, it looks very natural. And we're talking about Jan playing but natural moves after
Yes.
his opponent's thinking and decision making.
Black a4, white d8, and what? That's the question.
Black c8.
Sorry.
Agree. I agree.
Or we might find out.
What's really been difficult for white is that he can't really make a move to the northeastern region, the top right, and so on the right edge, black has made a wing. So normally, white would be able to go to g2, allow allow black to take the h1 corner, and then go into h2 for white, and then white would eventually end up taking the whole right edge. However, in this case, the whole second row is white, and so if white goes to g2, black gets the h2 h1 swindle. So white simply cannot just go to g2 right now.
Right.
So therefore, might black be looking at doing something else on the top edge to mix up that second row? So for example, going... Sorry, white. No, I'm sorry, confusing my colours.
I think Nagano is considering c8 and d8. One of these two looks the optimal move.
I have a feeling c8 may be better than d8, just because, okay, I'm wrong again. I just think c8 is a really obvious response to this one, and then white has to think again.
Mm-hmm.
So if black does go to c8 now, white doesn't have access that he would like to E1. So would he then do something on the left to get that access? For example, A5.
Sorry, I missed it.
So after C8, I mean...
White will go to B8.
To B8?
Yeah.
He'd just take the edge?
That's what I will do.
Okay, so that would still deny black access to A5.
Yeah, that's the idea.
But then what does white do after that? Oh no, it's black's move. Oh, okay.
Good move. If white goes to F8, black will go to B8 and get access to A5. Good move.
Who do we think's winning here? Or do we think it's just too close to call?
Maybe black is winning?
Yes, I think so too.
Yeah, black seems slightly ahead.
After white F8, black B8, I don't see any immediate nice response to white. Is there anything that white can do then?
But one of the last resorts for white maybe sometime in the future, starting with H2, H1, G2, and given an even number of squares in the northeast.
I see.
Yeah, but it sacrifices right and upper edge. So it's going to be a big sacrifice just to keep a parity.
It is a big sacrifice, and it also gives black a nice move to G7.
Yes,
so it's
that's right.
it's a very dangerous sequence.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe A2 now? What do you think? A2 now?
A2, yes. Yeah.
And what's your reasoning for A2?
Sorry?
Your reason for A2?
Well, the reason is that white's F8 looks rather hopeless after black B8. So leave the under edge as it is and go for just gain a tempo.
Just gain a tempo.
Yeah, just gain a tempo.
Right.
And leave black.
So it's a move that white might play out the edge, but if he does, he can't sacrifice down. So black may, if white takes A2, black might play out the edge, but can't sacrifice at B8, B7 at the moment because that row is all black.
And the sequence I see is white A2, black C8, and white G8. This might work for white, but maybe not.
Yeah, but if that happens, I think black would eventually be able to control the diagonal from c3 to f6, where he just places, makes moves like, so a2 and then, for example, a3 forces, oh, well, we've had a move. But, all right, it's black's turn.
Okay, so that's applying quite a lot of pressure, hopefully by taking 2 moves. It does leave the odd region at the top, which white normally doesn't want to do, but it is forcing black to play moves right now, and without giving black access. I mean, with black having no access to a5, at least immediately, it's quite possible that white will just take that move afterwards.
Well, a3 was a nice move, I think. One sequence which is likely to occur is black c8, white a5, black b2, white a1, white, white a1 here, yes. And if black goes somewhere, white will go to g2. And it's a comfortable win for white. So this is something black should avoid. Yeah. Is it clear for the audience? I don't know. For example, if black goes to a2 here, in the diagonal on the right, yes, and black will go to g2. Oh, but then black will get the swindle, yes. So it's not so clear cut.
Okay, but let's take it back because we're using the boards to inform ourselves.
Yes.
We're cheating.
So the Murakami's idea was that but by having that sequence that you just saw, and if a black does end up going to a2, there will be a black disk on the second row. And so as we were talking about earlier, how white can't right now make the g2 move simply because black would get the h2, h1 swindle. The fact that a2, there's a stable disk at a2, and that's black, would allow white to go to g2, because then black would not be able to make the h2, h1 swindle. But here, as a response, Jan took the left edge, so he ended up going to a2.
Now g2. g2, and white will get at least one edge, doesn't he? White g2, black h2, white b7, and that's a stoner trap to the left edge. Well, I'm not sure if white is winning.
Yeah, so we were talking about stoner traps earlier in the day, and this is a good example of an edge where there is a potential stoner trap, and both players need to be aware of it. So on the left-hand side, you've got the 3 black discs, followed by a space, followed by a white disc. Now, if black was able to play b7 and take the whole diagonal from f3 down to b7, and if black had access to a5, both of which things might well be possible during this game, then white would either have to just leave black to take, black would either just need to leave white to take the a1 corner, or would need to take a7, but the disc that is, the white disc that is at b7 would then get flipped, and black would lose the bottom left corner and the top left corner. So there's quite a lot going on here. Stoner trap itself, the potential stoner trap, gives quite a lot to think about on its own in the game. There's a lot of different ways in which this could play out. And at the moment, it's not a possible stoner trap, because if white does go to b7 to try and play the stoner trap, first of all, black can take the bottom left corner immediately, leaving 2 spaces. So when white plays one of them, black can take the other and save the whole edge. The other reason it doesn't work is because white does have access, access to a5, so that's not an issue. So it is just a matter of whether black can get to b7 whilst taking the diagonal. White. Ah, man. My colours are all over the place. I'm going to stop talking because my brain is befuddled right now. But there's a potential stoner trap on the left if white manages to get to b7 and keep the whole diagonal white. And both players are having to watch that. And I will stop talking.
Is G2 good enough to win this game? That's the question.
Well, what's interesting about G2 is that, first it allows white to get the control of the diagonal from b7 to g2. So if white goes to g2 right now, I believe black would go to h2, and then even if white gains control over the diagonal, black could make a move to so like C8 maybe, yes, maybe C8, yes. or B1, and then if white responds to A5, the top left corner, the region is going to be odd. So black would be able to leave the northwest region odd, and so black would be able to play out that parity. So that's also another thing to consider.
Okay, let me show you what Nagano is thinking right now. Nagano is thinking about white's G2, black H2.
Should we use the digital board?
Sorry?
Should we use the digital board so people can see it?
Okay.
Could we have the digital board, please?
Yes. White G2 and black H2.
Which is the swindle that Joe was talking about earlier, taking H2 and H1. But it does allow white to grab the diagonal and play the stoner trap.
Black C8. White A5.
The stoner trap move.
Black Ace A8. White A1. Black C1.
Okay, and let's stop there unless you've looked all the way through.
Right, so this is losing for white.
Right, and that was your point.
Yeah, so that means G2 doesn't work, but I'm sure Nagano was thinking about G2. Now he knows that it doesn't work, so is there any better move left?
So let's go back to
Nagano
position.
Can be in a big trouble.
And Yan is down to 8 minutes, it looks like to me. And Nagano is down to 3 minutes, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so he hasn't got long left on the clock. Yan's got a relatively decent amount of time for this position, for this stage of the game.
Okay. The other option Nagano is thinking is F8, B8, A5, A7, and B2. Is it winning for white? or not. Maybe it is winning.
Okay, could you say that again?
Okay, white f8,
F8,
b8 for black, and a5 for white, and a7 for black, and b2. Well, after b2, white will have a nice move to g2. So maybe it is good enough for white to win, but it has given a lot of discs to black. So Nagano is thinking about that now, I think. After verifying that G2 does not work.
But obviously there are a lot of potential lines from all of these potential moves that we're suggesting. White is not, I mean, I know it's black's move now, but white does not have a lot of choices here. So if black, it's easier for black to try and find the winning line than it is for white to try and find the winning line. Even if there is a winning line for white, it's easier for black to be thinking.
That's Jan's strength, to give such positions to his opponent. Yes.
Okay, so that was your line, Murakami, that you were suggesting.
Yes. And B2. Is it good enough? Oh, that one. Okay. And after G8, white will go to H2. Is it good enough to win?
We're starting with B2, A1, G2.
Yes, but now Nagano didn't choose it. Oh. Yes.
Grabbing the diagonal,
Yes.
the main diagonal from top left to bottom right.
But is it good enough?
Well, he spent a long time looking,
Yeah.
and that seems to be his plan. Although, obviously, black gets to cut that diagonal right now with G1.
Right. G1, F1.
So it's lots of stable discs and cuts the diagonal. The question is, can white use parity to get one of the A1 or the H8 corners, and then the last move in the bottom left after black plays B7?
White will get all the three corners. Black will only get H1. Because now G1, F1, C1,
Yeah.
B2.
But black does have a lot of stable discs. Well,
Yes,
in the
yes.
top right.
Yes.
And Jan is now down to 44 minutes 40. And Nagano is on 1 minute 31.
Oh. Oh, 1 minute 31. I hope Nagano has verified. Nagano has already verified his win in this line. We can count it now. It's a fairly straightforward sequence from here. Yes, G1, F1.
Yeah. There's not too many choices, even if you're not counting.
Right. And C1 or B2, I don't know which is better.
C1 is good enough.
C1 is
C1 seems good enough.
good enough for black?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But
I think.
Two minutes 46 for Jan. The method in the madness, please.
Is this the best one? I'm not sure. White
White.
wins.
Yes.
White wins. I was not sure about the last
Yes.
6 moves, 8
Yeah.
moves.
Well, the G7 was correct. That was a draw. But then
B2
B2 was wrong. It should have been
I see, yeah.
C1, just grab the
Yeah,
discs and
yeah.
possibly the corner.
Yes.
So really, they from 17 moves out, they were playing perfectly until B2. So that was a really high quality game. That was exhausting to watch.
Yes.
That was so difficult to count and
Yes.
everything, wasn't it?
And especially for the players when they're running out of time.
Okay, so we have board 2 there, which looks like it was a black win, which would have been Kurita keeping up his 100% against Torano. Quick look at board 3. Board 3 looks like black.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Yes, black has more risks.
Does? Okay, well that was Matthias versus Angeli. And board 4 we can't tell. We can guess from half the board. That was a really fun game. That was one of the best games
Yes.
I've seen. I really, really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was.
There was so many choices for both players, and they both kept it really tight until the end.
There was the wing on the right edge, and then the stoner trap on the left edge.
Murakami looking for the two players who seem to have disappeared very quickly, but we want Jan.
Yes.
But both two are well understand what to do, so the two are on the way. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's also fair to say that they were both relatively short of time in a very complicated last 8 moves. And
I
it's
see Jan talking with someone.
so our guests are just on the way, and we'll be with them in just a second. Okay, so welcome back. We have the two players from the game that we just watched, which was a really, really exciting game. It was so many options for both players and really tight all the way through. Jan, you are having a fantastic tournament despite losing that game. What have you done this year to push yourself up into the upper echelons of the tournament?
I knew this question was coming. I don't know. Previous years I've done well on the first day. And when people asked, I always said, well, my family is here and it helps me a lot. They are not here this year, and it still works very well, so that wasn't the reason. I've been practicing openings a huge lot, but also that I'm not really sure it has helped, because I've been outbooked almost every game. So I honestly can't tell. I'm just feeling good.
Okay, good. And Nagano, how did that game go for you? There was a big bit where you were thinking in the middle game, and what was going through your brain?
振り返ってみて、中盤特にものすごく考えていた場面もあったと思いますが、振り返ってみていかがですか？
そうです。かなり長考した場面がいくつかあったかと思うんですけれども、かなり非常に難しくて、選択肢も多くて難しくて、どちらも、明確な結論が出ないまま打ったと。で、試合の結果はなんていうんですかね、幸運もあってというか、ちょっと最後黒のミスも出たみたいですけれども、勝ちになったんですけれども、非常に難解で正直未だに結論の出ていない局面が多かったです。
There were many options during the mid-game, and I was very indecisive, and it was very hard to make my choices. But I had good luck, and overall I was able to win the game, so I was very lucky.
Okay, and Jan, from your perspective, how deep did your opening go, and were you happy going into the mid-game and the late mid-game?
Well, more like the early mid-game. I played my favorite opening, Liedersteiger. And when you tell Imre, then he always says, why do you play such a bad opening? Anyway, I played Liedersteiger, which I've been doing for many years now. But Nagano outbooked me pretty quickly. He played a variation I had seen once or twice on Othello Quest. And then I was out of book. I think I was happy with his move to E1 on this screen at least.
Okay, can we show the screen?
E1 was the move that gave that position that you don't like.
Okay.
Well, anyway, when Nagano played E1, I hope the viewers can see that. I knew I was able to make the upper right region anti-parity, and he wouldn't want to play there ever.
Right.
Until very late in the game, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And from then on, he was finding the tough moves, and I was trying to limit his mobility a lot. And well, he found the correct moves in the end.
Yeah. So from about 17 moves out, it was a draw, and you were both playing perfectly until. On the board that we see on the screen, until you played B2.
After this one, I still played G7 first.
Yep, that sacrifice was correct.
B2, I played it too quickly.
And at this point, C1 was the drawing move.
Oh my, that's really quite bad because I had 3 minutes left.
Yes. Well, yes.
Yeah.
And so you are. How many points are you on now?
8.
Okay, so that's still in with a shout, 2 rounds left? Definitely. Because Kurita has gone ahead, which means that there's a whole batch of people.
Yeah, there will be a fight for the playoff, but the field is so extremely large that I think we need 10 wins for the semi-finals.
Right,
so that would mean I need to win 2 games, and well...
That's hard.
I still say that's. I can't. I won't believe that if I will do that. I won't.
Okay. And Nagano, how many wins are you on now?
2.5 goals. So 何回戦だっけ
So we just finished the 10th round?
Yeah.
Right.
No, we just finished 11th.
11th, and he said he had 2.5 losses. So that 8.5 wins.
Can anybody do simple maths here?
8.5, yes.
8.5 wins.
Okay, 8.5. So you're still pushing and hoping to get to the semi-finals. Do you think you... Always an awkward question. Do you think you're going to make it? Are you feeling good?
準決勝に進めると思いますか？
はい、もちろん進めるように努力するというのはもちろんなんですけれども、今の試合はかなりちょっと序盤 さっきの質問とに答えるのも合わせてやってしまうと、ちょっとオープニングの部分で、自分の形に持ち込んだもののちょっと長考した部分で形勢を崩してしまったかなというところで反省点はあるんですけれど、終盤に関しては、比較的正確にというか打ち切れたかなというふうに思っているので、調子も上がってきていると思いますし、自信を持って残りの2試合臨んでいこうと思っています。
So I would like to focus on from here and do my best to do whatever I can to make it to the semifinals. But going back to the game that I just played right now, the opening I was able to make moves that were very comfortable. But during the mid game, I started thinking a lot, and that's where I think I sort of messed up in my sequence of moves. But as I've said earlier, luckily I was able to do my best and just make the game easier for myself. And in the end game, I was able to get many discs, so I was very lucky.
Okay, well, good luck with the rest of the tournament, and hopefully see one of you in the semi-finals tomorrow. If not both, why not both?
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to leave it there for a short break. We'll be back for round 12 as soon as it starts.
Hello again, and welcome to the next round of the World Othello Championships. It's just us three for this round. The other two are taking a break. We're going to be watching Arthur Juigné versus Kurita. Kurita is currently still unbeaten. He hasn't lost a game. And is therefore on 11 out of 11. Juigné is on 8 out of 11 and is one of the players in 5th place vying for a semi-final spot. So here we can see them. They've started with Arthur Juigné playing black and Kurita is playing white.
So tiger again.
And the tiger has been an opening that we've seen probably most so far.
Yeah, I think so.
And this one's the Kompoth variation of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this opening didn't used to be played that much, did it? Before computers.
Rose opening was played, but nowadays few players choose rose.
Yeah, so it's definitely a favoured opening nowadays. And of course, Arthur is last year's runner-up in the World Othello Championships, coming second to Kento Arano, and will be wanting to replicate that this year. We will see. But again, with Kurita being on a perfect score, not having lost a game, if Arthur is able to win, then it helps him, but also helps all the other people that are on the same kind of amount of points as him. So it will be interesting to see who makes it to the semi-final. I think there are still a lot of people that still can.
I saw a kind of hesitation when Kurita moved to f8, and his hand moved just back and forth for some reason.
f7 or b6?
Yeah, b6. It's I think it's strong move.
And is it threatening f3?
Yeah,
It always seems to be f3.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
So that's why white's gone there to try and stop black being able to play it, while also threatening f7.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think they're both still in book?
Yes, I think so.
And so normally it's black that controls the opening. So this seems to be an opening or line that Arthur has prepared for, but Kurita he knows openings. So
yeah.
This line has been played many times in the past tournaments.
So it's quite a classic line. Yeah, current standings. Obviously, Kurita is in first with 11 out of 11. Rujipas from Thailand is in second place. Not joint second place by himself on 9 points. Nagano and Satani are in joint third with 8.5 points. And then in joint 5th place, we have Suakuni, Juigné, who we're watching now, Michele Barassi, Jan de Graaf, who we also watched last game, and Tomoki Otaka, who's representing Austria, and they're all on 8 points. Tomoki's doing very well this time. We haven't watched him yet, but
He is.
He's shooting up there. Just some other players of interest as well. Kento Arano, last year's champion. The current reigning champion is on 7.5. Matthias is also on 7.5, as is Alessandro. Nicky van den Bigelaar is on 7. And David Hand and Imre Leader from the Great Britain are both on 7 as well.
Black will probably go to D1.
Yeah, D1 seems good.
Yes, and when white goes to A5 or A6, black will go to B7. That's the move. Yes.
Yes, as Takeshi predicted, things go this
maybe
way.
B8 instead. I don't know.
B7?
Well, I thought so, but after white's E1, what will black do?
B7, E1,
Yeah.
B8, B1. Is that your concern?
Yes.
Yeah. What are the other options? Starting with B8 this time?
Yes, B8 can be the option.
Yeah, that way B8, E1, then black can take F1 peacefully.
Right.
Yeah. Leaving the B7 later. In the ideal situation, black would like to move B7, B8, A6, and E8 at the same time, but of course it's impossible. So the possible way may be start with B8 now.
So I guess it's time for who would you rather be in this position?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Which colour would you rather be?
Well, white.
Yeah, I guess it's so close to draw, but maybe white is slightly ahead. Oh.
Allowed move. I've never seen this move before.
I cannot just see the purpose of this.
Now B8.
Yeah, B8.
Why? Is it just because it's quiet?
Yes, quite.
And also, if black goes to A2 instead, white will go to B7.
So, is white looking pretty comfortable now? And black needs to try and survive a bit more? It's interesting though, because white does have the the kind of wing sticking out. I'm not sure that was quite a wing, but the four pieces sticking out one side. Is there a way that black can attack it now? He's played A2, which sets up maybe something like B2 in the future.
Yeah, in the future, yes.
To allow him to attack that uneven edge. It's whether white can maybe even attack back in the other direction now, because black's piece sticks out.
Well, earlier I said that white will go to b7 here, but I was wrong. b7 will be a bad move. After black b2, I think white will have to find something else.
Yeah. That's right. At some time in the future, low 3 is going to be all black. But white can make an access to a3 by moving to the e1 or...
Sorry?
What it's puzzling, one of the point is sometime in the future, low 3 is going to be all black. But for white, it's not scary because white can move to e1 and make an access to a3. And after moving b7, I mean, I'm just talking about the left edge, yes. Maybe Kurita is trying to find a way to win.
And if white goes to e1 now, black will go to a3.
Yeah, that is another puzzling point.
What should white do?
Oh wow, yeah, and white has sacrificed the other way.
Yeah.
So that's almost making his uneven edge into an advantage now for him. Because of course, if black takes a corner, then what does white do?
You mean if
it's
white
white
takes the corner?
I was going to say, I was very confused.
So black will go to a3.
Thank goodness for the experts here. Right, so now it's black's go.
Yeah.
a3.
Yeah, black a3. And white has a kind of burden. White cannot go to b1, or white cannot erase f3 disk. That's a kind of constraint of white.
The reason it is a restraint,
Yeah.
if white goes to b1 now, black will get all the 3 moves downward, starting with b8 and a8 and e8. So white cannot go to b1 now. It is a game-losing move. White has to find something else.
Where will white be looking here?
g4 or g5 or g6. One of these 3 moves, I would say.
If I need to move promptly, I would prefer g5.
Okay.
g5, g4, g6.
And that's just because they kind of flip in one direction. They don't flip towards the top.
Yes.
It kind of allows white to build around their block of pieces at the bottom.
But then h5.
I think if this were me, I'd play e1. I think looks nice.
E1, but
E1
E1,
and
F1. Afterwards, even after E1, F1, white cannot play B1. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
I
we need
suppose.
to be very, very careful about the B1 and not to flip the F3.
You don't need to be careful if you don't even see it in the first place. So.
Yeah. Another thing is black has free move to E8 anytime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
After E8, if white left the white left the lower edge after black E8, black may take G8. It's another strong move and free move. So white has a lot to do, to be careful about many things.
G6 now?
Yeah, it's possible.
I think that's the good move. G6?
G6, E8.
Will white still be worried in this position at all?
Yeah.
Is there a move that looks good but is actually bad?
Not so bad, I think, because I focused too much on those constraints before, but that's the only point to white may take care.
Yeah.
So the goal is very clear for white.
And as we all know, Kurita doesn't make mistakes. So.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, G6 seems better than G5.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if G6 means they can't. No, ignore that. Actually.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing about G6 is that it can almost force black to go to E8. Oh,
E1. Oh, as Luke said.
Again, I'm a pro Othello player, so I'm sure that he played it for a vastly different reason than I would have, though. I think my idea was probably too simple, but we will see what happens.
Maybe black take F1.
yes, G6.
Then G6. Yeah, they're a good set of moves.
G7 maybe?
Yeah, I thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I cannot see how that works. Do you have overview after G7? G7 reads to white.
G4?
G4, maybe it's safer. Yeah, I was thinking about taking a corner, but to flip the B2 disc white to given a good access to white for B1. Otherwise, maybe black can also play B1, but in that case, white can take the upper edge. But it sacrifices the lower edge so much for white. So it's kind of scary to take corner at this moment after G7. So G7 may work after G7 white G4.
Yes. Well, maybe G7 is not a good idea. Sorry. E8 is much simpler. E8. But the problem with E8 is that white will go to B8.
Yes.
And after that, white has a nice move to B1.
Yes.
Now B1 doesn't work because black will go to B8.
Mm-hmm.
But the two moves, black E8, white B8, will erase the possibility of swindle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Having said that, black moved to E8.
Now white can go to B8 anytime he wants.
Wow.
So the problems are kind of settled at this moment. But black has an access to A8, then G8, getting a lot of stable discs in the left and lower edges.
So white can't go in B1, black can't, no, ignore that. Black can't go in B1, white can't go in A8. So they've kind of traded that off in a sense. They've both given each other a tempo, basically, which almost cancel each other out, but they're both trying to build off those holes on the board and try and force the other player to take their tempo first.
Yes,
and
that's right. But leaving those discs empty requires kind of patience for both of them, because after white B1, white has an access to G1, and while after black A8, black can access to G8.
Yep.
Those are so attractive and tempting moves. So
it's really interesting because
Yeah,
the right-hand side of the board is identical almost.
Oh yeah.
The shape is identical on the outside, and they both have access to pretty much the same squares. So do you think it's whoever plays in the tempo squares win first will lose the game, basically? And because it's black's move now, that might mean that white is winning.
Well, it's very hard
Black
to
going
tell.
to A8 now?
Well, I'm just thinking the rest of the board, white has parity. The rest of the board on the right-hand side is equal. So whoever uses up their tempo first will probably lose, because the other person can just play their tempo after and force the other player to be the first player to play on the right.
Well,
Or they might choose to play
I would rather go to G4 now.
Okay.
G4, G5, and H5.
Yeah, but I think that parity will be really quite strong for white here.
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Yes, that's why this kind of mid-game may end up with whites winning at the end many times because of the parity.
And if it were actually white's move here, then black would probably be winning because of the same reason.
Yeah.
So parity is a big thing.
Yes.
This is quite a pretty little position.
And black may be able to get parity, making use of the big diagonal from A8 to G2 in the future.
Yeah.
That may be the only way to win this game. I'm not sure. But anyway, black, I think, will go to G4. G4 seems to be a good move.
while we're waiting, just to give an update on the Fantasy Othello. And of course, there are prizes for the top 4 teams in T-shirts and water bottles and things like that. Beauty and the Beasts are currently in first place. They're run by Matthias, which is actually quite annoying because I spoke to him before and while making my team, and was going to actually take lots of inspiration from his team, and then I decided I disagreed, so changed some. But that's okay. He's doing very well. He's on 38.5 points. I, on the other hand, I'm in 18th place, so better than last year. And of course, the Fantasy Othello standings can be viewed from the pinned comment in the live chat at the moment.
Okay, so now black move to g4.
Sorry?
Black move to g4, and
Yeah,
it's
right.
white's turn. And now it's white turn, and white may think about comparison between g5 or h4, maybe?
Maybe. It is a hard decision.
Yeah.
But h4 looks okay.
Yeah, looks okay.
But in order for white to make up his mind to opting for h4, he would first have to make sure that g5 is not a good option for white. White g5, black h5, white h6, and what? It's a complex situation.
Yeah. Yeah, if white start with h4, black may take h3, and that makes 4 empty squares in the northeast. And it could be good for black, maybe.
Maybe.
So another thing is starting with g5, and then h5, h6, h7.
h7 doesn't look very well.
So h4 instead of h7.
Well, a8.
There are currently 89 people watching. If all 89 of you have subscribed to the YouTube channel, turned on notifications, well done. 91 now, it's going up. If any of you watching haven't subscribed, what are you doing? Make sure you subscribe right now. I will be watching the subscriber count, watching it tick up as all of you turn into subscribers. Also, feel free to leave any suggestions for future. We try and take them all on board. Hopefully that's been noticed this year. But yeah, also check out all the social medias linked at the bottom of the screen.
I think white is happy enough with g5.
And why is that?
The sequence after g5 seems not so bad for white. As Takeshi predicted, g5, h5.
Do we want to get the analysis board up so we can show this, please?
Yeah. g5, white, h5.
Could we get the analysis board,
yes,
please?
please.
Analysis board, please.
Yeah, it takes a little while until.
Everyone type in the
Yeah.
chat your prediction at how many times we'll have to ask.
And in many cases, it's not in time for the next move to be made.
Yes, Arthur was the runner-up last year. He played against Kento Arano in the finals.
So what is the exact voice command for the board? Digital board, please.
Digital board, please.
Digital board, please. Okay.
There we go. It's when you ask now.
All right.
I've lost
So starting with G5, H5, H6,
And A8.
H4, A8.
A8, yes, A8.
A8.
Yes.
Is this absolutely necessary?
Sorry?
Is this necessary?
Yeah, it is necessary.
Well,
because the 4 empty squares on the southeastern corner should be done. Black G8, white G7, and black H7 and white H8. And that cannot be done if black goes to H7 first.
Okay.
Yeah, it is nearing the end of the game though, so we don't want to. We don't want to ruin any of the game.
There's another. Oh, okay. At live board, H5. Okay.
So could we get the main view back, please? Main board back, please. So, sorry, Murakami.
Yes.
Why, there's a question on the live chat, why are the Japanese so good at Othello?
Why are they so good at?
Othello. Why do they do so
Othello?
well?
Well, the sheer number of players is one big factor. There are, I think, 100 times more players in Japan than in other countries. And that means there are 100 times better chance of getting better players. The number of players is large. The height of the pinnacle will be higher. So there are Japanese who are not so good at Othello. There are Japanese who enjoy the game in the family only, and never go to tournaments or never play on Othello Quest. But since there are so many Japanese who play Othello, there is a small percentage of Japanese players who are really hooked to the game, who really spend a lot of time playing Othello and studying Othello. And that small percentage is large when you change it into the real number of players, because Japan has a lot of players. That's my answer.
And we also saw Kento Arano last year get quite emotional when he won and say that it was his only chance maybe to win the World Othello Championships. So I think it means a lot to lots of Japanese players to be able to compete here as well. Yeah.
Yes. There's a huge disparity a huge disparity in terms of the number of players among between Japan and other countries. If you live in Japan, it is almost impossible to come to the World Championship. If you live in other countries, it is, relatively easy, I would say, to come to the World Championship. In fact, there are many players, for example, European players who can come to the World Championship every year, which is unthinkable in Japan. I think it's not a fair situation, but since the regulation, 5 players from each country, looks so fair, if you just look at the sentence, 5 players from each country, people do not doubt the, what? I don't know the word for it. But in fact, it is not so fair to send 5 players from each country to the World Championship. That's my opinion.
Yeah, if we go to that direction, it's going to be a kind of controversial. So I don't want to be got involved with such kind of controversy.
We do need
so
to do well on YouTube. You do need controversy.
Just steering away from that controversy. I was thinking about the reason why we Japanese have such a number of people who played Othello. It's partly because good promotion of the manufacturer, Mega House. They are spending money continuously to promote this game, to especially for young kids. And young kids grow up and good adults and good players.
It's in lots of schools.
So there's a long history.
Yep. So we do see a move here from Black. Black has played in H5. Could we get the view of the players back, please? And there is a comment suggesting, what if you had a commentator take control of the Switch? So currently we have the people doing all the cameras and everything, doing it just because it means it can all be in one place. It's a lot more straightforward.
At this point, isn't it good to play to B1 for white? Not now. Maybe I'll take this back. What do you think, Takeshi?
I think white should go to H6.
Yeah, it was as we originally planned. Yeah.
H6 gives a big temptation for black to go to H3. No, H4.
H4, yes.
Yes, which is a losing move. The reason for which black will be losing after H6 and H4 is that the shape of empty squares on the upper right-hand corner is bad.
Yes.
White will get a lot of discs by playing B1, then G1, then black G2, then white H1, then black H2, and then white H3. It's too long a line to look ahead in the head.
Yes.
Maybe a digital board, please.
So, could we get the digital board, please?
So Takeshi, what if white takes B1? Okay.
H6.
All right, H6 now.
Yes, and black is tempted
to go to H4.
Yes, but here white will go to B1, and that will be a comfortable win for white.
Yeah.
Black has nothing to do but go to A8. Well. Yes, and G1.
Yes.
G1 and G8. And G7.
Yes.
And H7.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very clear.
It's a clear win for white.
So instead of this, black may avoid h4 and a7. No,
A8, yes.
A8.
A8, yeah, that's what black should do. Still a complex situation.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
So you'd say it's still quite close.
Yes, I think so.
I would show the audience what if white takes b1 at this time. What will happen?
A8.
A8. H6.
H7.
7. G1. Maybe.
G8. Okay, this is also a wise win.
Maybe. So.
So it looks close, but it might just be because white has parity.
Yes.
They get the last move.
Yes.
All the moves that are left to play are pretty reasonable, but white gets the last move, so gets to flip discs that don't get flipped back. So has a slight advantage there. So that's the current position.
Greta is considering B1 and H6, which is better.
Could we get the view of the players? A live view, thank you. And yeah, to everyone in the live chat, everyone watching, I hope you appreciate how much smoother these transitions between the two views have been this year. The work behind the scenes on this stream, the production of it is a lot, and they do an amazing job. Yeah, especially when you watch the streams from a number of years ago, the amount that I think they've grown, and to be at over 100 viewers kind of on average for each round is really, really good. Those were kind of finals numbers a few years ago, so thank you to everyone watching. And it's good to be able to share this experience with all of you, and to be able to interact through something like the live chat. So someone's asked, how can you determine so early that white will get the last move here? Might there be a random swindle that comes up? Or is this just something that they're able to see, that there's no swindle? I'm not saying there is, is this something they're able to find?
Well, one reason for which white will not get the swindle and will get the parity is that white will have a disc at E4. White will have E4 disc playing to B1. And that will kill the hope of black to have the main diagonal all black from A8 to H1. So it is very unlikely that black will have a swindle.
Yeah, so I guess it's never impossible that there's a massive swindle that all of us have missed. But with two experts here and two top-level players that we're watching, having played and seen so many games of Othello, it's unlikely to the point of being near certain. So hats off to you if there is a swindle, though. In terms of time, Kurita is actually lower on time, which is interesting, as he...
How much time does he have?
So he has 4.5 minutes. Arthur has 10 minutes 40 seconds.
Thank you.
Arthur has actually been playing fairly quickly, which is impressive, especially to be able to play quickly, faster than Kurita up to this point, and to be able to keep it quite close. It's been quite an interesting game, quite a calm game.
It is.
But then patterns like White's pieces around the A8 corner are not something you see every day.
Is there any option other than B1 or H6?
H6, yeah, H6 or B1.
Yeah, I think so.
I think both will be the win for White.
Yeah, H6, yeah, sounds better.
Cool, I'm going to, because we're going to have them in the studio after to ask them questions, I'm going to start the Q&A in the live chat now. So if any questions about the game or them as people come up in your head that you want to ask them, feel free to type them in there. That will be in the live chat in a few seconds.
Taking it to edge, H7 seems not that bad. Anyway, black is losing, but there is a little difference between H7 or A7, 8, I mean.
Well, H7 and H4 for White.
And H3?
Sorry? Oh, H3? Okay. Then G7.
H8.
G8.
And A8.
And B1.
And then white turn, and the northeast corner is left full square empty. And this may sound a little better.
Maybe. Well, I have to count it.
How many steps do you think they knew into this opening? How many moves into the opening do you think they both knew in this game?
But this game?
Yes,
this particular game? Not that much. Takeshi knows a little better than I do, so. But still, we both play diagonal opening when we take white.
Okay.
Unlike the many other players.
Yep.
So we.
What about these two players, Kurita and Jounier?
Yeah, I have seen this opening many times, but maybe from the first to 20 something.
They must know. They must know this opening quite well.
Yeah. So I guess the answer to your question in the chat is it depends on the opening. But when they know an opening well, it can be well. There are some openings that some players know all the way through the game. But that depends on what your opponent plays as well. So, on average, for an opening they know well, tends to be about 20 moves, I think.
Yeah, maybe Takeshi and I are not the good person to answer to that question because we are not typical memory players, so that's a bit different. Typically, a world-class player prepared to the move 30 or something, or maybe more, or some particular.
Just to the end of the game.
Yeah.
And coming into a tournament like this, of course, you often get players preparing openings against to play against specific players. So I think it was when we spoke to Nagano earlier today when he played Kurita. That was a line he'd prepared specifically for playing against Kurita.
Yeah.
If they come up against each other in the semi-finals or the finals, it will be interesting to see if he does anything differently. But that's all secrets. So we'll see if the time comes to it, I guess.
So I started counting, maybe. And there are 27 white discs now, right?
I can actually answer that.
Yeah.
Yes, 27 to 25 at the moment.
So the line I talked about earlier seems to be a draw. I have to count again.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad at counting. I cannot lie.
Counting is one thing, but taking a ballpark approximate numbers is another idea.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good idea to see if
he
or she is winning or not. So.
Right.
And for taking this picture, I would say white will take upper edge and eventually maybe right edge as well, while black may take left edge and lower edge. And most of the discs of low 7, it's going to be black maybe, if white keeps parity in the southeast. Yes, things like that gives us a ballpark figure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you think Arthur will be pleased with this game?
Or
do you think
20, something between 25 and 30, and maybe 27 or something.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I'll try and ask it. Because obviously we've seen players such as Barassi play very exciting openings, whereas this one seemed to be a bit safer.
Yeah.
So we'll ask whether he was pleased to have done that, or whether he wished he played a more exciting opening. I guess it depends on the result. But it's been very close.
Black can be winning with h7.
h7?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, h7, white h4, black h3, white g8 seems a slim win for black.
Oh, okay.
But
did you count it?
Yeah, I counted it. I think black will have 33 or 34 discs.
If black goes a8 now, then what will white do?
h4.
h4?
Yes.
Okay, and then they get parity, but they also get parity in that black misses a go. Or not misses a go, but has the B1 square.
Finally he came up with maybe best move.
Yeah, I think it's the best move.
And he's used much of his time left to think of that move as well.
Yeah.
So he looks nervous.
Kurita
looks a lot calmer, a lot more thoughtful.
Yes. He already has counted maybe while Jews was counting, and this is a process for him just to make sure.
Will he just play parity here, do you think, with G7?
Mm-hmm.
That seems simple.
Yeah, good thing about G7 is to have the G6 disk white. That makes a huge diagonal gaining when white play to B1. Yeah.
I think white is winning. No, white is losing by one disk. I mean, 31 to 33 if white goes to H4.
We'll see.
H4, H3, G8. I mean G7.
Neither player seems.
Oh, now he.
Wow, brilliant.
I
Just
see.
so brilliant.
Okay. The position on the upper right hand corner will be better for white with this move, because black will be forced to go to H4. After black H4, white will always have the very good sequence of B1, G1, then black G2, white H1, and black H2.
So white's giving up the whole of the bottom basically in order to be able to play parity in the top right.
Right. And that parity will give him a lot of moves.
Yeah, a lot of moves and a lot of
moves,
discs.
Yes. This G7 is a really nice move. Very good.
Yeah, it's one that looks bad if you look at it by itself, but then when you look at the rest of the board, it's quite powerful. When you counted, did you count that line?
No. I was thinking about white H4 and black H3, but that pair was unnecessary for white, and it was game losing for white.
Right.
White must force black to go to H3 like this. Very nice sequence. Now there is only one way to play it out. Yes.
Who won? White won.
34 discs.
Okay. 34 discs.
34, 30. I mean, 30 black, 34 white.
Very
Yes.
good.
Wow, very, very close.
Yeah, very close.
Plight game? Was this a plight game? They just
yes.
played
But
plight, as in polite.
Like, yeah,
as in they played
calm and yes,
calm,
yeah.
good moves, as opposed to the big, loud, exciting moves.
The score is very close, but for me it seemed very solid one for white, especially at the mid to end game. White seems very positive about having a stable disc. So
it seems that's the closest that anyone's come to beating Kurita. He did very, very well.
Yeah. So finally now he got 11. 11 winning streak?
12.
12. 12. Yes, that's
round,
right.
yes.
12. Wow, amazing.
It's won every single game. And just a reminder, last year Kento Arano went unbeaten in the tournament, but did draw. He drew one game.
Yeah.
So we will see whether... I think, was the game he drew against Takahashi?
Takahashi, yes.
If I remember.
Akihiro Takahashi.
Yes. That was a good game to watch.
Yeah. So we are waiting 2 players to come up to the studio.
Not sure anyone's talking about Arta badly. It's just maths.
Yeah.
in the chat there.
Hi, welcome back.
Hello again.
So, yes, please.
Hello there. I'm here with Arthur and Karita. It's been a long time since we've seen Karita, especially. He's winning all his games. It's quite fun to watch. Arthur, you seemed to come the closest out of anyone so far at winning against Karita here. What were your thoughts on that game? And was there... It seemed quite close all the way to the end. What was your experience?
I think it was a very close game. I'm going to check the game after, on the program, but I think we both played very well. And I think in the mid game I didn't have that many options. So I think I would be surprised if I made a huge mistake in the mid game. So I think probably the end game is where we maybe made small mistakes, especially myself since I lost. And I think it was a very impressive game by you. Yeah.
Out of everyone that you've played so far, was this the scariest game for you? At what point in the game did you know that you'd won the game?
今まで対戦、今回の世界大会の中で対戦してきた中で、一番恐ろしかった選手でしたか。そして、どのあたりで、自分が、勝利を確定したと思いますか。
そうですね、多分試合の内容としては一番こうクロスゲームな形だったと思います。で、そうですね、勝ちを確信したタイミングは私から見て白をH6 っていうふうに打ってたタイミングで全部数えて、実戦の展開で4隻勝ってるのは数えたので、あの辺で勝ちかなっていうふうに思いました。
So I counted at the end of the game, and I was able to calculate and count that I was leading by 4 discs. So it was the end game where I realized I was winning.
And it was, very impressive to watch, very consistent through the whole game. I've asked the live chat to ask some questions too, but I'm just getting comments saying that Arthur is handsome. So keep yourselves under control, guys. What are your hopes for the rest of the tournament now, and how have you found the tournament so far?
Well, now there is only one round left, so I'm hoping to win, and I don't know if it's going to be enough to reach the semi-finals. So that would have been my goal. I'm going to do my best, and who knows, maybe, I don't know if there is a chance still, but I will do my best, and then we'll see the results, I guess.
And Kurita, going into the last round, I believe.
That's right.
You're at a point where you're into the semi-finals. You can't be caught by anyone. Are you going to still win your last game, or are you going to take it easy and try less hard?
もう準決勝進出はおそらくもう確定していると思いますが、残り1試合、どのような意気込みがありますでしょうか。
そうですね、今までのゲームと変わらず集中して臨めればなと思ってます。
Just like any of the other games that I've been playing here, I would like to focus and concentrate on my games.
Good answer. And a question from someone. What were your toughest games so far?
Maybe this game.
Any others, or is this one? Everyone else is too easy.
一番タフだったゲーム。
そうです。はい。
難しい。
どれも楽勝だったとか言ってもいいですよ。
そんなことはないんですけど。
It's okay to say
I was
that.
just kidding. Yeah, every game was easy. It was a good answer, but maybe not.
No, that's a fair answer. It certainly seemed that way. Cool. Well, good luck for the rest of the tournament. We'll be back in a few minutes, I assume, for the final round of today and of the Swiss section of the tournament. So, thank you very much. Hello, and welcome to the final round of the Swiss tournament. In this game, we'll be watching Suakuni and a player we haven't yet watched today, Rujipas Onchali from Thailand. He's a very strong player who is currently on 9 points. Suakuni is also on 9 points. And of course, with Kurita having already made it to the final, the semi-final, it is currently between Satani, Suakuni, Rujipas, Michele Barassi, who are all on 9 and 9.5 points, and then the players on 8.5 points as well, I think. It's all a bit confusing, but those are the range of players that can make it to the semi-finals based on this final round. So this is a really important round for both of these players playing each other, in order to determine will they be able to get to the final or not.
So we're seeing the Tiger opening again, and this is the comp of opening.
Yeah, we were going to get Arta's game to watch next as well, but too many sus comments, so we're going for this one instead.
Yeah, it is another compass, but I was wondering who is the inventor of the compass. Do you know? Back in the history, I'm not sure, but maybe when I first seen the compass, it was played by Paul Lau from France. Back in 1983 or 1984, I think. But I'm not sure.
So this is the Tama Plaza opening.
Yes.
Is that what it's called in English as well?
Oh, really?
Is it?
I haven't.
The what, sorry?
Tama Plaza?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not an expert on openings
I know
at
it's
all.
the Kompoth again.
Yes.
But, further than that, no idea.
Yeah, it's a kind of compass, but for some reason in Japan it is called Tama Plaza.
Yes. It is a place in Japan.
Yes.
So
near Tokyo, in Tokyo, I think.
Yes. So you can assume that it was invented somewhere around there. I don't know.
Another story is that Tamaki Miyaoka, famous player, was the first play this opening. That's why he used to be called Tama-chan. So maybe that could be a reason.
Right. Yes.
Have you had a look at the possibilities of who might reach the semi-finals?
Yes, I have. I got very confused. Let's let the round play out, and then we'll get to see. Point is, the main thing to take away is there are a number of players in the top 10, top 15 that could potentially make it. If one of you that's watching wants to do the maths, please do. But otherwise, you can look at who's playing this round and kind of see who needs to win against who. And other than that, we can wait for this round to be over and see how it plays out.
Yeah.
why put effort in if you can just wait and see? I always say.
So, black's turn. Makoto may think about C1.
Yes.
Yeah. Black is going to go to D1 next, so white need leave it, leave it and move to D7. It seems that black has many quiet moves.
Yes.
In the edge, on the edge. Black D1, white A3, black B5 or H5. What do you think?
Yes. Like you've said, I do think that black has many quiet moves, many options on the upper edge as well as the right edge, and even on the left edge. So black is Suekuni is thinking about his options, which move to make and which move is the best, or which move would make the game comfortable for him to play.
Yeah. I would go to D1 because if black play to A5 this time, white may come to E1 without flipping the diagonal discs. So black will go to D1 first, then go to A5. But before black A5, white may play to A3. That's what I predict.
Yes.
Another option is to leave most of the discs, most of squares in the upper edge empty and go to H5. But black doesn't need to rush that move, so D1 seems better.
E7.
Oh, maybe white will come to E1 by seeing this move.
Yes.
But
that didn't seem right to me.
Yes. But I think Makoto, he wanted to prioritize getting the middle pieces.
Yeah.
And in Othello, that's a general topic. If you have control in the middle, you're more likely to have a lot more moves to make. So the control in the middle region is important. So I think that's what Makoto was prioritizing. But white's immediate response would be E1 because it just flips the D2 disc.
And it won't take many moves of black on the right-hand side to possibly open up F1 as a perfectly quiet edge move as well. Or the threat of it might force some other.
So there are no good move for black on the right edge, that I think. Then black need to find somewhere else. And still I think one of the options, D1, at this time.
We do again see Suakuni playing this quite spread out style.
Yeah.
Is that something that's got the potential to kind of poison all his moves in this position?
Yeah.
But I thought the E1 didn't really fit in with that. I mean, I can't, did he lose both games that we were watching when he did that? But he normally, from the games we've watched so far, has left the big bulk of white or opponent's discs in the middle and just picked around at the edges. This time he chose to play through when he didn't necessarily need to. So I found it a quite un-Makoto move.
Okay, do you want?
Yeah, in terms of the other standings, we've covered the individual standings quite a lot over the past couple of rounds. The current youth player in the lead is Calvin Ko. He's in joint 18th place with 7.5 points out of 12. Oski from Japan is in second alongside Daniel Dufour on 7. So very close for the youth standings at the moment. In terms of the women's standings, Katie Pihalajapuro from Finland is on 7, with Hisako Kinoshita from Japan also on 7. And they're a fair amount ahead of the rest of the women. Third place is on 5.5. But of course, they'll also have further rounds to decide the winner overall. So
one more round after this one.
So they just have a final.
Yeah.
So there's a youth final after this. There's a women's final after this, and then there's the individual kind of overall semi-finals and finals.
Yeah.
And maybe playoffs to decide who gets into the semi-finals. In terms of the team standings, at the moment, Japan are running away with it, and there's a massive surprise. They're on 30 points. Switzerland are in second place on 25.5 points, and the Netherlands are in third on 25 points. Great Britain, although they tried their best, they're currently in 8th place with 20.5 points, which is, it's not bad.
So it's a relatively close tournament at the top of the table, but Japan are now
comfortably in the lead.
And have effectively won.
And yes, so the semi-finals and the finals, like subsequent rounds, don't count towards the team championship. So after this round, we'll be able to tell who is the team champion.
Well, Japan are.
Oh yes, maths.
Because there's no team that can catch them.
Yes, there is no team that can catch them. I knew that. I was just testing the other commentators. Back to Suakuni. He is, of course, sporting his orange t-shirt. You can't see it in this view, but I notice he's also wearing bright orange trainers. So, in person, he is getting more and more Dutch by the second. Although he doesn't speak any, because as any English speaker knows, all other Europeans speak English much better than, well, we tend to be able to speak the other languages, I guess. So
sometimes better than we can speak English.
This is true. The Dutch are very good at English.
So this time white moved to a6, tempting black to come to h6.
I've noticed in previous years, Pianat does this quite a lot.
Yeah.
He leaves your position and tries to pull you into another part of the board. What do you think about A5 here?
Well, A5, I think White is going to respond by going to A4.
Yeah.
And then if Black goes to B5, the whole third row is going to be Black. So White is going to have the A3, A2 swindle on the left edge.
Right.
So instead of that, I think I would go to A4.
Yeah.
Just so that he can avoid flipping the C3, D3 discs, as well as sort of disrupting White from making the A3 move, for example, and playing out the left edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds reasonable.
Good analysis, thank you.
If Black doesn't play A4, is White coming to A3 on the next move? But if White comes to A3 before Black A4, there are 3 empty squares, A4, A5, and B5, and it sounds good for Black a bit. So that means Black doesn't need to rush A4.
Right. So there's another possibility of, for example, H6.
Yeah. So the question is if it is absolutely necessary for going to A4 now or not.
And also, if White does go to A3 in the next move, the B3 disc becomes White.
Yeah.
And so now Black would also be able to go to F7 and not flip the diagonal.
Yeah.
So that would also be another advantage that Black would have.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't see diagonal going to F7, so yeah, that's right.
So I think it's time for the who would you rather be in this position? Who wants to go first this time?
I would rather be Black.
Yeah, Black.
Yes, Black.
That's definitely what I was going to say too. And we haven't, again, watched Mujipas play today.
He's a 2-time world champion, I think.
Yes.
Okay. So he's pretty decent at the game.
Known for his opening depth as well. So it's quite nice to see a game, a good mid-game going on.
Yeah, he looks very calm and unperturbed.
Yeah, and he's also known for playing quickly. He has a strategy and rules that he knows in his head, and it's built his intuition. And he does play very, very quickly.
Yeah, well, he's still on 25 minutes. I always forget there's 30 minutes for each player in this. So whenever I see someone on 25 minutes, I'm like, they've done all this in less than a minute, but they have not.
So black did end up going to a4.
Yes, as Joe predicted.
And I guess what's good is that once you fill out the left edge, f7 is going to be easier to make a move there, because even if you flip the diagonal, the b5 square would already be filled. So it's not giving Anjali an extra move. So that's what Sukuni might have thought.
We've currently gained about 40 subscribers to this YouTube channel since the beginning of this competition, which is really good. Good to have new people watching and with us. If you're one of the 90 people watching at the moment and you're not subscribed, it's time to get your head on straight and click the subscribe button. Maybe turn on the notifications as well, but if you subscribe, you won't be too fussed. If you subscribe as well, you'll be part of growing the game of Othello, and that's quite a big thing to be able to say.
Good for the world.
Good for the world.
So after black a4, white a5, and black b5.
Yes.
So it's white turn.
So would you take the edge here as white?
I prefer to have it left, but if I need to, I mean, if white takes left edge and afterwards the black have some good move for that by taking it to white edge, left edge, it's difficult to tell, but it should be safer to take the edge and let the black to play somewhere to the right, maybe. Yeah. So h5 or h4?
H5. H5. So I think Anjali went to a3 to get the parity at the northwest region. There were 5 empty squares open, so by him going there, there's now 4 squares, and it's an even number. So if black were to go there, then it will be black, white, and then white would be the one finishing that region. So I think that's what Anjali, that's how he solidified his decision to go there. And then now he went to h5. So even if Suikuni takes h4 on the right edge, it's going to flip the diagonal pieces, f6 and g5. And that's going to allow white to have more moves on the bottom edge.
Black D8 looks possible as well. Because the immediate response of C7 is not available.
So what will they do with the upper edge in the future?
As white?
For both. Yes,
So
I mean, white should take E1 or F1 in the future.
So what's going to happen with the upper edge?
Yeah, if white E1, black may F1 simply, and if white plays F1 first, it depends. Maybe black E1. I mean, it's not now, but in the future, if white plays to F1, black may go to E1, and if white takes B1, black will go to G2.
Yeah.
It's a possible sequence, but the question is when will it happen, and will it happen actually or not?
Here we see
Anyway,
a photographer
it's
in the
black's
background.
turn, so seeing this future, yeah. Now white F1 is much more better move than it used to be. But on the other hand, white has another option on F8.
Yeah. The F column is all black, so white can play comfortably at either end.
Yeah. And white E8.
Probably F8 is better than F1, because F1, at least black has compensation in playing E1 and forcing the odd region in the top left.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think Anjali is thinking about where Suikuni would want to go next. And I think black would want to go to C8. So that is a possible move for black. So in order to sort of distract black from making that move, white would go to F8 and play down at the bottom edge. Play out the bottom edge, just so that white can distract black from making a simple move like C8.
Is there any advantage to E8, which is the E column is also all black? Yeah. So is there any advantage to E8 over F8? Which also only, flips one disc.
After E8, there are maybe two possibilities. One is black C8 and another one being F8. white e8, then black c8 will lead to, for example, afterwards white f8, black d8, white b8, and black c7 like sequence, and leave the lower edge white's wing.
This one's certainly more easy to read of the two of them anyway.
Yes.
And Makoto knew his response immediately.
Yeah. And now that the h4 move for black became much quieter than it used to be. That's why he moved there. And why not e8?
Yeah, I mean, E8 is a very, very natural move. It does make the odd region in the bottom left.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's unlikely that black will get through the game without playing in there and it being a big parity issue. In fact, he almost has to do it now, anyway.
By taking a look at this position, I feel a bit heavy for black on the northeast region. Now that I think white is a bit ahead.
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah, for some reason. I used to think black has been a bit better. But what was wrong with black? I cannot just tell.
Well, I think white has more of a chance of getting the diagonal control of us from c3 to f6, or well g7. So yes, I do agree that black can't make any moves on the top right hand. So it's harder for black, and yes, so I think white would be able to get that diagonal control, and it is a harder position for black. And although black has a quiet move to h7, that's going to lead to a stoner trap for white to make. So yes, this position is not very favorable for black, I think.
I'm a bit I'm not sure, but black f7, it seemed not so good for black.
If black plays h7 and white plays g2 for the stoner trap, does that put white in danger of losing parity, and is that game changing in any way?
Yes, yeah, it's possible. It's a good opinion and a good question.
And does it make that stoner trap a dangerous one to go for?
Yeah. The key issue is the f6 disc, I think. If it were white, the parity is not that scary for black, because black can play d7. So it's a big difference, f6, black or white. But actually this is black, so this parity may work, but may not.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is it turning into quite a complicated position, or
complicated? But white is a bit ahead, I think.
It doesn't feel that complicated. I mean, there's still quite a lot of options, but where the strategy feels like it's actually quite simple. Black hasn't got many choices of what region to play in. It's a matter of choosing the right move in the regions. And the same for white. So it's not like there's something happening that's unique in each part of the board. So in that sense, I think it's quite simple. But obviously, choosing the right move where there's subtle differences can be just as difficult.
Yes, I think from that point of view, it's simple. And the question is, generally speaking, if one thinks he or she is a bit ahead, the good way to put up with this situation is to make a simple position if he or she thinks he ahead. But from the way it sounds, Makoto seemed to make these things simple and simple. That means he may think that he's in a good position, but I don't think so.
So we've seen this in previous games where players have been behind and they've deliberately played what they thought was a worse scored move by a computer, but to a human it makes the position more tricky to play, more intricate, more delicate to play.
Yeah, but in this case, it's not necessarily even a worse move. You might have two moves and you're thinking they're about the same, but one's complicated and one's simple. So then you have to ascertain whether you think you're ahead in the simple line or not. If you are ahead, keep it simple. And if you're not, make it complicated, even if the two moves are similarly valued in your assessment.
I do want to make a comment on Anjali's t-shirts. It says kitsune in Japanese, which is fox. And as you can guess by the illustration of the fox on his shirt, it means fox. So, yes.
I thought from the illustration it meant square, but...
Yes.
So Anjali's played out the bottom edge, given the bottom edge to Makoto. And F1 is now available again.
Yes.
To white. And even if black does give that top edge and create the 3 in the top region, which was a reason not to do it earlier, white also then gets G1. So this is looking good for white.
Yes.
Black, we've talked about the egg shape before, so I mean it's not black's move at the moment, but if black goes to H7, which is kind of a free move, but it leaves that egg shape in the corner, the X square and the C square, and white will almost certainly get in there and get both of those two moves and win the game that way. So even if it was white's move in this position, I think I'd still rather be white. Oh, it is white's move. Yeah.
This is white's turn.
Also, in the last round, I incorrectly said that Kento Arano's draw last year was against Akihiro Takahashi. And it was actually against Arthur Juigné, which, he's judging from his game against Kurita this year. Arthur is a very scary player.
He is. Always has been since he was a kid.
So now white F8, F1, I mean.
Yeah, F1. Yes. And then the question is, what does black do?
F1, E1, B1.
B1. Oh, F1, E1, B1. And then black to play. And white also has G1.
And then B2.
black. So after F1, E1, B1, G1, B2 is what you're saying?
F1, E1, B1. B1 is a white's move, so the next black is going to be B2.
Does white have to play those moves? I mean, white will want to take the top edge.
Yeah.
So if it goes F1, E1, B1, does white have to take G1 immediately? Because black can't sacrifice B2 unless white has taken G1.
Yeah.
Although, no, I mean, at the moment, if black did sacrifice B2, white wouldn't have access to the swindle of A2 at the moment, but it's pretty easy to cut.
Yes, but it's kind of microscopic.
Oh.
Oh, E1. Yes. Is it better than F1? I'm not sure.
I think not, but
I think yes. Oh, sorry. I think Piana. Anjali was worried about the diagonal control for black from F3 to C6. In the future, if black had gone to for example, C7, the E4 disk was black, so black would have had the diagonal control. But by going to E1, Anjali wanted to just interrupt and just not allow black to make that line. So maybe Anjali was thinking about that, and that's why he went to E1 instead of F1.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But it didn't seem that difficult to look ahead with the F1 move, and it seemed good for white. So I didn't feel that there was any need. And he's got lots of play on the right-hand side to cut diagonals if he needs to. So unless he's reading very, very accurately and deeply, I wouldn't have been worried about that. Of course, he may have been reading very accurately and deeply.
And there was also so black has taken the top edge, but there was also the diagonal from B3 to all the way to G8, the C diagonal, and that was also another thing.
It was, which I pointed out, that if he played out the top edge and then B2 had been played, white wouldn't have had access to the A2 swindle because that diagonal was all black. But again, H3 would cut it nice and quickly.
Yes.
And so there would need to be preparation by black before getting to that position. For example, playing C7, taking we've moved on from this position, but taking C7, getting the whole diagonal from top right to bottom left, and then that takes away, well, it's difficult to see now.
Yes.
But it was possible for black to possibly take away white's H3 move to get back on that mini diagonal to A2.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't see it now because it's all gone.
We have a perfect wing.
A what?
A perfect wing.
We do have a perfect wing.
Yeah.
A pure perfect wing.
A perfect wing.
Perfect.
I'm not sure about the white move H2. And before that one, E1. I think it is a bit difficult for white to take advantage by using the parity at this time.
Yes. The 7th row is all black discs, so he can't really make use of the odd region on the bottom right, because black is going to be able to initiate a swindle move. So yes, as you've just said, I don't think white is in a good position now in terms of parity. So he's in a big threat. Yeah.
But I think it will be close, even though there's the bottom left sacrifice is still in an even region where black, if white sacrifices it now and black takes the corner, then white takes the wedge on the bottom edge and black takes A7. That's still going to be very close because the 7th row is going to stay black. White wouldn't have access to H7 immediately. Black's going to get the left edge. But white has parity.
Yeah.
So the problem for white here is that if he wants to play parity, the obvious parity move is in the odd region, but it's a swindle. So he can't do it, so he's got to find another way.
Shall we show the swindle?
Yeah.
Could we get the digital board up, please? Immediate response there. Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So white would normally want to play in the odd region and leave everything else for parity. However, if he plays in the odd region now, that's in the bottom right, it would be G7, and black can take H8, and it's absolutely awful because white can't get in to the wedge. Black will get that move as well and has all of the moves in the corner.
And lots of stable discs.
And lots of stable discs. So if we just go back a couple, you might then think, well, what could white do to be able to play into that odd region? And one of them might be, for example, to play B8 first, you might think. And then when he goes to, so he gives away the bottom edge. And then when he goes to G7, you'd think, well, that's okay. Now he's got discs on the 7th row, but the problem is that he's got all the discs on the 7th row, and that's also a swindle. So it's white has to find something else to do that will eventually allow parity to be played. But the other regions are all even at the moment, and that's his problem. Okay, so G1.
I think white is losing because black H3 is so brilliant, isn't it? So instead of this, white should start with this one and gives this kind of sequence afterwards. So with this sequence,
no, that's black.
No,
that's
not that good.
So maybe this is the right one. But what's going to happen afterwards? H1,
yes.
Wedge.
H1?
Well, maybe black
H3 first.
H3
Okay.
to finish off the right edge.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
And then, yeah. Oh.
Who's taken the corner?
I don't know.
Because now, this is what I was talking about. Now white will be able to play G7, play out the 3,
Like this one.
save the right edge,
Yes.
save the right edge and play parity. Although black anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Black will have the diagonal but it will get cut easily, so it's not.
Exactly what you said. Yeah.
Could we switch back to the player's view as well?
It's a good game.
Yes.
It's quite similar to the last game we watched. It's quite similar to the last game that we watched in that it's been quite close to the end. They've both played quite consistently. And now it's just a fat fight for parity, I guess.
Is black still winning? I mean, black h8, white h7, black b2.
Not sure.
I cannot see how white should do after black b2. I mean, h8, h7, b2.
No, because to play parity means giving up the top left corner.
No, but white can cut one disk d7 by moving to b7.
Yes, but that leaves a 3 region, does it?
Yeah.
And then black.
It's going to be.
And then black will play parity in the top region first.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're both quite comfortable.
Maybe a bit.
Both quite comfortable in time, so that won't be much of a worry for either player at this stage.
Is this going to be black? Yeah,
maybe.
Black, maybe.
Yeah.
So this is very countable as well. This is quite.
Yes.
You'd expect them to count to the end because there's limited moves. We've seen some games where we've had 8 squares left and it's still been very, very complicated and we're kind of going, we're not sure what's happening.
So yes, black can just go to b2 and he has the diagonal control. And well,
b2, b7 seems a bit dangerous.
Yes.
That way, black should start with b7.
I don't know. To me, it just seems like black has a lot of discs.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like white is able to get that many discs.
Black b7 should be promising, I think.
b7, so that white would not have the move to a7 nor b7, so that the g7 disc doesn't turn white.
No.
And hence black would still have the diagonal control.
Yeah.
So yes, I think finishing off the bottom left region is first is yes, the right move.
So what happens after b7?
b2. Is that correct? I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Not sure. It's a bit. It's a bit dangerous, I think. But Makoto is extremely good at endgames, so
yes,
he may be correct.
Yes.
So now white b7 cuts the other diagonal and.
Yeah, take corner
and
take
a1.
Corner.
And then just play the pairs out. It looks white.
Oh, white b8 may work. Winning white. Winning by 2 or 4, I think.
So not just playing a1 and playing parity. Okay.
Oh no. Even it's a kind of trap. This is another trap.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the tensest moment out of any moment so far.
Wow.
He's got 4 minutes to count this. So
he moved to the correct place.
Yeah, and remember this is likely for a place in the semi-final.
Oh.
No, it will be for a place in the semi-final.
It will be for a place in the semi-final.
Because Kurita is already on 12, Satania is already on 9.5.
Makoto is supposed to be a kind of person who could come up with the correct end game. But this time he looked tired. It looked so tired.
Yes.
But Pianat did a great job.
Yes.
So that puts Pianat on 10 wins.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not Pianat, it's Rujapas now.
That's so exciting.
But that puts him on 10 wins, so Kurita is on 12, irrespective of what happens with his game, so he's in the semi-finals. Satani is on 9.5, Anjali is now on 10, so reaches the semi-final because there's only two other people that could have reached 10, and that one of those was Makoto. So it eliminates him. Which means that Michele Barassi, if he wins, will also qualify. So could we have a look at the other top tables just to see if how things are panning out? So Mathiasberg versus Kurita. Mathias is on 8.5 at the moment. So if Michele Barassi loses, then one of the 8.5 players could reach the semis.
I think rugby is winning this.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah, it's a good.
I think he has.
It's
a
big
okay.
Yes.
Yes.
4 moves in a row. Beautiful.
I don't know about
Matthias looks like he's low on time there as well.
That's a nice win.
Wow.
So that eliminates Matthias.
13 consecutive wins.
Yes.
So could we have a look at table 3? Okay, so that's Michele, who
looks very happy. He's doing his winning face.
Black. Does that look black? That look.
Plus it was black.
The bottle's in the way.
Maybe white.
I'll have a look.
It's hard to look, but the bottom qualities are too white, too black, I guess.
Michele Barassi 135 to 29.
Yes.
Kento Tomoki Otaka versus Kento Urano was 31-33 to Kento. Jan de Graaf lost 41 to 23.
Yeah, by 2 discs.
With this, it's so hard to find the best movie in this 3.
And here we see, Tomoki versus Kento, Tomoki was one of the front runners in the tournament. We didn't get to watch him at all today, but he's been silently winning, but has just lost to Kento Urano, the reigning world champion, and probably won't make it to the semi-finals as a result. Or won't make it to the semi-finals. I like to not say things certainly and then let other people make the mistakes. So we will get Anjali and Makoto in the studio in a little bit. We will ask them some questions. Make sure you get your questions for them in the live chat. Even if it's the most ridiculous question, just ask it. We haven't yet interviewed Anjali, so that will be good. Get his thoughts on the tournament. There you can see my father looking for them. They seem to have hurried off.
Yeah.
Will he spot them on camera is the real question. As he walks off into the distance.
Oh, I was watching. I saw you.
They've arrived, so whether Guy is able to know that or not would be funny.
G2 fast is quite, usual way to bowl. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
that's what I've seen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was watching it on back as well.
Yeah.
Way too stressful.
いやー、やっちまった。まあ、そんぐらい実力だってことだ。
なんかさ、違う気がしたんだけどさ、You are very good at end game, so maybe
Yeah.
you may be correct. I was best.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, you might be able to tell, but something went wrong in the game. He actually had with 8 moves left.
I didn't imagine I made such mistake. I was also checking the move G2 first. But I was roughly count and both are enough, but apparently G2 is better. Yes. Yes.
So if we could get the analysis, the digital board up, and we will show the position and with the scores as well would be good.
Yeah. Obviously it's B7. Yeah, I have to cap first.
So could we get the digital board up, please? All right. So this was the position.
Yes.
You might recognise it.
Remember the position? Yes.
So, which moves were you looking at?
Yeah. Actually, I was checking both of the B2 and the B7 here on this position, and I just roughly count, and both are enough. But actually, B2 was not enough. As I was 思い込むってなんていうの
Thinking?
I believe it is really correct, but actually it is wrong. But I was thinking it is correct that after B2, once I start from B2, B7, A8, then white may take the A1 corner first. But actually, the white B8 is nice, B8, A7, then A1 is nice to move. So actually, I overlooked
In other words, white B8 was brilliant.
Yes. So that I have to B7 play first.
Yeah, it could be easily missed. For black.
Yeah. So for those of you that can't see the score on their screen,
And how was by the mid game?
Yeah.
Did you check the mid game?
It was about the same through the whole thing. Just to add some context to this position, one of these moves was +4 and the other was -2. And the one that Makoto actually ended up playing was the losing one. So he was actually winning with 8 moves to go. And it was a nail-biting finish.
Also, yes, in this position, Tanida and I were talking about finishing off the right edge first. So if black had gone to h3 and then forced white to take h7 and then take the corner, then maybe that would have been easier to see.
Alright, h7, h3, h7, then taking the corner.
Yes.
g2, then may take h8.
Were you thinking about this or no?
My feeling says taking h1 is better. I was feeling so. And also that this position, I don't like to play from here. I don't know how to play. Maybe again b7, then a8, b8, a7, then taking the diagonal. Maybe.
Yes.
But I don't like to give up the crown G because I open up the G3 disk first because of the moving to H3. And white may take H7, then H1, G2, H8, G7, then white may eat the column G, so that I was thinking so that because of such a eating is a little bit too much.
Yes.
Of course, I can take the whole of the column H, but roughly I'm feeling I think this is better too. Also, I have the diagonal control from A1 to H1 the line, so that it could be easy position to myself, but actually I didn't play the accurate move. So I want to make the diagonal control. Instead, if I start from H3, then I couldn't. I failed to control the diagonal here. So that I don't like such position. Yeah, I think the F1, but the F1 is can be a best move. However, after here, maybe nobody has a confidence.
Yes.
To play forward from here.
Right.
Did you have such a discussion here?
Yes. We were all thinking that F1 was a better move. But then when Pianat went to E1, I commented that the reason he most likely did that was to avoid all the diagonals that you were just mentioning that black would have control over. So yes, that's probably why he went to E1 instead of F1.
Well, it was a very close game, very exciting to watch.
Yes.
We do have the final standings,
which I've just been looking at, so I can.
After round 13,
So we have Kurita on 13 out of 13, obviously qualifying with 100% for the semi-finals. We have Rijipas Anchali from Thailand on 10. Qualifying for the semi-finals. We have Michaela Borassi from Switzerland qualifying for the semi-finals, also on 10. And then we have three players, Nagano, Satane and Urano, three Japanese players, all on 9.5. I believe that there will be a playoff between the top two on tie-break. So I think Kento Urano misses out very unluckily by 9 discs. Over the whole tournament. So Nagano versus Satani, I think, will be a playoff for the final semi-final place.
Which means that although Tomoki was unlucky to lose against Kento Urano, he has knocked his countryman out inadvertently. So it was that close.
We also have a women's final, which is Katie Pelagia-Puro from Finland, who finished on 8, and Hisako Kinoshita from Japan, who finished on 8. They were a fair way ahead of Chiara Gigliucci from Italy, who was on 6.5. And so the final there is Hisako versus Katie. And rather surprisingly, although it's been very close all the way through, in the youth, Osuke Kawazoe was ended on 8. Daniel Dufour from the Netherlands and ended on 8, and they will be contesting the youth final. And that Calvin Cove missed out on half a point after having a fantastic tournament. So he must be pleased and disappointed in the same breath. But it was a great youth tournament this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing the final for that too.
In terms of the team championship, Japan have won the team championship for this year. So congratulations to Japan again.
Yeah.
Dominance in a sport, in a board game, is always admirable. So a big congratulations to them. Aside from that, that's everything for today. So we will join you again tomorrow for the playoffs. Today or tomorrow? Today. Are we covering the playoffs? Apparently we're covering the playoffs today, so I guess we'll see you again in a bit for the playoffs. Thanks for watching, and see you soon.
See you.
Hello and welcome back. We have a special game for you, an extra game on top of the 13 rounds that we've had at the Rome 2023 World Championships for the Othello. We have a playoff. The reason for this is that we have Kurita, Anceli and Barassi, who have all qualified by right into the semi-finals. But then we have three players, Nagano, Satani and Urano, all from Japan on 9.5 out of 13. And only one of them can take the final spot. So there is a playoff between the two on the highest tiebreak, which is a mixture of discs and opponents played and a calculation that's done that reflects the difficulty of their games and how well they've done in them. The playoff has already started and it's just come up. And I am with my normal three co-hosts, and also we've been joined by Makoto Sakuni, who is also going to talk. So they have told me they're going to talk in Japanese and then translate the essence of what has been said into English for everybody else, so that they can have an open conversation. I will pitch in once in a while because there's one or two things about the tiebreak that I'd like to share with you, but I'll let the Japanese players talk about the position first.
2人とも日本人の選手ということで、2人とも同じように応援すべきなんですけど、どうしてもやっぱり私は長野君の方を応援してしまうというところがあります。なぜかというと私の学校のオセロ部の OB であるということで、なんとか頑張って勝ってまた世界選手権に行ってほしいと思います。I should root to both players, but I think I would root to Nagano because he graduated the school I work for, and he is an ex-student of me in English and in Othello.
Yes, I know. A kind of Mr. Nagano is the Murakami children, maybe. So that, and remarkably, the graduates from the Murakami-san school now recently shows quite a good performance. Like previously, as you may remember, Mr. Aoki-kun. Mr. Aoki joined to World Championships. Remember back to, it could be 1999?
Sorry.
Yes. 1999年まで遡りますが、以前麻布の卒業生という観点で言いますと、青木選手というとても強い方がおられて、確かベスト4行かれましたよね。
Yes, he finished third.
Yeah, he went to the semi-finals, got to the third place. But recently, we have so many Murakami kids in our Othello society, fortunately, yes. So now the game has started, the playoff between Mr. Nagano and Satani. And actually, they played each other on the preliminary rounds. And just maybe 2 hours or 3 hours ago, at that moment, Mr. Satani won the game. So now we are looking how it may go. 予選でも彼ら当たっていまして、その時には佐谷さん勝ってましたんで、まあちょっと若干疲れの色も見えますけど、あれですかね、長野選手は体力セーブモードでなんか一手しのぎの展開を選んでるのか、ちょっとご本人に聞かないと分かりませんが、いや、it seems like a little bit tired, so that not strongly, but I just simply guess that Mr. Nagano intentionally have chosen the opening to not much complicated for himself, just I guess. So これは今白番ですかね。谷田さんどちらを持ちたいですか。Mr. 谷田。
白番?
Which side do you feel the advantage at this moment?
It's a good question. Every time I come up with this question, it's always a good question. まあね、難しいからね、いつ聞かれても困るんですよね、それね。まあでも、白かな。I would take white, I guess.
Tanya-san, do you agree to this C3? Mr. Satani now moved.
I was thinking Z4 instead.
Yeah.
C3.
私もそうで
Me
す、ね。
too.
It sounds a bit natural. Yeah.
Yeah, C3, C7, then how is,
Yeah.
is our the simple question. ちょっとどんな風になるかちょっと楽しみですね。Let's see how Black may respond, and then after the Satani-san move.
まあ、長野さんはおそらく C7 に打つとは思います。I think 長野 will go to C7 here. Otherwise, Satani will go to G4 without leaving access to G3 for black. So black will have to make an access then, which is hard. So now C7.
そうですね、C7 打っとかないと、白 G4 の時に黒 G3 に打てないっていう、そういうことですよね。
そうですね、はい。
あれこれ G7 でなんか黒っぽくないですか？形成。
黒っぽいです。やっぱりサタニさんの C3 があんまり良くなかったようには見えたんで。I think Satani's choice to C3 was not so good. Because in this position, white does not have any good move left.
What about B4?
B4。
B4 はどうですかね。
そうですね。あと C2 というのも
ありますね。ありますね。C2 is also possible.
C2。
渋いですね。F5 を消すっていうね。Move C2, flip the F5 disk.
Right. And if black responds with D2, then white will go to B6 without flipping the diagonal disk.
Then B4
or C2, as Takeshi predicted.
But as Sekuni said, yes, black will have a move to B4 after that.
Yeah.
これで白が我慢できるんだったらいいんですけど、なんか直感的に一手足りないんですけどね。I didn't check exactly, but I think the black is surviving after following D2, B6, B4. If we have the white has a magic, then it's okay, but ちょっとこれ白 B6、B4 の後でなんか一個隠し玉があればいいんですけど、ちょっとどうでしょうか。
B6、B4？ ああ、なるほどね。
B6、B4 の後はちょっと白のあんまりいい手が見えないですね。
そうですね。
I don't see any good move for white after B6 white here and then black's B4. And white will have a hard time finding a good move after that.
Yeah, Guy, do you have any opinion?
Yes. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Whose move is it? I haven't been watching the board.
Sorry.
It's White's move.
White's move. I just going back. I think C3 was wrong as well. But given that we are where we are, I think C6 followed by another move of
great. Yeah.
So C6 and then because black can't play to C8, so white will get that move as well. And it's a lot of discs. But black doesn't have much play on the right-hand side, like it's right up against the corner. So
excellent. C6 is very nice move. C6 私も B6 かなと思ってたんですけど、C6 これいいですね。
まあいいんですけど C6 の後に黒 B3 って打たれるとちょっと次の手どうするんですかね。
で C8
で B4
で A5
英語
でって感じですかね。
Have you talked about B4 as well?
Not yet.
Because B4 leaves c6 and c8 afterwards.
But after b4, black may be a4.
Yes.
That way, black.
Right, okay,
has
so
access to
denying white
C6.
access to
Yes.
c6 and gaining access to c6.
Yes.
Okay.
But Guy, I think the c6 is reasonable as if now white plays to b6, then following black may come either b3 or b4, then white may respond to can be c6 sometime. However, the position after the white plays to assume white plays to b6 and c6, and potentially black can move to c8 later, which may make the access to g4 so that white may force to take the edge to b8. It may, how shall I say, the cost is a little bit too expensive to white to make such the quite heavy the edge taking on the south, so that いやなんかB6C6 って埋めていくのも白ありかなと思うんですが、白 B6C6 とどっかで埋めていった時に黒将来 C8 に打てて C8 の黒石で今度 G4 狙われてしまうので、多分黒 C8 に対しては白 B8 を取んないといけないので、白なウイングになってしまうんで、ちょっとそのコスト考えるとなんか C6 に打つと白 C8 と打ってウイングにはならないので、その分のメリットをちょっとどう判断するかなというところかと思います。
納得です。
そうですね。C7 を黒のまま置いとくってことですよね。それ賛成です。そういう意味でやっぱ C6 いいですね。いい気がします。であと上辺がどうなるかなんですけど、これ将来的には白から行くんですかね。
上辺ですか。
上辺
上辺な。
まだちょっとその辺行きますか。これは C6 は打たせて、でも B4 に打って、で B6 に打たれて、で C8 打つんですかね、これ。
で C8 抜くってことですかね。
その流れですかね。
C8 打たない選択肢もあるんですかね。
放置できれば放置したい。でその場合上辺に行かなきゃいけないんで、行かなきゃいけないわけじゃないか。
A3 あたり。
A3 もあるか。ありますね。
ただやや重いな。重いですね。いけるとするとブラック黒 B6 の後白 D1 かなんかでなんか頑張る説ですか。なんかいきなり先ほどの谷田さんのご質問のなんかあれになりますけど、
その辺が気になったんで、
いやこれは13回戦打ってプレーオフで打つにはなんかお互い特にちょっと白が、大変なことになっちゃうのでいろいろ気をつけないと。
But from this position, white D1 and black may A4 and white A3. What do you think? そんな感じで、D1、A4、A3 みたいになって、さあ黒はどうするんだろうっていう感じにも見えるんですけど。
Maybe black will go to H5 now.
Now H5 and given access to C8 ね。H5 に打ってC8 を狙っていくと。なるほど。
あれじゃないですかね。黒 H5 から白C8 をプレッシャーかけてで白に打ってもらうじゃないですか。で打ってもらった後に黒は A3 とかに出ていく感じですかね。
そうですね。
なんか先に黒今 A4 白 A3 と入れるのはなんか
あんまりね儲けがないですよね。
黒 A4 白 A3 黒 C1 とかでなんかうまいこと処理できるんだったらいいですけど、どうですかね。Our first impression could be also the black's A4 is the reasonable choice maybe. However, black A4 following white plays to A3, then the situation may not much improved. However, if assume black plays to H5, then after the black makes the access to C8 so that white may be forced to play C8, then the point is the disc on C5 would be disappeared, which makes black have the easy access to A3.
Right.
その方が良さそう。Seems better.
いや今黒ここで G4 打ちたいんですけど打てないんでちょっと
いやこれでも黒 G4 打てたら黒楽すぎませんこれで。
なんか G4、H3、H4 とか言ってD1 が邪魔とかまあ、だったらまあ白 D1 とか打ってないと思いますけどね。
同じ構想ですね。Same projection as we had. そうそうさっき末国さんの解説通りですね。これで黒は C8 に打つぞって言って白に C8 に打たせると。そうすると C5 の石が抜けるから黒は気持ちよく A3 に打てると。
で白がここで C8 を無視できるかですけど
無視してどっか打たなきゃいけないからね。
はい。
だって、
do you have any option white may ignore moving to C8? ジョー君さっきから全然喋ってないんだけどなんか
まあそうですね。でもやっぱり C8 行かないと黒に C8 打たれてしまうっていうので先に自分から行かないといけないっていうのと、はい、ここで黒が
黒右辺取りですか。
取りましたね。
まあ A3 急がないというかそれほど幸せを見出せなかったんですかね。Bless you
左辺は白から打たせた方が得っていうことは確かにありますね。白 A4 黒 A5 白。
でもこれなんか白やっぱごめんなさい黒 A3 手出すべきじゃなかったですかね。ここで今白 A4 で黒どうします？
A6。
意見が割れましたね。
A6 ダメ。
A6 の方が一個は話で。
A4 英語だと白 F1 でなんか頑張るとかあります？
そしたら B7 とかね。
A4F1 が嫌だからでも。
Unexpected move to.
なるほど。
But black could respond to F2. F2 yes.
F2 H4 H3 G4.
But you have to flip F3 and
diagonal to this.
Please don't forget.
No. I declined my idea. 却下します。So F2 doesn't work, right?
F2 で H4、H3、G4 って潜りたいんですけど回収はそれしていいんだったらそれでいいんですけどちょっとどうしよう。なので F2 だったら白い現実的には E1 ですかね無理して。であとそうすると時間的に対角線を将来どうするかをちょっと考え始めないといけないんですね。あと偶数の効かせ方と。だから黒ちょっと形が固まってきたので黒 A3 のコストをどう考えるかなんですよ。このちょっと先ですけど、A3 で白 A4 当てて黒例えば B6 とか打つと白 A5 って潜られて何ですかねなんかブロック使って偶数とかになっちゃうので黒なんか左辺と右下の X とのつながりをちょっとどうさばこうかっていうのはちょっと多分そろそろ考えるところですかね。でもその前に白今打ったので右上に先にその処理が必要かなと思いますが。Unexpected move again. Black move to BG4.
今 F2 あたりですか白。
Next.
これは白頑張って F2 でしょ。
F2 here. Yes.
あれこれなんか佐谷さんちょっとこれチャンス出てきたんじゃないですか。さっきに比べて。数手前に比べて。It seems White has some recovery from the kind of the disadvantage, which Satani got something just a few moves before. Then this G3 could be a nice option then.
H3.
これ F2 打たしていいのかしら。
解説時に全然当たんないんですけど、これ今日どうなってるんですかね。でもさすがに今白 F2 じゃないですか。
そうですね。
F2、H4、H2、E1、F1、
なんか僕ら見逃してるものありますか？
いや、ちょっと重いですよね、やっぱ白がね。
そうですね。
So just for our English listeners, just for the moment, could you just sum up what you're talking about? This is a very knife edge position where it could go big for black and it could go big for white.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts on it?
So white just made a move to H3, but we were talking about how white should have gone to F2. And by doing that, it not only gets rid of the F2 move for black, but it's also good because white has control in the middle, and black has no other options really. And so, and then we were also just having a discussion on how the black pieces. Black is considering about the diagonal control in the near future that he's going to have. So those are some of the things that Nagano is probably thinking about.
So diagonal control, you mean F3 down to B7?
Yes.
Yes, it's time to consider how we control the diagonal. The diagonal itself is not controlled just accidentally. No, we have to check the lines in advance to control the lines. これがもしね白番だった白番いや
but we haven't.
So white's move to H3 wasn't a good move, as we.
であとこの右辺の形をどう評価するなんでしょう黒 F2 が今あるっていうのもあるんですけどこの右辺の形ってそう黒から H1 当てるのあるんですよね。今当てる必要あったかなとはもう少し私先かなと思ってましたけどそれを渡しちゃうので特にね下辺のブロックがピュアなので状況によってはなんか G8 の連打を脅かされることもあるのでなんかちょっとどうしようかなっていうことですかね。
So yes, black did just go to H4, but we were talking about how Nagano didn't really need to rush there, and he could have waited a few moves and made that move maybe a little bit later on in the game. So what white needs to the good thing for black is that the 7th row is all white, instead of so white did take the corner at H8, but now in the near future we can predict that black would have the swindle of G7, G8.
Yeah, and the H4 move that you were just talking about, that black played to give white the corner.
Yes.
I noticed earlier that Nagano seemed to be happy to keep it simple when he took the right-hand edge. When he took the 3 on the right-hand edge, he was saying, this is my plan. I know what my plan is. I think I'm winning. This is my plan, and now it seems consistent to play H4 and say, I'm going through with my plan.
Right.
ただ同時に
F1 があるからね。
なんかあれですよね。なんか黒ちょっと優勢度はやっぱ下がった気もしますね。
ここで F1 に打たれると黒ちょっと手こずるんじゃないかね。White will go to F1.
Yeah, we could understand that Nagano wanted to strategically want to make the position simply to make the game easily. However, it seems a little bit how shall I say? He lost some advantages.
Yes. So we're thinking about white going to F1, and what that does is it flips the F4 disk to white, and now black can't go to H2. So the reason why black would want to go to H2 is because the G3 disk would now become black, and now the G column is all black. So black can get the G7, G8 swindle that we were talking about earlier. But now that white has the F1 option, black cannot go to H2 nor, B8, but that's unlikely. So it is a harder position for black.
ここでは白としては F1 に打つか G7 に打つかどっちかなんじゃないですか、ね。
G7、あれ A4 ってないですか？
はい。
A4 はないですか？
英語は
A4、A4。
ああ。
A4、A6、F1 みたいな。
それはちょっと貴重、ちょっと都合良すぎやしませんかね。
It is also true though that if white does go to F1 and black goes to E1 immediately, white hasn't got many good moves, many moves at all to choose from after that.
Right.
So F1 does have its drawbacks as well.
Yes.
It kind of blocks white off from the whole top of the board, even if black chooses to play E1.
Yes.
あとどうですかね、なんか右下が連打させなければ偶数で白なんか結構最後残るじゃないですか、形的に、他で犠牲を払ったとしても、としますとね、なんかプレーの仕方って結構オプションあるよなと思うんですよね。何かしらの形、左下損してもいいのでG1 のアクセス作ってそこから G になんか詰めてで、ね、G 列に白石残しながらやると後の G7 が結構残りますよね。村上さんこれ村上さん F1 派なんでしたっけ？
F1 か G7 かどっちかなと思ったんで。
村上 prefers to consider F1 or G7。
Yes. F1 or G7 for white。
こういう時の村上さん強いですからね。
まあでもなんていうか G7 は先に打っといた方がいいような感じが感触というか。
なるほど。
I have an intuition that white should go to G7 first before black goes there and then to G8 later.
いや F1 は考えてなかったな。もう G1 しか目に入らないですね。どこから作って。あれ F1 行く前に A4 英語の交換しておくとかってありますか？
A4 英語、そうですね。
その心は黒から将来的に右辺や左辺に手をつけていったときに
なんか E1 の独立度合いを下げたい感じですかね。
なるほど。
だから白 F1 で黒 A4A3 だとで左上に5個空きもできちゃうので左上の5個空きと E1 をなんか最後スワップアウトしてもいいのでなんかできたら E1 と左上をなんかつなげたいのでつなげるためには E1 打った時に斜めが返ってほしいのでなんか英語のあたりに黒石は欲しいかなっていうのは。
でもここで A4 英語っていう交換を入れると黒からの B7 がより強力になってしまうとかっていうことはないですかね。
そうですね。そうですね。そのコストとの見合いですね。
So we are talking about the move A4, and then following that, black would make the move A5. But then there's also the risk that for white that black gets the diagonal control from B7 to F3.
なるほど。ということは。で F1 打つとですよ、で黒 B7 とかもあるじゃないですか。それでも一応ですね。で今度考えないといけないのが難しいな。あれすいませんこれ B7 で対角線通し切れたりしますか？
まあ F1 で切られちゃうような気はするけど。
で F1
で G2 だったら H2 っていう感じで、切れることは切れるね。得な切り方はどうか分からんけども。
でも B7F1 でなんか F1 打たせてなんか後で黒 H に打てたらなんかそれはそれでだから多分村上三節の F1 を考えるときには黒 H の前の H7 も G7 もセットでこれ考えないといけないですね。So probably Murakami prefers to play to F1, but after F1, whilst F1, black may not move to H2 immediately, but after the assume F1, the black's potentially the H2 is very strong to control the G crown. So that I guess that if we play to F1, then white must consider when to play to G7 before white killing or losing the access to G7. 村上さん、これこそ F1 ですか？
そうですね。僕は F1 に打ちたいですね。I would go to F1 here. はい。
でもここででもなんか G7 もなんかいいような気もする。
まあ確かに G7 もいいんですけど、B7 って打たれるのが嫌だなと。G7、B7。それはどうなんでしょうか。
あれ、それはなんかどんなふうに嫌なんでしたっけ？
つまりここで F1 って打っとくのだと、
はい、
その右下の2個分けが残ってるんだけど、ここで G7 って G7B7 ってなっちゃうと完全にその白から打てない1個分けが下に残るのはなんかちょっと怖いなっていう、気がちょっとするのですが。
G2. Wow. Get the
aggressive,
control.
very aggressive.
Get the diagonal control first before black.
あれでも黒 F1 だと白 G1 打てないんですけどいいですか
Black
Is this G2 okay? Now black has access to H1, then white cannot access to G1. Is that okay for white? Mr. Satani さん。
いやきついように見えるけどね。Black seems to be behind.
で、白 G1 入れないとするとですよ、黒 F1 で黒 H1 隅取った後に G 列が真っ黒になる疑惑ないですかこれ？はい。
可能性ありますね。十分。
F1、G1 が打てるんだったら大丈夫だと思うんですけど、ほぼほぼ。ちょっとコスト高い気しますけどね。いや、F1、A6、H1、E1 とか打ってると黒 H2 って打たれてってなっちゃいますよね。
Well, so our conclusion is that black will win by going to F1 now.
Yeah. I agree.
So in the near future, we still predict that the G column would, eventually become all black, and black still has the chance of getting the G7, G8 swindle. So, the F1 move was made.
これなんか読み違いですかね。
かもしれないね。読み違いでしょうね。ここで G1 に打てると読んでたのか。でもそんな簡単な読み違いをするだろうか。やっぱりこの13試合のね長丁場で疲れ果ててるっていうことはあるんでしょう。Satani may have missed the fact that White does not have access to G1 now. It's a simple mistake, but after a long 2 days of 13 rounds, it is possible that he just didn't see it.
And maybe why he was trying to keep things simple and straightforward and stick to plan as he was progressing, if he's feeling tired.
But this can be a simple loss for him.
いやこれは辛いでしょう。
まあ、せめて偶数連打させずに偶数できないですかね。
偶数にね。
まだ、A6 ですかね。
A6、はい。
A6 で H1 で G1？
はい。そしたら E1 に黒が入れないので。
最後に G1 と G2 と G3 がなくなっちゃうとちょっと困っちゃうんですけど。
なんかなくなりそうじゃないですか、その進行だと。
勘弁してください。
いや、なんかそうなりそうな感じがしますね。
ちょっと今の内容をどなたか英語で言ってあげてほしい。僕はしっかり聞ききれなかった。
So yes, we were saying that White would most likely go to A6, and Satani did end up going to A6. And now Nagano, even if he goes to H1, White could respond by going to G1. And what's good about G1 is that E1 Black doesn't have access to E1. So that's what we were predicting. Yes.
で実用的には黒、連打できたら最高で、できなかったとして、とりあえず隅取って、G1、G2、E1、C1。
これ G7 は？
先に G7？
なるほど。
そうですね、先に G7 ですね。
谷田 's opinion, G7.
Yes.
G7 now for white. Yes. Looks like.
ということは、then following G7, then black may play to
H2.
Where?
Well, then that will leave the G column to white, and also black won't have access to E1. So as we've predicted.
なんか G3、G7 もなんか良さそうな感じはなんかありましたね。さて
H、
A2 あたりで勝てそうじゃない？割合簡単に。A2 now?
A2 でお茶を残す。
斜め通ってるからね。
Black's A2 can be powerful?
Black A2 is Takeshi's opinion. If white takes A3, A7, black is not going to flip the diagonal discs up. Yeah, it looks smart. ね、いい感じになりますね、それだとね。
確かに。
And if white goes to B2 instead, black can win easily by B8. In this position, black A2, white B2, and black B7.
黒 A2 だったら白 B2 かなんかで頑張ります。黒 A2 だったら白 B2 で頑張りますか。
そしたら B8 ですね。それは B8 で簡単に黒が。
あららららららららららららら。
なのでこれはちょっと A2 で割合。
あんまりお茶が濁ってない感じです。
お茶濁ってないですね。これどうやって英語に直す
？So black will win by going to A2 now.
Yes. So even if black goes to A2 and white goes to B2 and white would have the diagonal control, but black can easily cut that diagonal by going to B8. So yes. ちょっとわかんないです。
黒ね、その今の流れで B8 みたいな手って左下の処理の仕方としてはいい感じになりますよね。ほっとくとハイパーだから。
右上のボーナスとの兼ね合いですかね。
右上の L もめちゃくちゃでかいから。左下の寄せ方考えなくてもやっぱり B8 で
まあ十分ですね。
Well, the sequence black A2, white B2, black B8, white A8, and black A1. This will give black such a large amount of discs that it's an easy win for black. So white just cannot go to B2 after black's A2 here.
I also think there's still a high possibility of black getting the G7, G8 swindle near the end of the game. Yeah.
しかしジョー君やっぱり発音いいよね。
But there is several things that need to stay in place or happen for that to actually work. The possibility's there, but he has to have access to G7, which he hasn't got at the moment, and White needs to not have access to G8.
Right. So they go A3.
この心は何ですかね。
A2 に打たせて B8 なのかね。でもなんかちょっと
A2B8 でなんか起きます？
いや、
なんかちょっと怪しいよな。
黒 A7 打てないですからね。
そうなんだよ。
今 G1A7 のラインがちょっと微妙な感じなんで、実は左下そのハイパー、まあ、この形でよく白黒の形にして黒最後取りたいんですけど、なんか本当になんかA7G1 ライン取れますかねは、例えば今白 A2 打って黒 E1 打って白 C1 打っての逆薄になった時に黒大丈夫なのかな。なんかどっかのタイミングで、まあ、黒 H に打って、で黒 H に打ってなんか白 G7 抜かれてなんか最後 G 列残るとかいうのも
それ嫌だよね。
なのでなんか C ラインを取りながら G 列をどうやって取るかってなんか結構難しい課題だと思うんですよね。とするとなんかこの黒 A3 って大丈夫だったのかしらっていうのは若干。
いやまあ大丈夫は大丈夫だとは思う。つまりA2 の後に E1 打っとけば普通に奇数理論で黒が多分勝つとは思うけど、ちょっと差がちっちゃくなってるような気がする。白 A2、
まあそうですね、まあそうですね、
黒 E1、
まあそれはそうですね、
白 C1、黒 B2 か、それで綺麗に偶数にははまってるんですよ、奇数理論で。
なるほど。
White will go to A2 here, and black will go to E1, white C1, black B2, and it's a win for black by parity. But it's a narrow win maybe. It's not such a comfortable win, and I think A2 for black was better.
まあ、もしかしたらその白の対角線のコントロールを、まあ、ちょっと阻止したかったのかもしれないですね。その A3 に行くことによって、C3 の石が黒石になるので、それでまあある意味こう完全に対角線が白にならないっていうのを、まあ、長野選手
もしかして長野さんあれですかね、ここで白 A2 で黒 E1 打つじゃないですか、で白 C1 打って黒 B2 打つじゃないですか。
そうですね。
で B 列が真っ黒になりそうなんで、B2 で A1B1 で白 G7 で黒 A1 に打って白パスで A7A8 で右下 B7B8 連打ですよね。
ちょっと今のは僕はフォローできなかったので、もう一回ゆっくりやって。
Okay, say again. Probably, I guess that.
But A7? Yeah, A7. What do White do now? White can't do anything. I think B2 was a big mistake. So
Doesn't it look difficult for black to lose from here?
これはあれですかね、C1 ですかね。
C1, yes. C1 will win. C1.
C1 で H にビシッてこう。
Yes. C1 and then later H2.
Yes.
That will make
the G column black.
The G column all black. C1, yes. Go for it. C1.
If white, I mean black C1, white may take G7.
Yeah, maybe so. But then black will have A2.
Yes, white has to, otherwise may lose the access to G7 then.
And it isn't as if that doesn't give a stack load of discs to black as well. Like that gives loads of discs to black.
Sorry?
Anyway, so even if white takes h7, so black can't get the swindle, black's still going to go to h2 and g7, g8 eventually, and just...
Yeah, it's great move. Yes, she won. Yes.
これは白厳しいよな。
なんかこれ結構いろいろ取られますねこれ。
あ、ちょっともうダメすぎて笑っちゃった感じですかね。
まあしょうがないですね。
しょうがないですね。まあ、しょうがない。やむを得ないですね。
まあ今度は平石さんのスインドルがありますからね。
そうですね。
白は今そっちなんだ。
普通に対角線が通るんでね。これで G8、B1、B7 で、通んない。失礼しました。だから黒 B7 からか。
B7。
なんか H2 はちょっと積損してるように見えたけど、そうでもないか。
いやまあもう展開的にはこれで
間違ったりして
まさかね、
さすがに。
いや
お見事でした。
OK、グッドゲーム。
Good game.
Okay, I think that we're not going to invite them up for an interview because it's been a long day.
Yes.
And for Satani in particular, it must be pretty devastating. So we invited you up when it was pretty devastating, but after an extra game, we'll let them rest. We'll be back tomorrow morning, but just before we leave, I just want to clarify what the situation is. So Kurita, Anjali, Barassi and Nagano will make up the semi-final places for the Open tournament. In the women's tournament, there will be semi-finals and a final. So it's Hisako Kinoshite and Katie Pilar Japuro, who will, and Chiara Gigliucci and Veronica Stenberg from Sweden, who will make up the semi-final for the semi-finals for the women's tournament. In the youth tournament, Osuke Kawazoe came top in the Swiss, same number of points as Daniel Dufour. Calvin Coe will be playing in the semi-final, and Konstantin de Vivon from Israel will make up the fourth semi-final point here, fourth semi-final place. But there's something that I'd like to say about that. There was a human error inputting one of the scores of the games. And Konstantin was 3 discs down, and he went to the referee and he said, I am 3 points down, you've marked my score wrong. The score got corrected, and Konstantin has made the semi-finals for the youth by 1 disc. So it's always worth checking that the recorded scores that you get are correct and asking for it to be corrected, because if you're just 3 discs down, you might miss out on a semi-final place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and in this case, Devon made the semi-final by getting his mistake corrected and making it by 1 disc to the semi-finals. So that's really... Okay, we actually have got our guests here, so we will interview them because they're here.
It was really great game. After the preliminary rounds or the 30 rounds, お疲れ様でございました。 まずは長野選手おめでとうございます。で、佐谷さんは
Congratulations to 長野。
ちょっと残念でしたけど、今年はメンバーが大変で、今年もでも多分今年史上最強に来たんだからこれはおそらくなのでこのメンバーで
toughest world championship ever.
It could be the toughest the competition ever. So that it is really great. You proceed to the playoffs here, so that Satani-san may come back in the near future, maybe. So, yeah. So なのでこれ大変今年はきつい世界選手権だったと思うので、自分も参加者の一人として大変お疲れ様でした。で、試合は結構我々意見分かれてたんですけど、We have various opinions about your games.
C3.
Oh yes.
C3. What do they think about C3 by White? Satani's C3 move. Was it a good move? C3. I mean, on the screen.
Okay, can we show the digital board? Can we show the digital board, please?
村上さんと皆さんご存知の通り、村上さんとか私とかが入ると多分2時間とか3時間とかずっとこういう会話してるのでちょっと皆さん適当にお付き合いいただければと。Actually, 村上さん myself may not mind to speak about discussion about the position for maybe forever. But what's the core point which we have discussed? 我々議論になったのは、ここの序盤のこの C3 って手筋はあるんですけど、なんかこの後の白の打ち方が結構困ってしまうので、先になんか G4 かなんかやっぱ C4、C7 の後がなかなか難しいかなっていうのがこちらの見方ですが、In our view, we had a discussion like C3 seems a little obviously it's a kind of the very basic move, but after the C3, C7, then White may have not much good options to play forward. So なんかここは一旦なんか G4 かなんかで待つとかいうで、形つけた後になんか C3 打つのか、なんか F2 の方からこう回っていくのか、この辺なんか研究とか終わりでした。Did you have any consideration?
いやもうとっくに外れていて、G4、H4 で、その次
H4、
はい、どうするのかなと。
で H3？
いや H3 は爆弾入られてから G7 が残るんでどうですかね。いやちょっとあまり自信なかったですね。
なるほど。So Satani's the idea is actually of course he had considered to play G4 here. However, G4, H4, then the situation may not much comfortable to him, so that he declined moving to G4 here. でこの後もなんかいくつか議論はあったかなと思っておりまして、but we still have many discussions after the C3, and we are feeling a little bit Black would have some advantage at this moment, maybe throughout mid game. We have also the discussion here that Guy Proman pointed that how about C6 play to C6 directly. C6 直接打つのもあるんじゃないかみたいな。
いやそれ B3 で全然自信なかったですね。
なるほど。So C6 also the Satani considers C6, but Black may respond to B3 is not much comfortable to him. ただあったのは白 C6 の後、白多分その C8 打てるので、なんかその H5 からね脅かされてっていう展開を考えると、なんか先に自分で打っちゃうのってちょっと形悪いですけどコスト見合うかなみたいな、そんなおそらくイメージではおりました。ちょっとねなかなか難しかったと思います。It may be very difficult position, tough position to judge, which is nicer to go.
なんか、C6 だと B3、B4、B6 って3回打たれるんですよね、黒に。はい。さすがにだから C6、B3 の次多分 C8 なんですよね。はい。C8、B4
で白英語ですよね。
英語。
はい。B6 ただで打たせはしないですよね。まあネット
ですが、それも
It may be also the game. Okay. Then, how did you feel, 長野さん、長野さん、この辺はなんか多少有利とかなんかそういう感覚がありました。Did you feel something like you have the kind of some advantage at this moment? How did you evaluate the position? どんな風に見て
まあそもそも序盤が自分から仕掛けていったこともあって多少知識が
なるほど
あったので、まあ一番その大体4席ぐらいの進行形成でいうとっていう進行なことはもともとは知っていてそこから少し外れたのでちょうど互角ぐらいなんだろうなっていうような意識で打っていました。ただ白の方が基本的にその処理が難しい考えることが多い局面かなっていうふうに思っていたのでまあ出方を伺うというかはいどう来るのかなというのを、待っていたというようなところです。
Mr. Nagano prepared this opening that he knows that the maximum is the white may have some advantage like +4, but white may have some difficulties to treat, maybe especially about the edges, so that he bet this game with using opening to win this game. But Satani-san moved a little bit different from the Nagano's preparation, so that both of the players, Mr. Satani and Nagano, are always thinking. So it's actually out of the book by Nagano. ここはもう僕は外れている。
Yes. Nagano-san has another long day tomorrow, so maybe we should give him some time to rest.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that was a really entertaining game. We felt that black was winning as it was going ahead, but as white there were lots of big moves that were trying to deny lots of access. They didn't work out, but they were fun moves to watch and fun to watch the thinking of a top player thinking, I'm losing, I need to do something here, and really grappling with taking the big moves to deny lots of access was fun and inspiring in some ways, even though it lost.
やはりとてもやっぱり強い人たち同士の試合なので、やっぱここはこの一手だよねっていうやっぱり手はいろんなところであるので、そういった点では非常に見応えのあった試合だったと思います。例えば今局面出ますかね。これ出ないかな局面は。It's okay. So also as Murakami-san pointed out, Nagano-san successfully goes to the semi-final, so that we cannot make him much again tired. Maybe our discussion. So could you see the lives tomorrow as well? So probably, or I'm quite sure that all the semi-finalists, the top 4 players, may show us a very good performance tomorrow. So let's see.
Tomorrow there's two, obviously in the Open tournament there's 2 semi-finals. One is an all-Japan semi-final, so it's Nagano-san versus Kurita-san. And the other semi-final is Michela Borassi versus...
Pianat.
Pianat Anjali. And so we will have a Japan, non-Japan final, one way or another. So it just in closing, I'd like to say congratulations to Nagano-san for reaching the semi-finals, and congratulations on a good tournament, commiserations for not reaching the semi-finals in the playoff, but thank you for some entertaining games.
お疲れ様でした。では皆さんご視聴いただきありがとうございました。明日もぜひ引き続いてご覧いただければと思います。ではこれで OK, can we close the TV here?
And we're going to close there, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for the semi-finals. The schedule can be found on the website 2023 World Othello. So if you go and if you search for that, go to the website, you can see the schedule, and we'll see you tomorrow.
OK, いってますね。